isn't right. I don't like Stanley. I think only that has been
Hey, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the his talking points. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. I literally said they need to understand.
Like that. If they want to be with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
Just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think is okay?
Thank you very much. My fellow Americans, good evening. Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis II. It was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes. That hit was quick, lethal, violent, and respected by everyone all over the world. After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world. And now we're working along with Venezuela and are, in a true sense, joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs, They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran. 45,000 dead. For these terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going on for 47 years and should have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first, and perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani in my first term. He was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb, and he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. Had he lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash, took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had. He flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran, and they would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. Would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts, had I not terminated that terrible deal. And I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe, and virtually any other place on earth. Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible. And they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And their race for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. But in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear. We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I have traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives, their husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives. And every single one of the people, their loved ones said, please, sir, please finish the job, every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last administration and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, with no inflation, record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion, and the highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They've never imagined it. Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. #1, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And #2, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the Strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought, but we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible, they are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great big beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago.
You know what? I just have to interrupt this. This dude thinks we're all fucking stupid. 12th man, of course the fucking oil is a world market. Why does it matter? Energy independence that Trump keeps talking about, it doesn't matter whether we produce more oil or whether they buy oil from the United States. As you said, it's a fucking world market. Why is Trump acting like it's not? And then the other thing, if the economy is the best it's ever been, what exactly are we roaring back from? Okay, dude, y'all elected this fucking moron. Stop making excuses for him and just admit y'all made a fucking mistake. Again, for about the 100th time this year, I told you so.
I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original death.
Oh, shit.
They're all dead.
Did he just say regime change wasn't the goal? Oh, yeah, that's why you took out 50 of their top leaders. Oh, you wanted the regime to continue? Really? Wasn't it Trump who said that he would need to approve the new leadership? Dude, this dude thinks we are all stupid, and I understand why, because Trump tends to talk to his base, and they're all stupid. They all eat this shit up like 12th Man is doing right now.
The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective. American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year 7 months and 5 days. World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days. The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days. Iraq went on for 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. We are in this military operation, so powerful, so brilliant, against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days. And the country has been eviscerated and essentially is really no longer a threat. They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer. This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is watching, and they can't leave the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing, the brilliance of the United States military. Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the specter of nuclear blackmail. Because of the actions we have taken, we are on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching. And when we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
Wow. Well, welcome to Stanley versus the World. Everybody, please make sure you have hit or will hit the like button on your way in or out. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe to it. We are having a good time while Trump just devolves in front of our faces. This dude, I think he actually believes the economy is roaring back. Roaring back from what? I'm not exactly sure, because I thought it was doing fine the whole time. But I will just let some other people with better expertise critique this silly speech. Let's start with Paul Krugman. Sorry about that. I thought I'd unmuted it.
Donald Trump doesn't even have the courage to run away. Hi, I'm Paul Krugman. Not going to do a regular post today. It's Thursday morning because I wanted to wait and see what was in the big speech from Donald Trump last night. And I thought I could just do a short video about it. It turns out that the speech was sort of an anticlimax, although not in a good way. Many people expected Trump to, pull the mother of all tacos, to declare victory and then and surrender. He did not do that. He declared victory, of course, but he did not actually announce an end to hostilities. On the contrary, he said we're going to bomb Iran into the Stone Age. So add massive war crimes to your schedule. I'm not sure. There is clearly no strategy here. There's no end game. There's nothing. It's partly that it's hard to tell, as always, whether Trump is delusional or just completely unable to admit something that he actually knows. One of the moments that really struck me in the speech was him declaring that that the whole world was extremely impressed by what happened. He said, the whole world is watching and they can't believe the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. The world can't believe what it's seeing. What it's seeing is that the world's greatest military power took on a fourth-rate power. Again, as I said the other day, it's Iran's military budget is a rounding error in our military budget. Um, and we lost. For all practical purposes, we've left ourselves in a much weaker position and Iran in a stronger position than it was before. But Trump has to believe, or has to claim that he believes, that the whole world is extremely impressed. You might say, why do we care? Well, he cares, obviously. His whole thing is about believing, it's a dominance, and believing that we've got the world awed by our strength. And there's a lot to be said here. I actually, if you want the real verdict on the speech, well, Brent oil futures were under $100 when Trump started speaking. They're over 108 as I record this. The oil market, which I think is a more clear gauge, although the stock market has also reacted. Everybody said, oh my God, we thought that this was going to be at least the beginning of the end, and instead it looks like an endless quagmire. I still think that that people are not fully taking into account the implications for global oil prices and everything else of the Strait of Hormuz remaining closed for the indefinite future. So this is going to be really bad. But anyway, it was radically disappointing, even to people who are, the markets and a lot of people in the world were actually hoping that the United States would give up. I mean, it'll be terrible. We really don't want a medievalist theocracy empowered. But since this is heading nowhere except for, again, massive war crimes, better to end it. But we're not getting that. What really strikes me, and there's obviously deeper stuff in here, but it is a question of character. It's funny, I don't think there's a sort of, if you like, native English term for, the Yiddish, but it's effectively English now, but mensch, being a person. A mensch is, literally it's a person, but it means somebody who takes responsibility for their actions, who accepts defeats as being defeats and tries to move on and tries to improve. Basically, just being a mensch. It's hard to imagine somebody who's less of a mensch than Donald Trump, except maybe for some of the members of his cabinet. It's incredible that they're so lacking in sort of the basics of character. The thing about what this means for America's role in the world is not only that Trump and company are doing great damage, but the whole world is watching. They saw that this guy, and it wasn't hard to see what kind of a person Trump was, that America elected this guy twice. And it appears that the American public has completely lost sight of what it means to be a responsible, serious person. I might say, since they're this masculinity posturing is such a part of it, they've forgotten what it is to be a man. Obviously, applies to all genders, but and a country that will elect somebody like that twice is not a country anyone can rely on. And that is the ultimate lesson here. We have Trump lecturing the world and saying, why are you cowards? Why don't you come in and help us in this ill-conceived, disastrous war that we started without checking with you? But the reality is that the world is looking and saying, my God, what is wrong with America? This is not, they may still have a lot of bombs, although not as many as we started with, but it's not a country anybody can trust for anything. And that, even more than the price of oil, is going to be the legacy of this war. I guess have a great day.
Well, isn't he just a a bundle of good news? One thing I want to say, economists by nature, even the ones like Paul Krugman who are more Keynesian, just being a professional economist makes you a big C conservative because you literally are a believer in markets and capitalism. The only thing that separates a quote left of center economist from a right of center economist is just how much you want the markets to be regulated. In my opinion, and I'm not a Kelvin, I'm not like an economist of any sort, but from what I can tell, the only actual quote lefty economists are the people like Richard Wolff, who are actual Marxists, um, who don't believe in capitalism at all. So, this bullshit about economists being being left, by and large, I've never met one that, even in college, um, I've never met one that struck me as remotely, um, you know, um, anything left of center left. But anyway, that's anecdotal. So let's see what else. Who else? All right. So this is a quick analysis from the Epoch Times, and the Epoch Times is about as right of center as I like to go. They're to the right of like National Review. It might as well just be a MAGA, a MAGA publication. And they've got 4 takeaways from Trump's primetime address. I figured I'd give some equal time to the right. Says here in a primetime address on April 1, President Donald Trump described combat operations as nearly complete after just over a month of fighting. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks, Trump said in his White House speech. In the hours before the president's remarks, U.S. forces announced they had struck more than 12,300 Iranian targets since commencing combat operations. Well, all I have to say is, so what? The Straits of Hormuz are still contested. If we're so mighty, why don't we open the Straits of Hormuz? These guys, see, this is like a typical mistake. These bean counters are not war fighters. It doesn't matter if you struck 12,000 targets, the enemy is still fighting. They're still launching drones and stuff. These guys don't know these. And maybe it's just, I don't know what to say, but anybody who's ever been in the military knows you don't win until you've won. So the 4 takeaways, and they're basically, buying the Trump argument, core strategic objectives nearing completion. Why are they not complete after a month? U.S. monitoring Iranian nuclear sites. I heard that there is a plan that was presented to the president that would land like 10,000 troops near wherever it is they're storing their nuclear material, and they would build a runway, land planes, and figure out how to airlift out like several thousand pounds of uranium or whatever their nuclear material is, the enriched uranium. How is that going to work? How do you sneak in 10,000 troops into the middle of hostile territory? And the whole operation would take like a month, something like that. What I'm hearing is desperation, to be honest. Trump threatens to hit energy plants if no deal reached, which is a war crime, by the way. Hormuz Strait will open up naturally. What the fuck does that mean? So Trump predicted the Strait of Hormuz, a choke point for oil and gas flows during the conflict would open up naturally once the war subsides. I'm just going to leave it there. And in the meantime, last I heard, gas is $110 a barrel. So I didn't talk about this yesterday, but apparently the internet still works in Iran. So the Iranian president pens open letter to the American people. So apparently the internet still works. So Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian has penned an open letter to the American public in which he appealed to them to look beyond what he characterized as the machinery of misinformation amid the U.S.-Israeli war with his country. This is a quote: "Portraying Iran as a threat is neither consistent with historical reality nor with present-day observable facts," he wrote. "Such a perception is the product of political and economic whims of the powerful, the need to manufacture an enemy in order to justify pressure, maintain military dominance, sustain the arms industry, and control strategic markets. In such an environment, if a threat does not exist, it is invented." So this guy's just basically saying Trump made all this shit up. Pezeshkian's, I'm butchering this guy's name. Pezeshkian's open letter, which he shared on X on Wednesday afternoon, that's yesterday, comes a little over a month after the U.S. and Israel launched the initial military strikes on Iran that began the war. President Donald Trump is expected to share an update on the conflict in a speech to the American public on Wednesday evening. So, again, this was from earlier yesterday. So, as I said, looks like the internet's still working. And their president, at least if X is to be believed, is still around to send out open letters. So apparently they didn't get the right people just yet. Hey, Chuck, how you doing? So there's your open letter, folks. The president of Iran is telling you that Donald Trump's making it up. Wow. All right, so let's shift gears. Let's talk about some domestic news. My darling Pamela Jo Bondi is out of a job. This is from the Washington Examiner because I wanted to make sure that I got a conservative perspective on this. Well, not conservative, a MAGA perspective on this. Trump fires Attorney General Pam Bondi. President Donald Trump fired Attorney General Pam Bondi on Thursday, capping weeks of mounting frustration with her leadership at the Justice Department and escalating tensions over the handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files and politically sensitive prosecutions. Trump named Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche as her interim replacement. The decision follows a period in which Trump privately expressed dissatisfaction with what he viewed as a lack of aggression in carrying out his agenda, according to multiple reports this week. Well, all I have to say is Pamela Jo was mighty frisky in those Senate hearings. I think she was pretty aggressive in those hearings. So I had high hopes for Pam Bondi, to be honest. I thought she would be better than she was. She was weak tea. And then Lee Zeldin, who is currently the EPA administrator, he's being kind of touted as a likely replacement, but nothing set in stone. I am kind of wondering why Todd Blanche wouldn't replace her, but I'm guessing once Zeldin, if Zeldin is actually confirmed into the office, Todd Blanche will be gone because Zeldin will probably want to pick his own number two. So We will miss Pam Bondi, especially when she got saucy in front of those House and Senate committee hearings. I'll miss that. So, speaking of Congress, Mike Johnson caves on Senate's DHS deal, paving way to end shutdown. But wait, looks like the House punts on DHS spending, extending shutdown. So now it's the Republicans who don't want to agree with the Senate Republicans in ending this DHS shutdown. So Trump has decided he'll sign an executive order to pay all DHS employees as shutdown continues. Let's not fix the problem. Let's just go ahead and patch it up. And all I have to say is I heard a lot of bullshit about executive orders and how Obama and Biden specifically, they're ruling by fiat with executive orders. I haven't heard a peep out of these MAGA Republicans over what Trump is trying to do. This is just ridiculous. Let's see. So, let's see. 12th man says Stanley rooting for Iran. You know how stupid you sound, 12th man? People like you who are MAGA drones. So we got MAGA drones and MAGA blacks who are just like, if Trump says it, if you criticize Trump, you're anti-American. You criticize Trump, you must be pro-Iran. Fucking stop your crying there, son. I have a free speech. I have a right to say what I want to say. And though you're not the government, you voted for this fool. And you need to take ownership of your vote, you MAGA drone. So enough picking on the MAGA drones. So what is next? Let's turn to that other high quality cabinet member, Pete Hegseth. I don't know if you all heard, but over the weekend, I think it was, these Army helo pilots like buzzed the No Kings protests, and then they flew over to Kid Rock's house and like hovered in like off the backyard. And there's a picture of the two helos, they were Cobras, hovering, like you can see the pool, you can see Kid Rock saluting them or something. So they go over to Kid Rock's house, they hover their helicopters, Kid Rock salutes them, they salute back. And the Army's like, what the hell are y'all doing? This is like dangerous stuff you pilots are doing. So they suspended the pilots pending investigation. Well, what did Hegseth do? Hegseth says suspensions lifted for helicopter crews who hovered over Kid Rock's home. Dude, these guys are fucking dangerous. Dude, you don't play around with the equipment. That's one of the things, there's such a thing as good order and discipline. And apparently the Army doesn't have that under this particular Secretary of Defense. He might be the next to go. So Pentagon chief's remarks come after U.S. Army said crew suspended amid investigation into incident in Tennessee. Oh, okay, this was in Tennessee. So Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said the crews of they were Apaches, not Cobras. Actually, the Cobras have gone away. Crews of two Army AH-64 Apache helicopters that hovered next to the singer Kid Rock's swimming pool while he clapped and saluted on Saturday. They are no longer suspended. No punishment, no investigation, Hegseth wrote on social media. And then he ends it, carry on, Patriots. Hegseth's announcement came just hours after a U.S. Army spokesperson said the crews had been suspended from flying pending an investigation. Yeah, apparently under this Secretary of Defense and this administration, discipline, military discipline and military bearing are no longer requirements to be helicopter pilots or just any sort of military personnel. As long as you're performing for Kid Rock, apparently. Kind of sad. No wonder it's taking us so long to do whatever it is Trump thinks we're doing in Iran. These motherfuckers are not disciplined anymore. Okay, and let's see what else we got. So NASA successfully launches Artemis 2, first crewed lunar mission in over 50 years. Well, let's talk briefly about this. I was asked yesterday, because we did a lot of Supreme Court, talking about the Supreme Court in the birthright citizenship case. I was asked, well, Stanley, aren't you covering the moon, the moon shot, the launch? And my answer was the Supreme Court and the birthright citizenship thing is way more important than a fucking moon launch. We've been to the moon before. I assume we know how to do it. No big whoop. So I didn't even bother. I didn't even watch replays of the launch. All I'm doing here is just acknowledging that so far it's been successful. So let's see. 3 Americans and 1 Canadian are the astronauts, and they carried a plush toy named Rise, bearing the names of more than 5.6 million people who joined the mission vicariously. So they're carrying toys into space? Oh, really? Oh, man. Yeah, I was going to spend time covering toys in space. This is interesting. So Elon Musk's SpaceX files to go public, seeking massive market debut. So the aerospace company, valued at more than $1 trillion, could break the record for the largest public offering in history, according to reports. So let's hear a little bit about this.
Chicago, when winter winds or city noise have you.
These Washington Post commercials.
Siddiqui and Elizabeth Dwoskin, and read by Rachel, an AI-generated voice. Rocket maker SpaceX has filed to make an initial public offering, according to a person familiar with the matter, becoming the second company run by Elon Musk to eye a stock market listing after the first one. Tesla vaulted the billionaire to become the world's richest person more than a decade after its 2010 debut. SpaceX's debut marks the most anticipated IPO in years, one that could set a record by making shares of the trillion-dollar firm publicly available. Since its founding in 2002, SpaceX has established a foothold in satellite delivery, taken on numerous missions for NASA, put thousands of satellites into orbit, and pioneered reusable rockets. Bloomberg News, which first reported on SpaceX's confidential filing to go public, said the company could seek a $1.75 trillion valuation and debut on the stock market in June. SpaceX did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The person familiar with the matter spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe private deal-making. SpaceX, which acquired the Musk artificial intelligence startup xAI earlier this year, is dedicated to his bets on placing humans on the moon and eventually taking them to Mars, establishing a colony there. Musk has also pushed the company to corner the market on satellite-based internet and has announced plans to put data centers, a key to AI, in space. Through its xAI acquisition, SpaceX also now encompasses X, the social media site Musk bought for $44 billion in 2022 when it was called Twitter. Gene Munster, managing partner at SpaceX investor Deepwater Asset Management, said the IPO is expected to easily set the record for market debuts, raising more than $80 billion in his estimate. The narrative around space is that it's early and they've got the pole position, he said of SpaceX. I could see it go vertical right out of the gate. Munster said SpaceX's diverse array of businesses, from internet access to data centers to space exploration, would prove attractive to investors. The company is expected to make an unusually large amount of its shares available to retail investors, capitalizing on hype from those who want a stake in a flashy, Musk-run venture. Retail likes sizzle, Munster said. This is like the ultimate sizzle story. The regulatory environment that has fueled SpaceX's growth is poised to expand with the appointment of Jared Isaacman, an executive recommended by Musk, to lead NASA. Isaacman's nomination was withdrawn last year during a standoff between Musk and President Donald Trump, but it was restored as part of an effort to repair relations with Musk, the Washington Post previously reported. At the Hill and Valley Conference in Washington last week, Isaacman described a future vision that mirrored Musk's ambitions for space.
Yeah, I'm going to stop this here. I actually think that that's a good thing. If you are into commercializing space and that sort of thing, I think that it's probably a good investment if it's not too expensive. I think that they SpaceX has such a lead over the other aerospace companies that I'm on board. I might get me some of that IPO. So good on Elon Musk. I just wish he weren't such a dick. But can't win them all. I'm just going to talk briefly about this. Looks like Barry Weiss, who's the news chief at CBS. You will know her. If you're into politics, you'll know who she is. She's kind of like behind the Free Press, which was bought by Paramount. I think it was Paramount that bought her. So they bought her newspaper, her publication, and they bought her and made her the chief of CBS News. Well, she's thinking, hey, I can do a better 60 Minutes. Now, 60 Minutes has been like the #1 rated news show for like during my whole lifetime. Since I knew what 60 Minutes was back in the late 70s. So she thinks it's broken and she's gonna fix it. So I'm anxious to see what she does to it, but I suspect that she is going to single-handedly bring down 60 Minutes, which, like I said, has been an institution. I'm 61, so for 50 years at least, it's been like a big deal. And this looks like Tiger Woods. This is wow. Because I was actually going to talk about Tiger Woods next. I had no idea that CBS News had this story. So we gotta hear this story. Let's see what we got here. Make sure the volume's up. So this is Tiger Woods. It's just him in the cop car, I guess. Wow.
Well, that's all we have time.
All right. Well, that was Tiger Woods, I guess, after maybe they were transporting him. But this is actually what I was going to talk about. So Tiger Woods asks judge to leave country for inpatient treatment after DUI arrest. So, wow. So says here in a court filing, Tiger Woods' attorney wrote it is medically necessary for the golfer to receive treatment outside the U.S. because his privacy has been repeatedly compromised here. The judge gave Woods the green light to seek treatment internationally. NBC News' Jesse Kirsch reports. Okay, you know why Tiger Woods' privacy has been violated? Because he keeps fucking crashing cars. No one would know he was having issues. He rolled a Land Rover. Of course his privacy is gonna be fucking violated. The cops had to get involved. So we wish Tiger Godspeed. I remember, back in my early 30s when Tiger Woods first broke into the scene, those Nike commercials, I am Tiger Woods. Yeah, man, he was super. He was a phenomenon back in the early 90s. And, being probably about 10 years older than he is, actually 10 or 11 years older than he is, I've kind of had a ringside seat to his career, and it is really kind of sad to see. It's not over yet. Hopefully he gets the treatment and flourishes after that, but this is definitely going to put some tarnish on his record. You can't denigrate what he's accomplished, but some of the luster is going to be gone. All right, so now we have some more mundane stuff. I couldn't resist this because I bought a gallon of milk here yesterday. Whole milk share rises amid long-term decline in total fluid milk sales. How could I resist showing this? And I'm trying to figure out why whole milk is so popular. And I didn't pre-read this article. Says here the increase in share of sales for whole milk suggests that consumer concerns over dairy fat, which manifested during the early to mid 2000s, have diminished. So people are finding that hey, we don't care. Give us the full fat milk. Which, by the way, I cook a lot, so I don't like using. I want the whole milk or the whole buttermilk. Skim milk and the reduced fat types of milk don't work as well, in my opinion. If you're actually cooking for flavor, if you want food to look good but not taste good, just go ahead and use skim milk for like macaroni and cheese and that sort of thing. And I was hoping maybe Imperious would wander into the chat. Apparently Catholicism is all the rage now. Look at these frat boys. I want to listen to a little bit of this. It says here why Catholicism is drawing in Gen Z men. Young men in their 20s and 30s are increasingly drawn to the Catholic Church as they seek truth, beauty, and yes, girlfriends. Oh, this is awesome.
Lincoln Tech provides.
I'm not a political influencer at all, he said. And I wouldn't even say I'm a Catholic influencer. Catholicism and my faith is just one part of my personal brand. Gross22 makes his living as a content creator. He has 125,000 followers on Instagram, 48,000 on TikTok, and frequently appears shirtless and flexing, wearing shorts that could be mistaken for boxers. Those are gym shorts, he protested with a laugh when asked about them. Alongside secular content about his daily routines and favorite books are videos such as My Sunday Night as Ambitious Catholic Living in NYC, My Ash Wednesday as Catholic Man Traveling for Work, and Everything I Consumed While Fasting for Lent, Stimulant Maxing. The pendulum is swinging, he wrote in the caption of one video. Gen Z is turning back to God. Soon after he started posting about his search for a church, a young woman slid into his DMs on LinkedIn and told him to check out St. Joseph's Sunday evening mass. Shortly after his first visit, he abandoned his search for a spiritual home in New York. He had found it. The 6 p.m. Sunday mass at St. Joseph's, or St. Joe S as its habitués call it, has become a hub for New York City's young Catholics, its pews full of young women wearing sweater sets and silver cross necklaces, and young men with biceps straining against the sleeves of their polo shirts. A huge selling point is finding a potential partner, said Gross, though he was rolling solo. The joke is that St. Joe's is the ultimate place to date Catholic in New York because it's all the young, beautiful people that go there, said Thomas L., 24, a parishioner who spoke on the condition that he be identified only by his first name and last initial because his work involves sensitive government contracts. If you want a seat, you'd better get there early. By 5:45 p.m., all 850 seats were occupied. People too late to get standing spots craned their necks from the steps outside. The Reverend Boniface Endorf, the pastor at St. Joe S., estimated that attendance had increased by 20% in the past 6 months. From 2021 through 2024, the number of people receiving their first sacraments at Easter, baptism, First Communion, or confirmation remained steady, between 13 and 16 annually. In 2025, 35 people received sacraments. This year, the church is expecting 88. A year and a half ago, if 60 people stayed for the church's wine social after a Sunday evening service, it was a good night. These days, they average about 200 people, so why are young people flocking to St. Joe S? Our culture pushes that the meaning of life is consumerism and career, Father Endorf said, and they're looking for something more than what they can produce and what they can buy. Attendees offered a variety of other explanations. Church was a much-needed IRL third space for the terminally online. It afforded meaningful connection and the potential to turn those connections into serious relationships. In an ugly and inauthentic world, Catholicism offered beauty and tradition. A few people credited conservative activist Charlie Kirk's death as a catalyst. Kirk was not Catholic, but some associates of his have said that he was exploring Catholicism before he was killed. Father Endorf acknowledged that attendance spiked the weekend after Kirk was fatally shot, but said there hasn't been sustained interest in or discussion about Kirk among his parishioners since. The people that we get aren't all in the Charlie Kirk mold, he said. It's much...
Has anybody in the chat either done the conversion, in the process of being a convert or becoming a convert, or know anybody? Now, I know a couple content creators who shall remain nameless because you probably know who they are anyway, who have become recent converts. And I'm curious to know why Catholicism, back in the 80s and the 90s, and even early 2000s, being an evangelical, like a Protestant, born again, was the big deal. George Bush Jr., famous for being a born again Christian. Why? I think I have an idea of why Catholicism, but I would actually think something like Episcopalian or Anglican, they're pretty much the same thing. I'm just wondering why Catholicism, why not Episcopalianism or Lutheran or something like that? Anybody got any idea? I wish Imperious, if you actually hear this, on a replay or something. I'm really curious to know what you think about this. I just kind of chuckle from my perspective. So apparently no one knows anybody or anything like that. I'll remember to ask Imperius hopefully next time I see him. But apparently being a Catholic is all the rage. And from my perspective, hey, welcome aboard. It's a fun religion. It's the incense is a gas. All right. So that's pretty much all the articles. Videos are next. There's this video that I'm going to show next talking about and basically the next block is going to be about the Supreme Court. I want to hear, because someone asked me yesterday, it was Anton, asked me about my thoughts on the Childs versus Salazar case. The lone dissent was Ketanji Brown Jackson. Everybody else basically went for this for the free speech argument. So I figured it's a short argument, a little bit over an hour and a half or so. So I want to hear that, and then I want to go over the dissent, and I also want to go over the majority decision, and there was one concurrence. So it'll get boring, but hey, it's what I do. So before I do that, I want to thank all the sponsors of the show. The Sovereign Beer Fund, of course, is open. It's my little initial public offering. Elon has his IPO. I'm doing my IPO for the weekend show. Also, any investments / contributions / donations to defray the newspaper subscriptions and the YouTube subscriptions and all that sort of stuff is greatly appreciated. And I want to thank our sponsors so far of the Saturday show. One anonymous, I think I know who this anonymous person is, and I'll get a hold of him and thank him. Looks like he's not in the chat right now, but Latino for Trump salute, Black Knight salute, and anonymous salute. I definitely appreciate it. And still don't know what the Saturday show is going to be about, but Kimmy sent me something that I may just build a show around. It's basically about young Black Americans and parenting. So it looks promising, and if I can get a hold of her, I may email her, and I think I could do a show around it. I'm always ranting and raving about poor parenting and education, so I should be able to put something together. So let's see, what have we got here? So this is Jamel Bowie, who I'm a big fan of. And this is a Slate podcast. I don't know who the lady is. I guess I'll know in a few minutes. But they're talking about Trump's plan to crash Supreme Court arguments backfired. As we all know, Trump was present in the gallery during yesterday's 14th Amendment birthright citizenship oral argument. And there were all kinds of reactions to it. None of them positive, by the way. So I'll be interested. We may not listen to the whole 40 or 50 minutes, but I want to hear what they have to say. And it's Trump bashing, so how can I resist?
Probably.
I think if he was listening and could understand and parse what was happening, which is those are big, stipulate.
Ifs.
Not sure that's the case. But if if he's able to do that much, then I have to imagine that any indication is not going his way. I have to imagine that he does.
It's his one move, like show up himself and look mean.
I do think that if he were popular, this is a very different situation.
Oh, you think like if he had the Riz, like the death stare could work?
I think if he had the risk, he wouldn't have even needed to be there.
Jamel Bowie, how are you doing after those Supreme Court arguments?
I am feeling a little better than I did going into it. I'll say that. That's how I'm doing. I'm feeling better than I did going into the oral arguments.
Give me a word to sum up what you just heard.
A very skeptical Supreme Court. Not even, I mean, most of the justices, I would barely say skeptical, but even a few were almost contemptuous of the argument. And that's sort of what you want to hear in this particular case. You kind of don't want them to be being all that respectful of the argument, because the argument, frankly, isn't worthy of respect.
They seem to be enjoying playing around a little bit to me, like kittens with a ball or something.
Yes. I think that's kittens with a ball is exactly the right kind of amused, kind of somewhat predatory in the case of a few of the justices. But that, again, this is what you want to hear when it comes with this particular case, because, you know, as I've been writing for a minute now, there's just no there. There's no real plausible argument for the government's case.
Yeah, I mean, what was being discussed was really basic, which is basically just, does the Constitution guarantee birthright citizenship in this country? But the arguments, to me, when I listened, I could forgive someone.
12th man, neither you nor I are constitutional scholars. But let me help you out with this point. You've been struggling. You even emailed me this point for some ungodly reason. 12th man says the 14th Amendment was written for the slaves of children, not every Tom, Dick, and Jose that walks in the country. Well, let me help you out here, 12th man. Let's reframe it so it sounds a little bit more sophisticated than what you have scrawled in the chat. The purpose of the 14th Amendment was for the freedmen. Mainly, it addressed the Dred Scott decision, which basically said that Black people were not citizens. So the main purpose was to make sure that freed slaves and their children, but it wasn't just for the children, it was also for the actual freed men, making sure that they were treated as full citizens. They weren't the only ones that were slaves, by the way, just so you know. If you look at the 14th Amendment, not only were African slaves, I believe there were some Romani slaves in the New Orleans area. Not positive about that, but it also talks about servitude. So indenture, they wanted to make sure that indenture did not happen as well. So it covered more than just, quote, Black people. Okay. And if you did any deep study of the topic, you would never write something like this. The primary impetus was to address newly freed slaves and their citizenship, but it also covered other things. And you want to know the proof of that? Well, the Ark case, forget his first name, but the Wong Kim Ark, or whatever his name was, he was not a freed slave. So obviously it wasn't just for the children of slaves. There have been 1 or 2 or 3 important cases that did not involve freed slaves, where the Supreme Court basically backed birthright citizenship. So more than likely, Trump is going to lose this case. And if Trump loses, you lose too, with this very, simplistic view of what the 14th Amendment is. Now, the good thing and the bad thing about the U.S. Constitution and all the amendments is they are wonderfully simple, but they're also wonderfully complicated. So it reads simple, but it's really not simple. So anyway, I've addressed that. That's a very that's not even a good. That's your statement is at best incomplete, at worst ahistorical. You need to do better and do a little bit of a deeper dive before you make statements like that.
For giving up, because they were very strained and technical. There was a lot of talk about like, what does allegiance mean? What does within the jurisdiction of the United States mean? All these like really technical words. Why was that? I feel like the base issue was very clear, but their discussion of it was not.
I think this sums up the entire problem with this case. On one side, you have the clear, plain meaning of the words of Section 1 of the 14th Amendment. There really is no ambiguity there. If you look at the historical sources, right, the legislative record, the debates around the citizenship clause in the larger 14th Amendment, the post ratification discussions from people involved in it, they all zero in on the same thing, that this applies to everyone born in the United States, that the people who it does not apply to reside in a few very narrow exceptions that were widely understood.
Native Americans, kids of diplomats, like that's it.
Children of diplomats, an invading army, let's say that an invading army takes some territory and kids are born there, it doesn't apply there, and certain native tribes, right? Given their unusual relationship with the United States, they're sort of their own sovereigns. Widely understood. And I'll note, totally logically coherent, right? Everyone who's born on territory controlled by the United States is a citizen, unless the territory is not controlled by the United States. That's literally what it says.
Super basic.
The diplomats part is like, you can imagine a diplomat residing on like a tiny piece of their country's territory, hence diplomatic immunity. So that's what it says. And that's what the record says it says. On the other side, from the government and from a handful of legal scholars, conservative legal scholars, who have decided to try to bolster the government's case, is an argument that hinges on, as you note, a bunch of fine technical terms. What I would describe as essentially a bunch of esoterica, right? So they'll say, oh, well, if you look at this early modern, early 17th century case regarding aliens in England, then it's not clear that jurisdiction applies to someone who has an established domicile. And it's like, those words run in the 14th Amendment, right? Those words aren't there, right? Allegiance isn't there. Domicile isn't there. And if it were there, and this gets to what's so frustrating.
All righty. Well, let me help our historian. What's up, dirty dude? Let me help our little historian 12th man here out. The reason 1868 was the date is because the 14th Amendment started out as the 1866, the Civil Rights Act of 1866. It was vetoed by Andrew Johnson, who felt that, oh, hey, basically black people are going to get more benefit out of this than white people. So he vetoed it and Congress overrode it. And basically the concern was, well, you know what? If we just do this as legislation, it could be repealed in the future. So they decided to basically put it into the Constitution so it would be a lot harder, if not impossible, to overturn. You basically have to amend the Constitution to make changes to the 14th Amendment. So once again, this bullshit about Tom, Dick, and Jose, it's ahistorical. And once again, there have been several Supreme Court cases that did not involve former slaves, and the decision still came out the decisions still came out. Birthright citizenship was upheld. So once again, at worst, well, at best, your answer is incomplete and very shallow. Obviously, you've done no deep reading or deep thinking about this statement, 12th man. At worst, it's a historical, as if you have no clue about United States history. So hopefully you don't keep with the Tom, Dick, and Jose shit, because you sound ridiculous at this point. So let us continue.
Trading to me about the government's case. If you are talking about, if you're saying the parents have had to have had allegiance to the sovereign in order to be subject to the jurisdiction, well, what about illegally kidnapped enslaved people brought over? Does the 14th Amendment make their kids citizens? Because under that logic, it doesn't seem like it does. Oh, well, the parents have had to establish domicile. What about enslaved people who escaped to Canada and their children are still in the United States? Are their children citizens? Doesn't seem like it to me under that reading. Oh, well, you know, in order to be subject to the jurisdiction, then et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And every time you begin to unpack what they're saying, it begins to exclude people that we know that it was meant to include, right? Your parents have to show allegiance, or they had to have been subject to the protection of the sovereign. Black Americans under slavery were in a real sense outlaws. In fact, the holding in Dred Scott was that they did not have rights worth respecting, that they did not have the right to have rights. If that's what the 14th Amendment means, or what the Citizenship Clause means, then it doesn't overturn Dred Scott. And the one thing we know it's supposed to do is overturn Dred Scott. So for me, just observing this and listening to it in the past year, I've just been like, what are we doing here? You know, like, what are we doing here? There are a few things in the Constitution actually as clear cut as the Citizenship Clause. Similarly clear cut things. You have to be 35 to be president, right? Each state gets 2 senators. There is a president, right? That's how clear cut it is. And the fact that we're not treating it that way is really frustrating to me.
So President Trump went to court to hear the arguments, and this was reported last night. A presidential first. People made a big deal about like how there's a chair there for him, like as if he's supposed to be there, even though he's kind of not, like it's ceremonial. I gotta say, when I heard this, my big thought was he had threatened to do this for the tariffs case. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that, yeah.
And he lost that case. And I think Trump literally thought, I am the lucky rabbit's foot for my Solicitor General. If I show up, we're going to win this time. Like, this is another one I deeply care about. So I'm going. What did you think?
No, that sounds right to me. And, you know, he left as soon as Sauer finished his opening argument.
Yeah, he did not stay to see the rebuttal at all.
No, not at all. That might be because the justices were kind of they were not happy with Sauer at all. It's the spectacle of the president showing up there, I'll say, is troubling in that it's a signal that the president does see the justices as almost like belonging to him.
Yeah.
Right? That like, you know, I put you there, especially to Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Barrett. And it's a demonstration of the kind of contempt the president has for the notion that he isn't like the king of America. Like the way he struts around, it's as if he owns everything because he's the president. And I think him going there was kind of him saying, in essence, you know, I own the Supreme Court. This is my court. And I'll say, you know, when I think about why the court may have taken this case, politically speaking, given how straightforward the law is and the history is here, politically speaking, it might have well just been to say like a demonstration of the court to say, well, we don't belong to Trump. There are times when the literal letter of the Constitution makes it clear that the president is wrong, then we will say that he's wrong. Which on the one hand,
well, let me make one point here because we're at this point. I don't see the need to watch the whole thing, but I did want to hear that point about the president thinking that he owns America. I did a short. I think it was yesterday. It was a clip from a show earlier in the week, and it's called what is it called? It's called something like Trump thinks he's the CEO of America. And in my opinion, we now know what it's like to have a quote business owner as president, and hopefully we'll never make this mistake again. This dude thinks that he is a CEO and America is a company, and he can just pretty much do whatever he wants to do. And that is just, oh, here it is. It's just like 40 seconds, but I want to play it because it made me laugh upon replay. Let's see here. Nobody thought to say Trump thinks he's CEO of America. Okay, he thinks America is his company. The White House is his house. And, you know, basically as custodian or caretaker, he is the CEO. So he can pretty much do, and he's kind of said it, I'm the president. I can do whatever I think is necessary. Supreme Court confirmed it by giving him, some immunity, more enhanced immunity that the Constitution doesn't call for anything like that, but they did it. Yeah, this dude thinks that we are his employees. He thinks that the White House is his to do as he will. He's going to redecorate Washington to his specifications. He's putting his name on the fucking Kennedy Center. This dude is a megalomaniac, and thank God he's old. We're only going to have to endure him. We're only going to have to endure him for so long. And I feel sorry. I'm almost embarrassed for the 46% or whatever the number was that actually voted for Trump. Boy, were y'all wrong. Dude, y'all look silly as fuck right now.
On hand is like, I'm glad you're demonstrating that. On the other hand, it's like the fact that you have to make that statement is the evidence of the problem itself.
By the time Trump left, do you think he knew this case was not going to go his way? Probably.
I think if he was listening and could like understand and parse what was happening, which is those are big, stipulate
Ifs.
Not sure that's the case. But if he's able to do that much, then I have to imagine that he knew the case was not going his way. I have to imagine that he does. I have a sense that he knew going in that the case wasn't going to go his way. Both again because the clear text of the Constitution, the history, and his own political position.
Which is why he tried his move. Do you know what I mean? It's his one move, show up himself and look mean.
I do think that if he were popular, right? Like if we're looking at a Trump administration where he is like at 51% approval, or even like 45, 46 approval, which for Trump is like doing quite well. This is a very different situation because
you think like if he had the Riz, like the death stare could work?
I think so. I think if he had the Riz, he wouldn't have even needed to be there because I think the court would
That's the sign of the real Riz.
Right. Would have led credence to the idea that somehow, Trump is representing what the American people want here. But he's very unpopular. Every polling average has him trending into the 30s right now. This particular subject, birthright citizenship, 2-1, the American public supports the traditional view. So there's nothing politically for the court to grab onto either.
Can we tell the story of this case? Like on the first day of his second term, Trump issues an executive order that would end birthright citizenship for babies born in the U.S. if their parents are undocumented. But his sort of flirting with this idea goes back to 2018. So clearly this has been on Trump's mind. And of course, this was immediately challenged by lower courts. But it didn't take long for it to get all the way up to the Supremes, right?
That's right. I mean, this is a situation where the lower courts were all like, yeah, this is nonsense. The 14th Amendment says what it says. The controlling precedent in Wong Kim Ark from 1898 says what it says. And besides, the president can't change the Constitution by executive fiat.
Let's walk people through that for folks who maybe don't know the history either with the courts or the history with the 14th Amendment. Just a quick refresher, citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment. It reads, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. The president has said this citizenship clause was written simply to guarantee citizenship to children of slaves post-Civil War, but we know that's not true, right?
Yeah. So
you're like, let me sit down a second.
It's true, but it's not just that, right? I mean,
Yeah.
what the president is saying that it only did that. It was very narrowly that, but that's not really the case. Prior to the Civil War, there's nothing in the Constitution about citizenship. There's not a lot of statutes about citizenship. There's a Naturalization Act of, I think, 1790 something that says only, white people can be naturalized, but there isn't really a lot there. And citizenship is determined state by state.
That seems messy.
It is very messy. And many states, denied that free Black Americans could be citizens of the state, and by kind of extension, the nation. Couldn't reside there, couldn't hold property, couldn't serve on juries, that kind of thing. And then obviously the enslaved had this kind of permanently subordinate status. Abolitionists throughout this entire time are arguing no. And when I say abolitionists, I mean white and Black. Really important to emphasize. Many abolitionists are Black. It should be obvious, but I often think we have this image of sort of like a white guy as an abolitionist, but many, many abolitionists, some of the most important, like Frederick Douglass, are Black. So abolitionists, Black activists, they're all saying no, that this is our only country. We've never known any other. We were born here. This is our country. And that being born here is what grants us our right to citizenship. There's a great book called Birthright Citizens by the historian Martha Jones, which kind of unpacks all of this.
Oh, yeah,
But
I know
this is
who
the
Martha
argument they're
Jones
making.
is.
This is an argument that really comes out of Black American activism during the antebellum period. Abolitionists really advance this idea leading up to the Civil War that there's national citizenship, and that national citizenship cannot be limited by the states, and it's an equal citizenship, and it's a citizenship based on birth. After the Civil War, the Congress, which is led basically by radical Republicans who are very sympathetic to the abolitionists, some of them are abolitionists, this kind of thing, they passed the Civil Rights Act of 1866, which is the first federal attempt to kind of state we have birthright citizenship. It's vetoed by Johnson. They overturned the veto, but there's worry that it's not constitutional, so they write the 14th Amendment. The Citizenship Clause is based on the 1866 law, but expanded out, because also in all of this, right, there is a desire to settle the question for good. They don't want a future Congress to revisit this. 800,000 people are dead, right? We just fought a war over this stuff. They don't want this to come back up again. They don't want future Congresses to deal with it. They wanted a single rule, simple, easy to understand for posterity. And so they write the Citizenship Clause. And I'll say, the other things I mentioned about, Black Americans couldn't vote, serve on juries, travel, reside. If you read the rest of the Section 1 of the amendment, you can kind of see that amendment is trying to ensure that citizenship will be equal, right? So it's the Birthright Clause first, and then the Privileges and Immunities Clause, and then the Due Process Clause, and then the Equal Protection of the Laws, the Equal Protection Clause. That's a package. I know we're used to reading these things like lawyers, but it's worth reading it like it's a political document. And it's stating there shall be national citizenship. It shall be based on birth. It shall contain all the privileges and immunities of citizenship everywhere. If you citizen or not, you will get the due process of laws. Citizens or not, you will get the equal protection of laws, or the due process of the courts.
You say that Congress wanted to settle this, but like by 1898, you were.
Yeah, this is an interesting point, and people like SKC make the same what would you call it? Like this groveling point, like white worshiping point that Megabyte. So you're in good company if you're agreeing with SKC. So Kelvin says, yeah, but whites had to give the signature. Okay, well, let me help you out here. It is not taught in high school history classes, probably when you should actually start teaching a more unvarnished and thus truer version of American history. Yeah, it took white signatures to do it. And by the way, there were black people in Congress in 1868. So it wasn't just white people. But let me tell you, one of the reasons, and there are a lot of moving parts to American slavery in American history. But after the Nat Turner Rebellion, and there were thousands of slave rebellions that, some I'm sure aren't even recorded, but even the recorded ones, there are way more than Denmark Vesey, which was before America was founded, and Nat Turner, which was when was it? It was like 1830 something. I'd have to look it up. I can't remember. White people in the South were deathly afraid of their slaves. That's why slaves in a lot of cases couldn't read, because they did not want slaves to be able to do any planning. They did not want slaves owning weapons. One of the reasons there was and is a Second Amendment is because of slave revolts. There were revolts in general, like the Whiskey Rebellion and that sort of thing. But the South basically said, hey, if we can't guarantee that other states will send us help in the case of a major slave revolt, we're not going to even join the Union. So whites basically had no choice but to sign. Yeah, whites did it, but let me put it to you this way. The South basically had no representation in Congress when the 13th and 14th Amendments were signed. So the whites that signed it had blacks there in Congress with them. The South really had no say in it. So the whites who mattered did the signing, and the whites who didn't matter, well, you know what? They were an afterthought, at least up until 1877, when they had their little bit of revenge. So I don't know what you hope to accomplish, Kelvin, about, but whites had to give the signature. I need you to help me understand why whites doing the signing makes that much of a difference. Are you saying whites gave the slaves their freedom? Is that what you're saying, Megabyte? I'd love to hear your thinking on this, and the link is posted, by the way, if anybody wants to come up and defend Kelvin.
Seeing this case in front of the Supreme Court, United States v. Wong Kim Ark, and this is the case that really cements our current understanding of birthright citizenship, right? What did Wong Kim Ark do to sort of hone in on what the 14th Amendment meant here?
Some important background here is that during debates over the Citizenship Clause, it was openly raised, this question of, would this apply to Chinese immigrants, to quote gypsies? This is an open question on the table about who gets to be included. And throughout the debates, the authors of the 14th Amendment are saying repeatedly, again and again and again, yeah, it applies to them too. Does it apply to the children of Chinese parents? Yes, it does. Does it apply to the children of gypsies? Yes, it does. And it's important to emphasize that children part because the administration and its argument wants to make this about the parents.
And where the parents reside and where
Right.
they have status.
But the 14th Amendment isn't about the parents. It doesn't say a word about parents. It's about the children. It's about, are we going to allow a stateless class of children who are permanently at the bottom of our society? Dred Scott said, yes, that's what we have.
And then we had the Civil War.
Then we have the Civil War, right? So part of so there's as I'm sure many listeners know, there's a huge backlash against Chinese immigration to the United States. The Chinese are seen as permanently transient, unable to assimilate, truly foreign to the country. In 1869, Frederick Douglass actually gives a speech where he's like, "This is all nonsense. We should welcome the Chinese." But in 1882, the country passes the Chinese Exclusion Act, which forbids the naturalization of Chinese immigrants and strictly limits their ability to come to the country in the first place. Wong Kim Ark is a San Francisco-born Chinese American. His parents, Chinese immigrants, and he has left the country. And he tries to come back in. And at port, they're like, "Well, you can't come in. You're Chinese." And he's like, "Well, no, I'm an American citizen that's born here." And that's basically the case, right? Like, is he an American citizen? Even despite the Chinese Exclusion Act, is he an American citizen because he was born here? And it's interesting to note that this case is the product of an organized movement to try to deny citizenship to Chinese Americans, leveraging the same arguments the Trump administration is leveraging now, that the parents were under the dominion of a foreign sovereign, they hadn't given allegiance, that they hadn't established domicile, all these things.
In other words, we've been here before and it's been decided, and it was like more than 100 years ago.
We've been here exactly before.
Yeah.
The exact same arguments. And the court in Wong Kim Ark, it's a 6-2 decision. It's 8 members of the court. The court in Wong Kim Ark says, we have this English common law tradition, which has this birthright rule. That is what was codified in the 14th Amendment. That the words of the 14th Amendment are general, not specific. They don't exclude anyone. That the drafters of the 14th Amendment were not excluding anyone. Like, kind of exactly what I'm saying now, the court was saying in 1898.
And that's notable because this court was not some like rainbows and like fairy dust court. This was like the same court from Plessy v. Ferguson, which paved the way for Jim Crow. So like, these are not like, it's not Frederick Douglass like writing this
These
opinion.
aren't liberals. These aren't progressives.
Yeah.
Right? These are people who look at Jim Crow segregation and they say, "Hey, it doesn't look like anything to us."
Right. Move on.
But I think this only emphasizes the clarity of the 14th Amendment. Even that court rather, could not get past the clear meaning of the words.
So in this argument that the Trump administration is making, are they beating the allegations that they are essentially bringing up the same arguments that a bunch of racists did in the late 1800s?
No. That's exactly what they're doing. That they're very much bringing up the same arguments as a bunch of racists in the 1800s. They are, I mean, I would go as far as to say that they are trying to treat the 14th Amendment as if it made Dred Scott the law of the land. Because think about what it means to say that your parenthood determines your citizenship. That renders countless children stateless. It renders them outside the protection of the law. It renders them kind of a permanent subordinate class. And that is we get so, I mean, not caught up, but like when we teach Dred Scott, we teach Dred Scott in terms of it didn't allow African Americans to be citizens. But I think that's too narrow. The holding in Dred Scott is about the nature of American society. And what it says is this is a white man's country. And if you are outside of that, you simply do not have a place and you will never be included. That's part of why the political reaction to Dred Scott from the new Republican Party was so fierce. That's why when Abraham Lincoln or Lyman Trumbull or Seward are all raging against Dred Scott, they're like waving the Declaration of Independence as well, because they see Dred Scott as being like a direct attack on the idea that the United States, at the very least, everyone starts on like an equal plane.
Well, and notably, the government is citing white supremacists in their documents
Yes.
here that they filed in front of the court.
I mean, quite literally, yeah.
They're like, yeah, this is why we think X, Y, and Z. And there's not much you can do with that. I also think it's worth talking about. And I say this because the government raised, like, look what happens in other countries, because not all countries have birthright citizenship. And I'm like, cool. You want to do that? Let's do it. Like,
Yeah.
Because birthright citizenship is a Western Hemisphere thing. These are places that were colonies. And so they put in place this idea that, like, okay, a whole bunch of people came here. And so that is part of our identity, right? And, you don't have birthright citizenship in the same way in Europe. But you know where you also don't have birthright citizenship? In the UAE. You know what I mean? And in the UAE, you literally do have a permanent underclass of people.
Yes.
And it's ugly as hell.
Yes.
And it's like, is that what you're saying you want? Like, if we're going to talk about other international examples, like, let's do it.
That's what it looks like. Yeah. That's what it looks like when you are a country that refuses to extend citizenship on the basis of parentage or race or nationality. It looks like, oh, I guess you just have a slave underclass.
Is it worth talking about, like, the legal infrastructure that's been built up over the course of this year, like really just a year, to support the argument that somehow birthright citizenship is not what was intended with the 14th Amendment? Because it is striking, I think, especially.
Let me just quickly point out, Dave is asking, saying he doesn't see the point of upholding it unless the 14th Amendment, no reason to uphold it unless you're a tree hugging poo butt, which you must be teaching little Dave these words, or he's teaching you these words there, Dave. But my point is, either these MAGA blacks and these far right black conservative types believe in the Constitution, or you don't believe in the Constitution. Okay, there is no upholding birthright citizenship. It's in the Constitution. So what you're upholding is the Constitution. If you want it changed, then do an amendment. And that's a real tough way to go. But if everyone keeps saying, well, most Americans want, immigration gotten under control. Well, if you have that kind of a majority, propose a constitutional amendment and let's see if you actually have the 3/4 necessary to change the Constitution or amend it. What these folks cannot seem to understand is you can't have constitutionality one day and then you want to ignore or blatantly contradict the Constitution with an executive order the next day. Our government does not work like that. And, poo butts aside, it's in the Constitution and it is in plain language, whether you like it or not.
Especially for someone who's not a legal scholar, to see, like, oh, hold it, lawyers are fighting about this. Maybe there's some real, like, debate to have here. But you've suggested and noted in your writing that the people fighting about this and sort of defending the administration here, they have come very lately to their opinions. They, in fact, like, had the opposite opinion not that long ago. Like, Can you just lay this out?
Sure. So during oral arguments on Wednesday, Solicitor Sauer cited the work of Ilan Werman, a law professor at the University of Minnesota Law School.
You have called him Worm Man. I'm not going to let you escape that.
Don't let me escape it. I have. You'll see why I've called him that.
Wait for it.
Wait for it. But I have called him Worm Man. So back in 2018, Worman, like most legal scholars, when the president floated ending birthright citizenship by executive fiat, was
Back
like,
in 2018.
Back in 2018, listen, that's just nonsense. The 14th Amendment says what it says. And he said this, he was like, I'm a constitutional originalist, right? So originalism compels, even if my policy preferences are in a different place, originalism compels this understanding. And this was, again, a lot of legal scholars. If you look in, plenty of work written between then and now, a lot of these legal scholars are just stating outright, this is what it says, this is what it means. Fast forward to 2025, Trump is president again. He seems politically ascendant, and then he issues his executive order. And a lot of these same legal scholars begin to say, oh, maybe it's a little more complicated. Worman is out of the gate. He's out of the gate saying the question is more complicated than it is.
He had literally written a book saying the question is not more complicated, right?
He has literally written a book on the 14th Amendment that has very little on the citizenship clause. And what there is just a restatement of the traditional view. And this is a couple hundred pages of a book. He does not leverage anything to suggest it's a more complicated question. But he's first off the gate saying it's more complicated. And he's joined by several other scholars, Kurt Lash at the University of Richmond, who had also written in a volume giving the traditional view just a couple years prior.
What are they doing here? What's the game?
I don't know what the game is. I cannot speculate about their motives. All I know is that they said one thing a couple years ago. The president, with whom I guess they have some ideological affinity, is back. He has issued this executive order, and now they're like, oh, actually, it's a more complicated question. And over the course of the year, Worman engages in this huge research project, stretching back 800 years of law to try to show that actually it's more complicated.
800 years.
I'm not a legal scholar. I'll say that up front. I do read a lot of legal scholars. I think I'm very fluent in these issues, but I'm not a legal scholar. Even still, it seems to me that you need more than a couple months to canvass and survey. And mind you, he's a full-time professor. He does a podcast. He has lots of responsibilities.
He's a busy man.
He has stuff to do. I'm not sure you could do a full canvas of 800 years of law, including in areas for which you are not an expert, for which this is new to you, in order to come up with some theory.
But also, if you're like supposedly making an American theory of the case, America's 250 years old, bro. Like,
right.
Like look at the American case
It's
law.
going to English common law and all that. And there's this interesting, I mean, this is a bit of an aside, but this is like this interesting thing where it's like, does the 14th Amendment, is it just reflecting common law or not? It is. But then there's this other point that, like, in as much as it isn't, it is the country at the time saying, well, we want it to be this way and not that way. And there's a lot of dismissing that kind of active choice that we want it to be this way, not that way. Anyway, many other legal scholars, people whose expertise is in, say, early modern English common law, people whose expertise is in law of nations, people whose expertise is in migration in the United States and Indian law in the United States, they are looking at Worman's work and the work of the people who are aligned with them and saying, this is wrong. You are drawing the wrong conclusions.
Yeah.
You are trying to you're reading meaning where meaning does not exist and ignoring meaning where it does. Sort of elementary scholarly flaws. And
wish casting is what some people might call it.
Wish casting. I'll note that in Worman's brief to the court, he is very hesitant and very provisional about the claims he's making. So in the scholarship he's putting in the quotes over scholarship, he's putting out to his allies. It's very resolute. It's more ambiguous. There are more questions. But when he's under threat of perjury, which is what you are when you are submitting a brief to the court, he's hedging. And that to me tells the whole story right there.
Yeah. I mean, to me, I look at the arguments that the government's making here, and the goal seems to be the American elite essentially pulling up the ladder behind them and being like, okay, no more room here. But it raises these questions, right? Like, are we a nation of immigrants, which is what every politician has said for decades, Republican, Democrat, whatever. Is the American dream real? Or like, can you come here with your family and build a life? Like, we're essentially like, no.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I don't know. I want more people to understand it that way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think that's right. This is a case about whether or not anyone, really can belong to this country if they don't have the right heritage. If their parents didn't come from the right place.
That is like the one good promise this country makes.
Yeah, right. Most Americans cannot trace their.
I'm going to stop this right here. We're, I don't know, about almost 3/4 of the way through. To Jamel Bowie's point, and if you go back, there's a speech that I have somewhere on a video that JD Vance gave, where he's talking about heritage being one of the most important things. MAGA wants to change the nature of citizenship. Okay. And immigration, the illegal immigration problem is just one of the things that is, it's an excuse. Essentially, these people are going to take immigration and kill two birds with one stone. Illegal immigration is a problem. I will say the Biden administration let it get out of control, but you can go all the way back to the late 80s when Reagan gave amnesty, and pretty much from that point forward, every administration seems to have never been able to get the border under control. I remember, for decades, immigration reform, where the Republicans are saying, get the border under control, then we'll talk about immigration reform. And the Democrats were the opposite. We want immigration reform, then we'll deal with the border. And it's just been spiraling out of control for decades. Well, in the meantime, you have people like Amy Wax talking about immigration in a more racial way. And if you don't know who Amy Wax is, I guess I could do a whole show on her. Maybe that's what I'll do Saturday. She basically is, I guess she's called herself a Western chauvinist. If it were left up to people like JD Vance and Amy Wax and a lot of other people, the bulk of our immigration would come from Northern Europe. They would only let countries, basically France and north of France, into the country. I'm not even sure they would want Eastern Europeans immigrating over here. They would basically want the Scandinavian countries, probably France, and maybe northern Italy, where it borders Germany. These guys basically want blonde-haired, blue-eyed northern Europeans as like the bulk of our immigrants. And yeah, you'll let in a little bit of, other swarthy peoples for a little bit of spice. We need tacos and we like our tacos spicy. That would be, the only people they would let in. And JD Vance and a lot of these far right MAGA types basically are using illegal immigration to hide behind, to push their racist immigration policy. If they had their way, they would get rid of, or they would overturn the Immigration Act. the Civil Rights Immigration Act, was it 1965 or so? They would overturn that, and they would take us back to pre 1923 or whenever it was, and only let in Northern Europeans. So, that's basically the root of this birthright citizenship. It's not just birthright citizenship. There's some other things that they want to do as well. What's up, 12th man? Hey, Natasha.
Hey, good to hear your voice, Stanley. How's your day? This selling a piece
So
of
far, so
land is
good.
stressing me out, man.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I have to have all kinds of people come over and look at it, and then half of them ain't serious. The ones that are serious are too broke to afford it, so it's a hassle. But thanks for letting me get
Well,
that off my chest, Stanley.
Are you having a real estate agent, or are you doing it yourself?
Doing it for sale by owner.
Interesting.
You can do that in Alaska. Every state is.
You can do it pretty much anywhere.
Is that right? Can you do that in?
I know you can do it in Georgia.
Stanley. I gotta go.
Okay. I was going to say, I know you can do it in Virginia and Georgia. I would imagine if you own the property, you can sell it as the owner. Let's see. This is interesting. Amy Wax is still winning prizes. Wow. Let me see, can I find one of her oldies but goodies? Some of you will know her. There is a video that I have of her talking on immigration, and it's like 5 or 6 years old, and I'm looking for it on YouTube, and I don't see it, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go and dig for it. Oh wait, here's something.
My name is.
This is her talking on immigration. This is 4 months ago, but I bet we can get some good stuff here. I mean, she is downright offensive when she talks about immigration. So let's see if we can get a little bit of this.
To find that way.
Oh, and by the way, this is the Intercollegiate Studies Institute, which they have a lot of conservative people talking. And the name of the video is Mass Effects, Malaise, and Mass Immigration, 2025 American Politics and Government Summit. And I'm hoping that Amy Wax will be at her finest talking about immigration.
Thank you.
Mike. Well, hello. My talk is called Campus of the Saints. And thank you for inviting me to speak on this topic and the recent republication of Camp of the Saints. I am going to engage in a bit of a gear shift here to talk about an important and growing aspect of migration. One might even say mass migration. One could even designate it as an invasion, which is quite significant for our national life. It's been going on for quite a while, but only recently become salient, as it should be. A steadily increasing number of foreign student visas have been granted by the United States to study in our universities at all levels and also in our secondary schools, with most of the students coming from third and second world countries, especially India and China, but also the Muslim world, the global South, pretty much everywhere a few from the West, but not many. Trump's proposed compact with higher ed, new on the scene, offers more generous grants and federal support to schools that comply with its terms, including my own university, Penn, that include imposing a 15% cap on foreign student undergraduate enrollment, at least in its current iteration. This is definitely a moving target and a work in progress. And this has met with a decidedly mixed response. Indeed, I would say a largely negative response, even on the right. A Wall Street Journal editorial asked sarcastically, where did Trump get that number? Did his people just throw some darts? Not surprisingly, without citing any actual facts, the editorial stressed the enormous upsides of bringing in foreign students and foreign talent to our university system, and is thus critical of those caps. And even before the compact was floated, Howard Lutnick, the Secretary of Commerce, warned that many colleges, including small colleges in obscure places, depend on foreign enrollment just to remain viable. He predicted they would disappear if the source of warm bodies and, of course, of money, the money they pay, were closed off. And this remark was part of a recurrent litany in the press and from higher ed spokesmen that foreign students are a vital source of revenue. They pay full freight for their programs and generally aren't as eligible for loans or scholarships as native students. Now, although the Wall Street Journal deplored the caps, only a few days later, last Wednesday, in fact, it published an interesting article noting that the Trump compact cap only applies to undergrads and that the picture for undergrads is decidedly mixed. Now, there are some high-end schools like Columbia and NYU that exceed 15%, and others such as Rochester, BU, exceeding that number. And with a couple of the schools that the article listed having even 2 to 3 times that percentage, but the one on Trump's list, which are elite schools like Penn, Dartmouth, Duke, mostly stay within the limits. Now, as for the many thousands of schools in the middle tier and in the bottom tier, the Wall Street Journal did not deign to tell us what is going on. But if we believe the Wall Street Journal numbers on the relatively small percentage of foreign undergrads, I guess we can ask, what's the big deal? At the very least, the picture on undergrad places going to foreign-born visa holders is not as bad as Trump seems to think it is. Unfortunately, the really big deal and the elephant in the room is one that the administration inexplicably overlooked, and that is what is happening at the graduate level. The percentage of foreign students granted visas for graduate study, masters, PhDs mostly, is far, far higher than for the undergraduate level. Routinely over half or more in many schools or programs, once again varying by the type of institution and their status. So in fact, our universities are flooded with foreign students at the graduate level.
For those who don't know who Amy Wax is, I have known about. I know of Amy Wax through Glenn Lowry. His show, maybe 6 years ago, is where I first became aware of her. And I hate to say this, but believe this or not, she reminds me of my mother-in-law. I kid you not, even physically. In that same voice. But she is a brilliant woman. This woman has an MD from Harvard. She was a practicing neurologist for a while. She also has a JD from Columbia. She stopped doing doctoring and became a lawyer. And she's been a law professor for quite some time. So the woman is just drop dead brilliant. But man, she the one thing I can say for her is she does not hide her her beliefs. I've never heard her use a racial slur, but damn, all she would need to do is use a couple to seal the deal. She has a huge problem because she's a law professor at UPenn. She has a huge problem, especially with Asian students. I've heard her talk about, or whine about all the South Asians that are at Penn's University of Pennsylvania's hospital. And one of her main complaints is a lot of these foreign students come in, they wind up staying, and they vote Democrat. That's one of her big issues as well. But again, she has talked in the past about, if she had her way, immigration into the United States would be limited to Northern Europeans, mainly because their culture is more similar than immigration from other parts of the world. I've heard, I think it was Be Brave once said that he's a culturalist, not a racist, which what's the difference, in my opinion? So hopefully she gets going good in this video. I haven't watched it. I just thought of her hearing Jamel Bowie talk about birthright citizenship, and I figured I would show a little bit of her. At some point, hopefully we'll get to that Supreme Court case that Anton asked me about. It's the one where a couple days ago, the Supreme Court found in favor of conversion therapists. Basically, they ruled for the conversion therapist in the case because they decided her free speech was violated. Her rights to free speech were violated in the state passing laws saying she could not practice conversion therapy. And I actually agree with that decision.
Now, the same.
Any comments, 12th man, before I start this?
No, I'm glad you agreed with that decision. So do I.
Yeah, well, I think conversion therapy is a waste of time, but if people want to waste their money, let them.
Wall Street Journal, on the undergrad situation, actually looked.
I'm sorry, what?
If you're going to ban that, then you're going to say there can't be no tarot card readers or
the reason no hold on no nothing to do with tarot cards or anything like that. The reason Colorado passed a law is they're talking about their licensing. Okay, they want, this particular lady she wasn't state licensed, even though she had like a master's, a PhD or something. Academically, I think she was qualified, but she was not a licensed therapist. That was the problem. So nothing to do with tarot cards or anything like that.
I'm just saying you can't.
Basically, hold on, please.
It's free speech.
Basically, the Supreme Court is saying free speech trumps the licensing requirements. You cannot pass a law that violates free speech because it's unconstitutional.
Exactly.
Into this a bit and conceded that even the schools on Trump's compact list were enrolling routinely 40% foreign graduate students. All right. Now, I will concede that it's hard to get a clear, unbiased picture of exactly how many visas we are talking about overall, in which fields, in which universities, and even more importantly, what happens to these people after they get their degree? Where do they go? What do they do? What is their effect on our country, on our own labor markets, on the world in general? Higher ed is vast and varied. It's not all Harvard and MIT, even though we are focused and obsessed with those schools. And this complicates getting a handle on what is going on with foreign graduate study. But I can tell you one thing. The situation has dramatically changed, certainly from when I was an undergrad, when I was a graduate student. When I was a student at Yale in the early 70s, I cannot remember knowing even one single foreign-born student. So we do have a new day here. And as an immigration generally, much discussion on the effect of that new day is assumption-rich, fact-free, and of course, highly politicized. Now, in light of our imperfect knowledge and our limited time here, I want to make a few observations and raise some questions and concerns that ought to inform any discussion of whether the present situation is desirable or undesirable. The first observation is that the diversity cult has wormed its way into almost everyone's brain. And the assumption is this is a good thing. More on that in a moment. Secondly, foreign graduate studies is being heavily subsidized by American taxpayers. And it's important not to forget that. Foreign students, undergrads and grad alike, bring in more tuition dollars than natives, often full freight. But higher ed is constantly lamenting to alumni and donors and the government that tuition covers only a fraction of the cost of their lavish facilities and services. So they want it both ways.
See, this is where people like her need to be checked. She is off base here. If these people are paying full freight, they are paying the fees. Okay, my son's in college. Believe me, the tuition is the least expensive part of the total bill. You've got the room and board, which are like maybe 3 times more than tuition. There's a shitload of fees. You know, the kids pay the fees for the gyms and, you know, all the little swimming pool facilities and stuff like that. She's wrong about the government subsidizing these foreign students. The foreign students pay full freight. Full freight means full freight. So she's off base there. And then the other thing, while I've got this paused, I read somewhere that if we banned all foreign students, we would not have enough students graduating in STEM and specifically engineering fields. Even if all the native, as she calls the American students, even if they all did engineering, I think we'd still be right on the edge of not having enough engineers. The other thing that's interesting, these companies, these IT companies are no longer American companies. Microsoft and Google, these are international companies. They may have started in the US, but they could pull up stakes and make their world headquarters in India and still be just fine. So the other thing is a lot of times, like AI, for instance, America leads in AI, but there are other centers like India and China. America wants the best engineers, and if the best engineer in a particular field isn't from the US, well, we want them in the US. There are a lot of things that she's saying really are easily kind of rebutted by people who actually know what they're talking about as far as tech and engineering and, you know, these STEM students. Bottom line is we need them. And, you know, we could probably do a better job vetting et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But you're not. We are a global economy. And by the way, globalization started back in like the 18th century. I'm just learning this now. Globalization basically started a little bit before the Industrial Revolution. So globalization is not something that just popped up, with the Clinton administration and NAFTA. It's been global. Capitalism has been a global affair since like 1750, 1730, somewhere in there. And it all started with textiles, with weaving cotton cloth. People need to know that history. And frankly, I just learned it here in the past couple months. I had no clue that globalization has been a thing for centuries.
Hey, sorry for being in and out, Stanley, but this
That's all right.
now
I know.
now I know
you're
why
busy.
now I know why real estate agents make the money, right? Because they have to deal with all this bullshit.
Yep. Well, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do to make money.
Yeah.
Where does the rest of the money come from? Yes, from private funds, but also from those oversized overhead costs tacked on to programmatic and scientific grants, which Trump attempted to scale back at the beginning of his term to much hue and cry, which has interestingly died down, probably because the universities do not want to give an account of where that money is going. I'll tell you where it does go. Infrastructure, DEI, bureaucracies, dean slush funds, and all of those really redound to the benefit of foreign students. So the bottom line is that American citizens, truck drivers, store clerks, are paying taxes to finance the education of the children of Chinese apparatchiks, wealthy Arabs, the Brazilian upper classes, in what often amount to summer camp type experiences that are light on academic quality and content, but heavy on pernicious anti-Western ideas that pervade our left-captured institutions. The university sector, once again, is vast and varied. We're not talking about MIT or Harvard. Most of our institutions are middling or worse.
Let me also make one point, because she does this a lot, at least a lot of the times that I've watched her, and I haven't probably watched anything by her in 6 months or so. But she literally sneers when she says the left-controlled institutions. Look, whether these these far-right weirdos want to hear it or not, if the right had something that was inspiring or interesting to college-age kids or younger, they'd be eating it up. Okay, the right hasn't figured out how to talk to young people, how to inspire young people, etc. All they fucking do is whine that they can't get the interest of college kids or the professors. Okay, well, how about offer something that's worth their time, and maybe you'll have better results. All these.
Well, wait a minute, Stanley.
Okay, God damn it, I'm talking. I'll let you talk in a second. All these far right whiners want to do, and the funny thing is, these far right whiners like Trump and Amy Wax and all these guys, they're all elite graduates. Donald Trump graduated from University of Pennsylvania. He's a fucking Ivy Leaguer. So these guys are Ivy Leaguers whining about Ivy Leaguers. And you know what? Offer something that the kids want to hear at these elite schools, and you will have better results. What is it, 12th man?
Well, didn't the millennials and The Gen
I don't-
Zers, they all voted for Trump.
all of that is literally irrelevant. I'm talking about what Amy.
How is it irrelevant?
It is irrelevant because Amy Wax isn't talking about any of that. I'm not going to get into generational.
This Amy Wax?
Listen to what I'm saying, 12th man, because I'm not going to do back and forth about stuff I'm not talking about. She's talking about college students, and I'm saying give college students something that interests them or benefits them, and they will come. Okay, I don't care about millennials or who voted for what. We're not even talking elections. We're talking college. Anything else?
Go ahead, Stanley.
And we're not talking about just engineering and math. Rather, this plethora of master's programs in fields like social policy, public policy, education, sociology, psychology, ethnic studies, all of which, once again, are imbued with the far left ideology and don't necessarily attract the best and the brightest. In fact, in my humble opinion, if most of these programs disappeared off the face of the earth, and I am especially targeting education schools here, we would be, as a country, better off. Now, the former head of a prominent public policy school at a top brand name university, which I will not name, told me not long ago over lunch, and this surprised me, that most of the students in his school are foreigners on visas. And the qualifications for his students are the following: a heartbeat and a wallet. Those were his words. Foreign enrollment sustains this actually quite high-profile school, with all of its administrative jobs and academic positions, a full employment program for half-educated Americans and others. But these students are no better than the American students, and in many cases worse, because they lack language skills. And one can imagine what things are like in lesser known, lower status schools. All of this stuff flies in under the radar screen. So let's not forget, in addition to what it's costing us, that we are just not bringing in the best and the brightest, right? Yes, there are a few, but they are a small part of this, well, I'll call it invasion. Which brings me back to Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick's concerns. Should we consider the bottom tier of our education higher ed establishment going out of business a problem? Let's face it, many of these institutions amount to a cushy jobs program. Not sure if that's an upside or a downside, but we have to seriously ask, would it be so bad if they died? Which suggests a second reason, or maybe we're on our third reason, we should reduce the number of foreign students. One common feel-good assertion in higher ed is that foreign students will acquire familiarity, love, and respect for the American way of life, which they will export to the third world, which generates goodwill and the dissemination of American values, democratic practices, blah, blah, blah. Given the higher ed reality, this proposition borders on the ludicrous. Indeed, it is ludicrous. Our universities, even in relatively
What are you
technical
chuckling
areas
about, old
medicine or
motherfucker?
public health, are bastions of far left woke ideas. I've already said that, right? And they do their best to exclude and punish alternative viewpoints. So when foreign students come here, what are they exposed to? Anti-American and anti-Western attitudes. They learn to hate America and our way of life. Now, some may reject that, but for others, their prejudices will just be reinforced.
This is just so much bullshit. Okay.
I like her.
The other thing that these MAGA, and I don't even know that she's that big a fan of Trump, to be honest.
She looks like a
these guys,
liberal.
okay, I don't understand why these people think that criticizing is anti-American, and this particular woman actually stuns me. She is so smart, but she does not. She has some really base attitudes, like racial attitudes. I've never been able to understand because
Wow.
most racists are actually dumb. It is scary to see a well-educated racist, and she definitely fits that bill. She's got a JD and an MD, both from Ivy League schools, and she is fairly racist. And I've watched a lot of her over the years. I think the only black person she likes is Glenn Lowry.
Who the fuck
And
is
this is
that?
why Trump's overall project of defunding higher ed, to me, makes real sense. I think it is difficult to fight the left capture of higher ed, and our tools are limited. But while we're working on it, we can at least starve the beast. So the whole sector needs to shrink, not just because of low and
Now, wait a
declining
minute,
quality.
Stanley. Can you pause it? Who's this chuckling motherfucker beside her?
I don't know, someone who agrees with her, I guess.
He keeps chuckling along, doesn't he? I thought that was you for a second.
Nope. One thing, but see, this is what the far right wants to do, and I do consider her a far right, and I bet she's just the nicest lady. But boy, you put her up on a stage and ask her to talk about foreign students and immigration, she just becomes like it's almost like pouring water on one of those gremlins or whatever they are. They become.
She should replace Tom Homan. She should be the new border czar.
They are like gremlins. You know, you pour a little water on the little cute fuzzy little cute little fuzzy
You
animal.
funny as a motherfucker, Stanley.
And it turns into a little monster. And that's kind of what she's like. But what I was going to say is, see, these guys cannot go into the universities and present the type of argument that is attractive to young people. But, you know, you want to present an argument that's true to your message, but also presented in a way that attracts young people. They can't do that. So what they want to do is, like she says, starve it, shrink it, you know, just basically take money away from it to force change. Charlie Kirk was probably better at it, but to be honest, he was aging out of that college, you know, it used to be when he was young.
Yeah.
I think he was fairly effective, but you know, once he got up into, I think he was in his mid 30s, you could feel that he was kind of losing some of that attraction. But even so, Charlie Kirk was popular, but he's not that popular or wasn't. But anyway,
well, I'll be honest, Stanley. I'd heard of the guy, but not as much till after he got shot. Then
right. Well, I've been
like
following
everywhere.
Charlie Kirk. I've been following Charlie Kirk for years. If you're into politics, you know who he is. So anyway, the bottom line is these people like Amy Wax cannot present a message that is attractive to young people. So what they want to do is, like she said, starve out the universities, basically take money away to force them, like Trump is doing, force them, harass them, sue them until, you know, basically just force them into submission. And it's not going to work.
Many quarters, but because the universities are bastions of political indoctrination. And of course, foreign students are a big part of this. So for the university sector to be smaller and less powerful is a good thing. Which brings me to one more argument, which is frequently advanced in defense of allotting slots to foreign students. Isn't it wonderful that we are tapping into a vast well of global talent that enriches our schools and our country? Worldwide brains, technological expertise, work ethic, new ideas, fuel science, industry, and innovation. It all sounds very appealing and very plausible. So what to say about this? I think the first thing to say is that the pros and cons and the bona fides of these arguments from diversity, from new ideas, from bringing in global talent are ultimately empirical. They do depend on facts on the grounds, and these facts are hard to get at. Economists sell us a lot of goods, shall we say, and the tech types also. Should we believe them? Now, perhaps if foreign students just came here, completed their programs, worked in labs, did academic research, functioned like, the bots that they are, and then went home, the effect might be net positive. Although, once again, we have to ask, what are ordinary Americans really getting out of this? But the potential downsides are regularly overlooked. First, graduate student visas are a gateway drug to cheap labor. There are obscure and little-known programs and permissions that let students stay on and work after getting their degree, slipping into employment slots in significant numbers, especially these kind of low-level tech jobs in technical fields. These programs, once again, fly under the radar screen. They are stepping stones to green cards or other work visas, that alphabet soup of work visas that our betters and our politicians have devised. The main program is called Optional Practical Training, which provides up to 12 months of work authorization for people who have gotten, foreigners who've gotten degrees in the United States institutions related to fields of study. And that doesn't just mean science, technology, engineering. It's any field. And if it's in a STEM field, it can be extended up to 24 months. That's called the STEM Opt extension. Now, these people stay, they work, they marry, they have anchor babies. Some of them actually claim asylum, or some of them just plain overstay. And there's very little effort to get them out, especially as this is not a top priority population. They're law-abiding, they're working, tech loves them. So they join the illegal population, and we don't know how many. The data is hidden from us. I think one theme here is that the immigration regime is so complicated, it has so many epicycles, and there's so much data that we don't know, that a lot of stuff is being put over on the American public and the American taxpayer. Now, this is not just an American phenomenon. I recently saw a series of tweets in one of these quant Twitter accounts about international students in Australia and how this has become a scam platform for gaming the system, right? 50% of university dropouts in the first year are foreign born. They're not leaving. They're overwhelming Australia's asylum system, and we're talking about hundreds of thousands of people here. Is something like this occurring in the US? We need to find out. Which brings me to the issue of American-trained foreigners taking American jobs through these programs. The powers that be in key sectors claim that there aren't enough capable Americans willing to get the training and assume the roles in labs, tech startups, and specialized service sectors and the like, right? American workers are scarce, they're inadequate. That's the lament. We hear it from the right, we hear it from the left, we hear it everywhere. Once again, it's hard to evaluate and counter such arguments. But to my mind, they represent real short-term thinking about a dynamic ecological problem. Bringing in outsiders is a quick fix for Americans shying away from needed fields, if we believe that they are. But that's partly, at least in part, or I believe it's in part, because they are crowded out by cheap competition. But is it really true that in a country of 350 million people, we don't have enough smart individuals to sustain our own economy? Let's do the thought experiment, however bold. Suppose foreign student visas ended tomorrow. What would happen? We don't know. There would be a lot of shrieking and carrying on, but maybe more Americans would study harder, try harder, fill the void. Maybe the sectors.
Listen to this wishcraft. She's got to be kidding. Oh, you know what? She teaches at an Ivy League school, or taught. I don't know. She was suspended at some point. She may be back by now. Bottom line is, I know at my son's school, Asians slightly outnumber whites. So, I mean, you can go and you can just look at the demographics of these elite universities, and how do you make students want to learn by the time they get to college age? You know, you got to start early with them, you know, wanting or thirsting for knowledge. In my opinion, all she's doing is just stoking flames. And I'm not expecting her to necessarily have solutions to the problem. But, you know, she's got fancy Ivy League degrees. If she actually put her mind to it, she would at least be able to present the data and make cogent arguments about, you know, like a data-based assessment and analysis. Much like Natasha says, this really comes off as more xenophobia than facts.
That need them would find ways to attract them, encourage them, train them. Is that another feel-good fantasy?
Can I ask
I
you
have
a
no idea.
question, Stanley?
Which brings me to my final.
What's that?
Is xenophobia is that a real diagnosis by the American Psychological Association?
Well, it's
I know
not a
how the
disease.
left likes to make words
It's not a disease. It's a phobia.
A phobia is a legitimate, or no, an illegitimate or irrational fear of something. That's what a phobia is, right?
I know what a phobia is, but not all of them. Like xenophobia, of fear of foreigners. I don't know that you need to cure it.
Well, it's not in the APA dictionary. So
Want to know? Hold on. It's not
like
a medical.
homophobia. That word doesn't exist.
Okay. Do you see the screen? Can you see the screen?
Excuse me, Stanley. Yeah.
Can you? Okay. It says xenophobia. So I don't know what dictionary you're looking up, but it's a word.
Well, I look at the American Psychological Association.
Okay, it's
dictionary.
not a psychological condition. It's a phobia. Some phobias
Any
are.
phobia is a psychological condition.
No, I disagree with you on that.
Well, you can disagree all you want. The APA
Okay, well,
disagrees with you.
let me put it to you this way, and let me just be blunt about it. My disagreement is probably better informed than your disagreement.
No, it's not, because you're going off fake
yeah,
words.
it is. You know what I'm going off? I'm literally I looked it
Fake
up.
words
for you.
made up by
What I
liberal
need
women.
you to what I need you to do is stop babbling and listen to what I'm saying. I looked up the word for you. Okay, I know what the word means. I'm 61 years old and a lifelong reader. I know. I don't, there are a lot of words I don't even bother looking up because I know what they mean. This would be one of them. So when I say it is not like you're not going to find it in a DSM-5. It's not a condition that needs therapy, at least, at least not normally. If it was
phobia
severe,
is a fucking condition, Stanley. God damn
no,
it.
it is not. Nope.
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, I'm not going to argue over minutia. I am, like I said the other day, I'm willing at this point in my life to let people stew in their stupidity. You just
Yeah, you're stupid because you believe in made up words.
Okay, so you're saying xenophobia is a made up word?
Yeah, it's a made up word.
Okay. All right. Well, there's no reason to argue with
The
me.
American Psychological Association does not back that.
So who gives a fuck? You want to know why they don't? I literally have told you.
You know what a fucking phobia?
Okay. He thinks I'm going to argue over this. It's not in the DSM-5 because it is not a medical or psychological condition. God damn it, dude. It's not something you go and get treated. That's why it's not in a DSM-5. If you use a regular dictionary, you'll find the word. Damn, dude, are you really that dim-witted?
Well, I'm on the road now, Stan.
Okay, well, the point is DSM-5s you use to look up like treatable stuff, like a psychologist. Not every word, not every phobia are you going to find in a DSM-5.
How's it going?
And by the way, next time you're in the neighborhood of a regular dictionary, look up phobia.
Yeah. It's a medical condition, Stanley.
No, phobia, not all phobias are medical conditions.
Final query, and one that I have discussed before. Are we better off as Americans with a large foreign-born, educated, techno-elite class, which is what we're inviting, especially from cultures that sit uneasily with our own, after they have been laundered, to be sure, through our captured, corrupt higher ed system? Is the campus of the saints and its sequel really good for America? This is something that we will find out probably after it's too late to do anything about it. Thank you.
Are you up? Yeah.
Right. So that's just a little sample. She's got plenty of stuff on YouTube because she gets invited places to give these little talks. She's, believe me, she said a lot more incendiary stuff than what you heard here.
Oh yeah, I know she's.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, sorry, that was my cab driver.
Oh, okay. Let's see. So where I'm going next is this very brief Supreme Court. I found this site. I didn't even know it existed. It is the Supreme Court Oral Argument Transcripts channel. It's actually a Supreme Court YouTube channel that's got past cases along with transcripts. And Anton Chigurh asked me yesterday in another chat did I have an opinion on this Childs versus Salazar case, which is, it says here, Kaylee Childs is a licensed professional counseling practicing in Colorado Springs. She holds a master's degree in clinical mental health and provides talk therapy, specializing in clients dealing with addiction, trauma, sexuality, gender dysphoria, and other mental health concerns. Childs identifies as a Christian and serves clients who often seek religiously informed care that aligns with traditional biblical understandings of sexuality and gender. Prior to the enactment of a 2019 Colorado law banning conversion therapy for minors, Childs counseled clients, including minors, in accordance with their self-identified goals, which sometimes included diminishing same-sex attractions or aligning gender identity with biological sex. Since the law's passage, Childs has refrained from engaging in discussions with minors that she believes could be interpreted as conversion therapy, and alleges that this has hampered her ability to provide full counseling services in line with her and her clients' religious convictions. In September 2022, Childs brought a pre-enforcement lawsuit under 42 USC 1983 against Colorado officials responsible for enforcing the statute. She alleged that the ban on conversion therapy for minors violates her rights under the free speech and free exercise clauses of the First Amendment. Seeking a preliminary injunction, she asked the district court to block enforcement of the law against her. The court denied the motion, but found she had standing to proceed. On appeal, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 10th Circuit affirmed in full, holding that Colorado's law regulates professional conduct that incidentally involves speech and survived the rational basis review. So the question is, does a Colorado law banning conversion therapy, i.e. attempts to convert someone's sexual orientation or gender identity, violate the free speech clause of the First Amendment? So surprise, surprise, the Supreme Court found in favor of the First Amendment. And oddly enough, I actually agree with that. Basically, you cannot pass a law that violates free speech. And this is the case. It's about an hour and a half argument that I'd like to hear. And, you know, it'll bore some folks, but it would probably be worth hearing if you're interested in that sort of thing.
What's up, Stanley?
Nothing much.
Ready for the ride back?
I'm sorry, what?
You ready for the ride back?
What ride back?
You're going home now.
Oh, your ride back. So anyway, oh, by the way, Amy Wax is Jewish. If anybody was wondering.
Oh, she is a Jew?
Yes.
That don't make her no less intelligent, I guess.
Well, no, she's like super intelligent. She, like I said, she's got a medical degree from Harvard. She went, I think she went to Yale, then went to Harvard Medical School, became a practicing neurologist, and decided to become a lawyer. So she went to Columbia Law School, where she graduated with honors, and she teaches law now. Her husband's a surgeon, I think. But anyway, so I mean, if you've ever heard her talk, I mean, it's obvious she's smart. You can just hear, you know, how she puts thoughts together. It's just that they come out racist. I mean, she's even gotten Glenn Lowry to blanch with some of the shit she's.
Check out my post office, Stanley. It's a log cabin. Isn't that cute? U.S. Post Office.
Yep. So here we go, folks. This is Childs versus Salazar. The free speech case where the state of Colorado wanted to ban conversion therapy for minors, and the Supreme Court found for the plaintiff.
We will hear argument first this morning in case 24-539, Childs versus Salazar. Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Colorado forbids counselors like Kaylee Childs from helping minors pursue state disfavored goals on issues of gender and sexuality. This law prophylactically bans voluntary conversations, censoring widely held views on debated moral, religious, and scientific questions. Aside from this law and recent...
Oh, and by the way, I don't know if people can see the screen or not, but the transcript is actually provided as
Damn, that dog doing it. That's my dog.
what?
It's okay. He'll follow.
Did I not just? God damn! I just muted you. Why'd you unmute? Anyway, this particular Supreme Court YouTube page provides the transcript for you to read along as the lawyer argues the case, which I think is really cool if you like Supreme Court stuff.
Ones like it, Colorado hasn't identified any similar viewpoint-based bans on counseling. These laws are historic outliers. In NIFLA, this court protected professional speech, highlighting the dangers of censoring private conversations between professionals and their clients. And this court rejected by name 2 lower court decisions upholding laws like Colorado's. But the 10th Circuit gutted NIFLA's speech protection. Colorado insists that its law is subject only to rational basis review. Yet that would allow states to silence all kinds of speech in the counseling room, such as disfavored views on divorce or abortion. If heightened scrutiny doesn't apply, states can transform counselors into mouthpieces for the government. Here, Colorado can't satisfy any level of heightened scrutiny. It didn't seriously consider any less restrictive alternatives, and Colorado can't prove harm because it hasn't cited a study focusing on what's at issue here: voluntary speech between a licensed professional and a minor. Nor can Colorado deny that many people have experienced life-changing benefits from the kind of counseling that Ms. Childs wants to provide. The First Amendment doesn't permit Colorado censorship. I welcome the court's questions.
In its introduction of its brief, Colorado says that the only thing that the law prohibits therapists from doing is performing a treatment that seeks the predetermined outcome of changing a minor's sexual orientation or gender identity because the treatment is unsafe and ineffective. 1, is this what Colorado argued below? And 2, is that your reading of the Colorado statute?
Colorado took a different position below in its motion to dismiss, specifically footnote 3, and on page 10 of its opposition to the motion for preliminary injunction. It recognized that efforts to change unwanted same-sex behavior or to reduce unwanted same-sex attraction would indeed violate the law, and that's contrary to the position it's taking now. I do think if we look at the plain language of the statute, we will find that what Ms. Childs alleges in this case falls squarely within it. The statute says that there can be no efforts to change sexual orientation or gender identity, including efforts to change behavior, gender expression, or attraction. On page 207 of the petition appendix, Ms. Childs alleges in her verified complaint that sometimes she helps clients who want to reduce unwanted same-sex attraction, change unwanted same-sex behavior, and to resolve dysphoria that they're experiencing with their bodies.
Counsel,
all of that.
You are right that fits the definition of the law. But we have been very clear in Susan B. Anthony that there has to be a sufficiently eminent and credible threat of prosecution. We've said merely having a law on the books is not enough. A chilling effect doesn't exist. This is an unusual case because we have basically 6 years of no enforcement of this law, 3 before this lawsuit, 3 since. and we have the entity charged with administering the law saying we're not going to apply it to your kind of therapy. So how does that fit into being an imminent threat of prosecution? Yes, you have an argument. They've disavowed it. How does that give you standing?
I don't believe that the state has disavowed enforcement. The state is relying on a misreading of the allegations in this case to say that there's no standing, but they have not disavowed enforcement. If Colorado truly believed that it wouldn't enforce the law and that Ms.
All right,
Childs wasn't.
so tell me what kind of disavowal you would need.
Okay, and I'm going to come to my own defense here. People get mad when I interrupt them mid-sentence. And I'm going to equate myself with Supreme Court justices. I don't have time for the bullshit. If I interrupt you mid-sentence, roll with it.
To find no standing. Would it be sufficient to
What
say
Stanley
that
said.
consent, which is what your complaint claimed, that your therapy is
Well, I know that is very both megalomaniacal, conceited, and wrong-minded.
The fuck does that word mean? Megalomaniacal.
Megalomaniacal?
Is that a Jew word?
Do you know what's a Jew word?
Well, I just wondered. I never heard of it.
Well, you bring it.
Megalomaniacal.
Did listening to Amy Wax bring out your inner racist or what?
Well, you've always called me a racist, so there's that.
Well, wait, hold it. I don't use it as a pejorative.
Yeah, you do.
Well, no, when I say you're a racist, I actually mean it.
You think I'm a racist?
See, whoa. I'm not doing it to hurt your feelings. I'm calling out a fact.
No, you're not calling out shit, Stanley, because if I was a racist,
Okay, did I
wouldn't
not
have
just hear
better-
did I not just hear you say Jew word?
Well, she
don't
is a
think-
Jew.
you
You
don't think-
said it.
Okay, I have.
You
we're
called
not-
her a Jew, not me.
Okay, 12th man, we're not listening to Amy Wax right now. We're listening to the Supreme Court.
Well,
And I
Stanley,
use the word,
if I-
I use the word megalomaniacal. Am I Jewish?
Megalomaniacal. That's
Am
a hell of
I
a word.
Whoa. Am I Jewish?
I don't know.
Well, the answer is no.
It
So
could
when
be.
you ask me, if you ask me, am I using a Jew word? You don't think you sound like a racist when you say shit like that?
Well, Stanley, if I was a racist, what would I be doing with my afternoon other than hanging out
I
with a black
have no
man?
clue. I can only judge you by what you say. See, people in this space seem to think that saying something racial doesn't make you a racist. And my position is if you say racist shit, you're a racist.
Like what?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you think you're a racist or even whether other people think you're a racist. I think you're a racist if you freely say stuff like Jew word.
Everybody's a racist to you, Stanley.
You know
Fuck
what?
off.
And you know what? We have gotten to a point to where we just embrace that shit, which is wrong-headed. It's not funny, to be honest.
You admit you love hillbillies, so there's that.
Okay, is hillbilly a race? I've
Oh,
known
you
black
tell me.
hillbillies. I've known black hillbillies, white hillbillies, Hispanic hillbillies.
Okay, then. What's your problem?
Okay, 12 man, I don't know whether you've been drinking or not, but you're not making sense. And generally, when I try and talk to people, it needs some form of structure. You are doing the mental amoeba thing. Your argument,
What
your
the fuck
answers.
is that?
You know what? I think you should just mute up and let's just
Mental
play this.
amoeba.
Sensual talk therapy, where you would seek to change the behavior of a child only if that's what they want, correct? Am I articulating it correctly?
That is certainly an aspect of what
No,
Ms. Childs
I don't want
alleges.
an aspect. Define your talk therapy, and then when they get up, they can tell us whether they're disavowing any enforcement of that kind of talk therapy.
I would go back to what I referenced before, which is petition appendix page 207.
Counselor, please answer my question.
I'm trying to
What
answer
is your talk therapy, and that you want them to say they will not enforce it against?
Ms. Childs helps clients when their goals are to resolve gender dysphoria by getting comfortable with their body and realigning their identity with their sex. She also helps them if they're experiencing unwanted same-sex attraction, if that's their goal, to reduce it. And she helps them deal with issues of unwanted same-sex behavior. That's the kind of counseling that we've alleged in the complaint. And here there's
Would
a credible...
any of that include what's talked about as aversion therapy, which is encouraging them to vomit, encouraging them to go into electric shock treatment, encouraging the typical aversion therapy?
No, Ms. Childs does not do any of that. All she does is speech in her counseling.
And
let me point out one thing. You know, we know what the results of the final vote was. Funny enough, as adversarial as Sotomayor sounds here, she's actually helping this guy out. She winds up voting for the petitioner. She takes this guy's side, but you would never know it from the way she's, you know, she's kind of helping him clarify his own argument. So while she sounds adversarial, in the end, she winds up taking his side. That's one of the things I love about the Supreme Court. You know, you don't know. She sounds mean and demanding, but yet he held up and she takes his side.
So what behavior does that include? Does that include date other people of the opposite sex?
No, she does not. That's not the kind of counseling she engages in. She engages in a discussion where her and the clients explore the concepts of identity,
So
behavior.
go back to my last part of my question. If they disavow enforcement of that kind of talk therapy, do you have standing in this case?
We still have standing in this case. Over the last few weeks, there have been anonymous complaints filed against my client, and those complaints are now being investigated by the state of Colorado for allegations that she's violating the very law that we're challenging. So we had a credible threat of enforcement before because there's no disavowal. Anyone can file a complaint at any time, which this court recognized bolsters a credible threat of enforcement in SBA list. But now that the state is actively investigating our client for supposedly violating this law.
Okay. We're in a vicious cycle, because if they get up here and say they're disavowing, then they won't be investigating.
But regardless, if they disavow, it's only based on not only a misreading of the statute, but also a misreading of the allegations in the complaint. As we pointed out in our reply brief, there are often uses of portions of quotes. And the state of Colorado is ignoring the rest of the sentences in the allegations. Once those are read, just as the lower courts found, there is standing in this case.
Counsel, how does your position change if, in addition to the counseling, there is more, what I'll call medical treatment, whether it's medications, shots, whatever? Does that alter your position?
It certainly does alter our position. So as this court talked about in NIFLA, when speech is incidental to regulated conduct, then that changes the analysis. And so if we were in the medical context and there was something like administering drugs, performing procedures, conducting examinations, that would take it outside of the arguments we're making.
How about if it's just both? In other words, the speech isn't incidental to giving somebody a prescription for medicine. It's speech and it's giving somebody a prescription for medicine.
It would depend on how closely connected they are. So if the speech is describing how to take the medication, then that would be incidental.
Right. But if the speech is the speech that your client engages in, and in addition, she engages in something that's non-speech.
Let me do a bit of quick housekeeping here. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. Please, if you are new to the show, please subscribe to it. Check us out. We do boring stuff like listen to Supreme Court cases, but I like it. I find it fun. I just put up the sponsors of Saturday's show. Support the show by supporting the host. I make jokes about the sovereign beer fund and investing into it and all that stuff, but in all seriousness, I subscribe to several newspapers.
I like you better when you're drunk, Stanley.
I subscribe to several newspapers left and right. As it turns out, I actually consume more right-wing media.
Donate to the beer fund.
Because I understand generally the left argument. I like to know what the more right-wing arguments are because it makes me more effective in swatting down MAGA stupidity.
You just imaginate that shit. You don't swat anything.
So anyway, I do put, money into the show, the subscriptions. I've even got YouTube history channel. There are a couple history channels and a couple food channels that I have joined as members.
Let's talk about food, Stanley. Fuck all those politics.
So anyway, the point is to support the show by supporting the host. The money doesn't all go to beer, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Also,
are you sure about that?
Yes. Also, we are up to a whole 329 subscribers. So we're actually
all right.
Pretty good progress. Probably in the last month, I've had maybe I think the number was like 15 new subscribers. So the word's getting out.
Shout you out on other channels when they allow me, Stanley.
Well, that is so kind of you.
Go check out Stanley Cross. He'll piss in your Cheerios.
And make you eat them.
I don't know about all
So
that.
I was going to okay, no, the Khalistanis, Natasha, I have a buddy of mine. He's on the West Coast. The Khalistanis are basically well, they're kind of like a rebel movement. They're damn it. They are
who are we talking about now, Stanley?
Here, let me Google it right quick.
Another Islamic group or something?
No, they're not Islamic. Okay, so basically, Khalistan is a homeland in India for Sikh, the Sikh religion, which I suppose is an offshoot of Hinduism. There are Khalistani terrorists, and there have been attacks on Hindu temples in Canada over the last several years. And I was just curious if Natasha, kind of ever came across the news or kind of kept up with it. I have friends who are Indian who are into they're Hindu, not Sikh, but it's kind of fascinating. You never hear about, Sikhs, in my opinion, are kind of stoic. And but there are the more radical among the Sikhs who do want, a portion of India And I don't know, I am not an expert by any means. I just have friends who know about this sort of stuff. And, Canada, you never think of like terrorism in Canada, but it does happen. So
I
separatists,
met
yeah,
one of them.
absolutely.
I met one of them towelheads in Arizona, and they pulled a knife on me. So I pulled my handgun. They didn't have nothing to say after that.
I see.
Put
Well,
their knife away.
obviously, it's not something that's come across your radar, Natasha. So I was just curious. And there was something Ola said. Oh yeah. Gimpy, look, Ola, Gimpy is one of CT's. I have talked to Gimpy probably once or twice on CT's show, but the last time I can remember talking to him, one morning I was talking to Bob and Black Sue Defy, who Black Sue Defy, I love the guy. He is far right in my opinion, but he and I get along, and Bob and I get along. And I have my criticisms of both. They have their criticisms of me, and we know we have criticisms. But when the only reason I've only been on Bob's channel or Bob's panel once, it was one morning. It was just Bob and Blacks. I came up there and we were having a good old time, kind of reminiscing, because I know them all from CT and John Galt's channel, mostly from CT's channel. And then Gimpy came up and started doing what Gimpy does. And I think Gimpy's just a weirdo. Most of CT's regulars are weirdos. And, every now and again, I'll have a couple beers and go up there.
Yeah, like the
with
Thorpe,
them.
Stanley.
Okay, I think the Thorpes are thoroughly racist. I don't even like being on panels with
They
them.
don't even like dogs, Stanley.
I don't give a fuck what they like. I think they're racist, and I don't deal with people like the Thorpes. So anyway, the subject was Gimpy. Yeah, I know who Gimpy is. Not surprising that you don't like Gimpy either. He is an acquired taste and not one that I choose to acquire.
Yeah, and he overtalks everybody. I don't like Gimpy either.
Yeah, well, maybe that's why I don't like him. Well, hey, Richard, anti-black whites. That's kind of the norm. We call anti-black whites the Confederacy, Richard. You're in Florida, you know that.
Would we look at it separately or would we look at it as a package?
If they're sufficiently disconnected, I think you would look at them separately. And my client doesn't have the authority to prescribe drugs because she's not a psychiatrist. And the state of Colorado recognizes that there's a very big difference because it treats psychiatrists under section 240 of the code and it treats counselors under 245. And that's a recognition that it's just different regulation when medicine is at issue. In this case, Colorado is violating the promise that this court laid out in NIFLA, which is that state.
Uncle Fatty, salute. Good to see you. Hit the link if you want. We are listening to Childs v. Salazar, the conversion therapist versus the state of Colorado, essentially. So someone asked me to have a look at Justice Jackson's dissent, which I have not done yet. I want to hear
John
the case.
G. Jackson, the African.
What the fuck are you talking about?
When she's saying that you're under the subject of the jurisdiction thereof if you go to another country and commit a crime. She's dumber than a bag of hammers.
So you were literally calling a Supreme Court justice a dummy, huh?
Yeah. Just like you call the president a dummy. You do
Well,
it
he
all
is a
the
dummy.
time. Well, so is Katanji.
Well, let me just make something clear. I know I'm as smart as Donald Trump.
You think so?
I am as educated, and there's some things I've done and capable of that he is obviously not. I don't think you are as educated or even have done as many things as
I'm educated enough, motherfucker.
You and I disagree on that.
How do you know what my education is, Stanley?
Because I've heard you talk for damn near over a year.
Over a year? No, more
probably closer to
4 or 5
2 years.
years.
No, it's not 5
No,
years.
more like 3 years, I think.
Maybe, but
Going
probably
on
more like
3
2.
years.
But hold on. In any case, it's more than 1 year. We can agree on that. I have engaged with you for over a year. I think I can justify my opinion.
Well, at least you admit it's an opinion. It's not a fact.
No, I have no way of knowing the fact.
States should not manipulate private conversations between licensed professionals and clients. Beyond
So
that,
how would this apply to a malpractice suit? Let's say that we think that this is content discrimination and it triggers strict scrutiny. Would your client then be subject to a malpractice suit?
she would be subject to a malpractice suit, but she would have the protection of the rigorous elements of malpractice. She would be able to show that she's not violating the standard of care, that she would be able to establish what the standard of care is. She would be able to show there's no harm and there's no causation.
Well, I assume there would be a battle about the standard of care with, competing experts, competing medical associations. Colorado's pointed to some professional associations in this case. Would the First Amendment have anything to say about that? I mean, would it be strict scrutiny? I mean, it's the elements of a tort. It's a different thing. We didn't get to this question in Snyder.
As a general matter, the elements of a malpractice suit are sufficient to protect freedom of speech. Now, I'm not willing to foreclose the fact that there might not be an argument someone might make in a particular malpractice case, but for our purposes, the elements of malpractice are generally sufficient to protect free speech. And in this case, the court doesn't need to resolve whether there might be additional protection, because the way that Colorado is using malpractice is as an analog to what it's doing here. But it's nothing like
Well,
the law that
I
we're
wasn't
challenging.
actually asking about the analog argument. I was just asking it independently. So
Can I just ask you to say on page 18 of your reply brief that in fact a malpractice suit could go forward, and completely separate from the First Amendment, that what you need to prove a malpractice suit provides sufficient protection? Is that a right reading of what you said?
It is a right reading, although we said that those elements are generally sufficient. So I don't want to foreclose that in a particular case there might be an argument, but generally speaking, a malpractice action subject to the rigorous elements would be sufficient to protect free speech.
Can I get you to address whether or not the provision of therapy and the kind of therapy that your client practices is a medical treatment? I mean, I understood the sort of basis of the 10th Circuit's view to be that she's a licensed professional who is providing medical treatment, but your answers to the Chief Justice and Justice Kagan suggested that you're putting the practice of medicine on one side and her therapy on another. So I'm just unclear as to whether or not you're categorizing her therapy as a medical treatment.
I don't believe that we are categorizing it that way, but I don't think it matters, because the First Amendment depends on the difference between speech and conduct, not on the difference between treatment and non-treatment. So in my response to
But I guess the argument that the 10th Circuit seemed to find persuasive was that if you are in the world of medical treatment, you are regulating conduct, that the medical treatment itself is an activity that is being licensed and that is being performed, and that it really isn't speech, that speech is the tool that is being used, just like in other medical treatments. You have scalpels, you have tools that medical professionals use to accomplish certain goals and to provide treatment. And so in that sense, I think their argument was that speech is incidental to the provision of this medical treatment. So I guess we need to understand whether her therapy qualifies as medical treatment.
The question is whether her speech is incidental to conduct. That's what the court said in NIFLA. It said that if there's professional conduct, then speech that's incidental to that could be
So
regulated.
treatment
But
is
here,
not conduct in your view,
if
medical
the,
treatment.
if the treatment consists only of speech, then it doesn't trigger the speech incidental to conduct doctrine. And here we're just in First Amendment land where there is full, robust protection. That's why I answered the Chief Justice's questions differently and acknowledged that if there was conduct in the practice of medicine going on, it changes the
But I guess it
analysis.
seems very odd that you could have two scenarios where you have two licensed professionals, both.
Let me this is somewhat outside of what the Supreme Court is talking about here. Ola, I think the one thing that I have come to accept, and it's somewhat hard to accept, at least when you first start on YouTube, don't ever go up on a panel and expect the host to be objective. It is about as subjective an experience as you can have going up on these panels. And I have probably been dropped from panels where I agreed with most of the people on a panel, but I didn't agree the way they thought I would agree. So it can depend on a lot of things. I had an experience. I had an experience on my buddy Nidish's channel this morning, and I was like, "Ooh boy, that I don't know what he's drinking, but it has put him into a foul mood." And there was once he went over the edge, there was no fucking pulling him back. He just, it is one of the rare times I witnessed a crash out from the ground floor. And it was fascinating. And I can tell you right now, the one thing he did is he made his real self known, and I won't be going back over there anymore. It's like, God damn. You can all I'm going to say is it was a performance. It was something to behold, and no need for me to ever go through some shit like that again.
Attempting to provide treatment to an individual, say for the same issue that, the person says, I'd like to live consistently with my biological sex. I feel that I'm not doing that. I'd like your help. Medical professional A treats that quote unquote condition with medication. Medical professional B treats that condition with talk therapy. And I guess under your theory, those two scenarios are sufficiently different from a constitutional perspective that one could be allowed and the other not.
I think that's potentially correct because the First Amendment would apply to the speech.
Just because
therapy.
Words are being used to accomplish the therapy in one scenario and not the other.
No, because only words are being used in the one scenario. Again, if there is a combination of words and conduct, I think that takes us into a different realm. But one of the things that's so problematic about Colorado's law is that it undermines the well-being of kids that are struggling with gender dysphoria. And so Colorado accepts that up to 90%.
I hear you're coming down to Florida, Natasha. Let me just give you some advice. Now, I'm from Savannah, Georgia. Most of where I was raised, Savannah, Georgia, especially like my formative years, from like pretty much from kindergarten to into my very early, my late teenagehood was Savannah, or most of the time there. Grits for me, a little bit of salt, and essentially, let me put it to you this way: I'm such a grit purist. It's literally salt the water, salt it well enough, do your grits and you do 4 cups of water to 1 cup of grits because you don't want the grits to stick. And butter. You can use salted butter if you must, but you don't have to. The salted water is all the seasoning you need. And then the butter, everything else is to taste. Sugar, eggs, like my father would put cheese and no, simple plain grits, 4-to-1 water to grits ratio, salt the water, butter. And don't put the butter in the pot, add the butter at the table. It's just a little bit of salt in the water, grits, season at the table. So, yeah, I could do gritsology all night. Hey, it's my time. Y'all hit the link if you want. I have made the mistake of I ordered some Guinness Stout, so I'm drinking a Guinness Stout, listening to the Supreme Court. This is my idea of heaven, by the way. Listening to the Supreme Court, drinking a Guinness Stout, and yapping away about grits. How does it actually get better than this? I don't think it does, folks.
Percent of kids who struggle with that before puberty will work their way through it and realign their identity with their sex. But this law says that if any of those children go to a licensed professional and say, I would like help realigning my identity with my sex,
Sorry about that.
That licensed professional has to decline to help them.
Is
On the other
same
hand,
analysis apply if the law is not this law? I think Colorado has something like the law I'm going to describe, but I'm not trying to describe Colorado's law. Just take it as my hypothetical. If instead of this law, which really focuses on the kinds of treatment it is and the kinds of goals everybody has, it just says you're subject to penalties if you do any medical treatment, and that includes talk therapy, that deviates from the standard of care. And then it goes on to say something about how we find the standard of care. And suppose that sort of law was applied to your client. Is it the same analysis or a different one?
I think it's a similar analysis. So if a law like that were applied against my client and all she did was speak, then I believe that the strict scrutiny analysis would apply and the government would have to satisfy it. But the underlying analysis would change somewhat too, because my client under those circumstances would be able to establish that the kind of counseling she provides is consistent with the standard of care versus under the current law, she's not able to make that showing.
Right, so she is able to make that showing under my hypothetical law, but you're saying still not, that she would have a kind of separate argument that there needed to be strict scrutiny applied.
She would. She would be able to argue that, and that would require the other side to show that what she's doing is causing harm, because that ties into what this court's recognized in cases like Brown under strict scrutiny.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas, Justice Alito, Justice Sotomayor.
Counselor, in your introduction, you appeared to be applying strict scrutiny. One of the factors you said is the state has not pointed to a study that shows that talk therapy is harmful. I don't believe strict scrutiny always requires a study. I mean, look, I'll give you a hypothetical. A state tells dietitians, don't encourage anorexic patients to engage in more restricted eating. All right. I don't think the state has to provide a study to show that that advice is not sound. Do you agree?
Justice Sotomayor, I think that might be true, but that's because that kind of hypothetical is very different than what we have here.
So explain the difference.
In that hypothetical, the counselor or dietitian is telling the client to do something that directly harms their body. In this case, Ms. Childs is trying to help gender dysphoric kids avoid.
That begs the question, because there are studies that say that this advice does harm the.
Let me make one point here, And this is one of the few times I'm actually going to criticize the line of questioning that a Supreme Court justice does. This is what happens when you do not understand science. A dietitian's advice for, what you consume into your body, you're talking, nutrition versus talk therapy, very different. Um, it is just, you're literally, food is kind of like actual physical medicine. A counselor doesn't prescribe medicine. Talk therapy is just talk. If you don't like the talk, you can just like find a different doctor. This is kids that they're talking about. Parents have jurisdiction over the kids. It's nothing like a nutritionist or a dietitian or anything like that. So, I just had to point that out. Justice Sotomayor, she's not getting it, is I guess what I'm saying.
The people emotionally and physically. But putting that aside, you agree then that you don't always need a study. An absolute statement like that misstates the law.
No, what I agree is that if what the state is getting at is a statement by a professional that's telling someone to harm their body, that's a different category. But if we're in a situation like this, where there's debated science, where the counselor is trying to help the child achieve their goals, then absolutely the standard this court set in Brown would apply, which requires a showing of causation.
So there's only one circuit that has applied strict scrutiny to this kind of thought therapy. It's the 11th. The others, the 9th and the 3rd, have not. You seem to be encouraging us to apply strict scrutiny here. And the question I have, we're not a court of first review on this issue. Why don't we send it back? I'm assuming that the 3rd and the 9th didn't apply strict scrutiny because they thought they'd have a problem with applying it to this law. Why should we be breaking our normal pattern in this case?
Because there is ongoing harm every day. Ms. Childs is being silenced, and the kids and families who want her help are unable to access it. It's very similar to what this court did last term in the Mahmood case, where the 2 lower courts had decided the case on rational basis review, and when this court decided that strict scrutiny was the proper
Remember,
analysis,
I dissented.
I do remember that, Justice Sotomayor.
Justice Kagan?
Do you think if there were the exact opposite kind of law? So this is a therapist that, consistent with the child's goals, is trying to get the child, to accept a gay identity or a trans identity. So it's exactly the same statute, but it's just flipped around. Same argument?
Strict scrutiny would apply to that unless there was conduct involved. If there was conduct and that conduct was unlawful, then the speech integral to unlawful conduct doctrine would apply. But if it's only speech, then yes.
Right. I'm assuming that your caveat, unless there was conduct involved, applies to your case as well, right? That applies symmetrically to both, unless there was conduct involved that was of that kind.
That's correct.
Okay. So symmetrical.
Correct.
Okay. What do you think? Suppose, you argue in your briefs that this law has viewpoint bias in it. And suppose that that was accepted. Do you think that we should stop there? Is there any reason at that point to go on to say how in this particular context of medical treatment, we would treat a content-based law that is not viewpoint-based?
I don't think the court needs to address that if it finds that this is viewpoint-based discrimination. It reminds me of the distinction between this court's decision in Brunetti and then in Vidal. In Brunetti, there was viewpoint discrimination, and then when just content discrimination was at issue, the court treated it differently.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch?
Just quickly, back to the late-breaking standing argument, which is in, I think, footnote 18 on page 23 of Colorado's brief. and what your client intends to do. As I read the verified complaint, she would, consistent with the patient's wishes, explore changes to not just attraction, behaviors, and expressions, but also identity. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so even under Colorado's new reading of the statute, which is only about identity and orientation and not about those other things, even though the statute includes them, even under Colorado's understanding, your client would still wish to counsel people in a way that contravenes Colorado's present understanding of the statute.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Justice Kavanaugh? Justice Barrett? Justice Jackson?
So, as I understand it, the First Amendment protects the communication of messages, expression, etc. Am I right about that? I mean, you're communicating, and that's what the First Amendment is about.
Correct.
So I guess I'm still just struggling with whether a therapist who is acting in their professional capacity to help someone achieve their goals is really expressing the kind of message or expressing a message for First Amendment purposes. I mean, I understand if Ms. Childs here were writing an article about conversion therapy or writing or giving a speech about it. But it's just a little puzzling to me that she would stand in a different position than a medical professional who has exactly the same goals, exactly the same interests, and would just be prescribing medication for that rather than her talking with the client.
I don't think that they would have exactly the same goals.
Why not?
Because this involves a conversation.
Yes.
There is a back and forth. So this court has recognized many times in cases like McCullen that a one-on-one conversation is a form of speech. And that's exactly what's going on with Ms. Childs and her clients. So when she engages in those conversations, she's encouraging them to achieve their goals. She's discussing concepts of identity and behavior and attractions and how they fit together. This is an ongoing active dialogue where she's helping them to explore their goals. And that absolutely has to be protected by the First Amendment.
And you're saying the similar kind of exchange doesn't occur with the provision of other medical services that don't involve talking?
It certainly might occur in other instances, but oftentimes there's conduct connected to it. That's what's different about the medical context.
And I'm sorry, can I just ask you again what Justice Sotomayor asked, which is why wouldn't we send this back if you're right about strict scrutiny?
Because
and let the lower courts apply that.
Because
same.
there is irreparable harm going on right now. Ms. Childs is being silenced. The kids and the families who want help, this kind of help that she'll offer, are being left without any support.
No, I understand, but strict scrutiny is not necessarily fatal, right? We have cases in which strict scrutiny was applied and it was surmounted. So why wouldn't we give the lower courts a chance to evaluate whether there's sufficient evidence here for the state to actually go forward with this regulation?
Because we were arguing for strict scrutiny in the trial court. So Colorado knew that was our position and they had an opportunity to make their record. But the evidence that they submitted and the expert materials undermine their case. The expert materials admit that they don't have any study addressing precisely what's at issue, or specifically focusing on precisely what's at issue here, which is voluntary conversations between a licensed professional and a minor. Their expert materials also recognize that they cannot prove harm. We've cataloged all the places in their expert materials on page 22 of our reply brief where they concede that. And lastly, their own expert materials recognize that many people have experienced life-changing benefits from this kind of counseling. Again, the APA's own report talks about how this helps people because they're able to align their life with their religion. They're able to find deeper relationships with God. They're able
Doesn't
to
Colorado have some evidence that conversion therapy more broadly is harmful? I mean, I think there are like 25 states or something who have similar laws. So someone has some evidence related to the harmfulness of this activity, right?
Colorado certainly cites studies, but those studies suffer from significant flaws. The main flaw in all of them is that they lump together dissimilar approaches. They treat voluntary conversations the same as shock therapy.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Mr. Mupan?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court, Colorado's law is subject to strict scrutiny under the First Amendment for three straightforward.
Let me make one point. I think that the opposing lawyer, the guy who just finished, won it with that single point. It's voluntary. Okay, parents are bringing the minors there. That literally, he won the case with the voluntary part. And this is an amicus thing. Probably don't even need to listen to it, but this is an amicus. It's basically, I think he's an assistant solicitor general arguing for the petitioner, the plaintiff.
Reasons. First, the law restricts speech based on content and viewpoint. It prohibits petitioner from counseling minor clients to help change certain feelings and behaviors. It is thus subject to strict scrutiny unless an exception applies. Second, the law falls outside the exception for regulations of conduct that only incidentally burden speech. There is no separate non-speech conduct being regulated here. And professional medical treatment is not exempt from the ordinary First Amendment rule that strict scrutiny applies even to laws that generally regulate conduct, where those laws are triggered by the communicative content of speech. Third, the law falls outside any historically grounded exception. There is no longstanding tradition of states imposing this type of categorical prior restraint on the speech of therapists. I welcome this court's questions.
In the context of strict scrutiny, how strong evidence would Colorado have to show in order to prevail?
Well, in this case, Your Honor, Colorado has no evidence, so I think
I understand that, but hypothetically, what would they have to show?
I think for this sort of sweeping categorical prior restraint, I think they would have to have very strong evidence that there was direct harm to patients, no countervailing benefit along those lines before we could even talk about whether they can meet the very high standards of strict scrutiny. But again, this case is a much easier case because I think counsel will have to concede that if you look at the preliminary injunction record, both the three pieces of evidence that they put in, the Glass-Gold report, the 2009 APA report, and the 2015 SAMHSA report, and all the materials cited therein, none of them consider the type of speech at issue here. Speech by a licensed therapist involving non-aversive methods to minors. They just don't have any evidence of that. So certainly that's not enough under strict scrutiny.
How does your analysis change if there is an aspect of conduct involved?
So the same answer, Your Honor. I think that if there is conduct, then the question would be, is the restriction of speech incidental to the conduct or the regulation of the conduct or not? And this court hasn't drawn a particularly clear line about when speech is close enough to conduct to be viewed as incidental. But here again, this is an easy case because there is no conduct. All that is happening here is speech. Now, there have been a lot of questions about, well, what if it's medical treatment? Or what if you had a general rule about standard of care? And this court's cases, in cases like Holder and Cohen, make clear that that is still speech. In Cohen, for example, breach of peace was a violation of the law. You could breach the peace in the courthouse in California in a lot of different ways.
Right, but neither Cohen nor Holder involved medical treatment, right?
No, so that's true, but that's just a label. And this court has also said that labels don't matter in cases like Bunning. There's nothing conceptually different. Take Holder, for example. In Holder, there was a statute that said, don't materially support terrorists. You can materially support terrorists in lots of different ways. You could give them money, you could give them guns, or as in Holder, you could give them advice about how to commit their acts.
I understand, but when you look at the 10th Circuit's opinion, they talk about how there is a long historical tradition of regulation of medical treatment as a particular thing, the provision of these kinds of therapies.
Right, and the problem is the level of generality. There was also a long historical tradition in this country of regulating contempt of court and breach of peace. But what there is not a long history and tradition in this country of doing is regulating contempt of court and breach of peace when it's purely based on speech. And if you look at the history that the other side cites here, what is totally absent is the regulation of medical treatment that consists solely of
So does the
speech.
federal government agree with Justice Kagan's flip side scenario? So it doesn't matter to you that we're talking about Mrs. Child's form of therapy versus gender affirming care form of
We
therapy?
do, and in fact, we think that's a strong reason in support of our position. Colorado's position, I think, inevitably leads to the conclusion that all the states in Scrumeti could have not only banned things like cross-sex hormones and prescription blockers, puberty blockers, but also talk therapy along the same lines. Even starker, in the 1970s, it was the standard of care, professional consensus, that being gay was a mental illness. So on their position, a state in the 1970s could have made it illegal for a therapist in the state to counsel a gay patient that they weren't mentally ill. That just cannot be right under the First
Can you
Amendment.
address Justice Sotomayor's question from before about whether we should apply strict scrutiny, assuming we think it applies here, or remand it to the 10th Circuit to do so? What does the United States want to say about that?
So you could remand, but we think, like in Mahmoud, this is the case where we probably fairly appropriate to actually just resolve the case here.
Why?
And for two reasons. One is there is ongoing irreparable harm to the petitioner because of the restriction of their speech. And the second is the evidentiary record here is totally clear that they can't satisfy strict scrutiny. If you look at the record on what's in the preliminary injunction record, there is just no evidence that this type of speech, not aversive therapy, not speech by non-licensed professionals, not speech to adults, but speech to minors by licensed
Okay.
therapists.
Do you have just last question from me? Standing, what's your position on the late breaking standing argument?
So precisely because it's late breaking, first of all, I think the most important thing is it's mootness, not standing. The question is whether there was a credible threat of enforcement for standing purposes. There clearly was, because as counsel said, if you match up paragraph 87 of the complaint with the statute, the conduct that petitioner wanted to engage in is clearly covered by the plain text of the statute. So, and most we're talking about mootness because the government has come in now and suggested that somehow the plain text of the statute doesn't apply, or they're not going to enforce the statute despite that. And we don't think that in these circumstances, when the state comes in post certiorari and advances a fairly implausible reading of their statute, that that should be enough to defeat standing. If I could say one more thing about how implausible their reading is, as I understand their position, it seems to be that the language after including isn't independently sufficient. You have to be trying to change behavior orientation independently. If that was true, it would equally apply to aversive therapy. So if someone went into a therapist's office and said, I don't want to be gay anymore, I don't want to engage in same-sex conduct, if the therapist said, look, I can't change your orientation, but I can try to change your behavior, and I'm going to use electroshock therapy. According to the state, as I understand their position, they seem to be saying that that's not covered by their statute. I find that awfully hard to believe. And that just sort of underscores how implausible their reading of the statute is, and perhaps why it showed up on footnote 18 after the court granted cert.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas, anything further? Justice Alito?
If we thought that this statute engages in viewpoint discrimination, does that have a bearing on whether we should decide whether it satisfies the applicable constitutional standard or remand the case?
I think it makes it even clearer why it fails strict scrutiny, but I think even as a content-based restriction, it pretty clearly fails strict scrutiny.
Thank you.
Justice Sotomayor?
We keep going back to the question of the studies and what's the strongest list tick off? The thing that gives me pause in not applying strict scrutiny or in applying it is that none of the studies say that talk therapy is harmful. Is that correct? And Colorado.
For this type, for talk therapy by a licensed therapist to minors, they don't have any studies that say that that is either harmful or ineffective. And indeed, they often concede that they don't have that. The 2009 APA report expressly acknowledges at pages JA 221 and 256, expressly acknowledges that they don't have evidence of that. And if you look at the Glasgow Declaration, which is after 2009, she too doesn't cite anything. If you look at the studies that she cites in her declaration, all of them are conflating either aversive and non-aversive or licensed and non-licensed or minors or adults. They just don't have anything. And this comes up to the court after a PI hearing. And if the strict scrutiny applies, they bore the burden and they just don't have anything.
Thank you.
Justice Kagan?
Mr. Mupon, you have an evocative example in your brief, which I want to pick up on, which is, let's say there's a school of psychotherapists that think that the best way to deal with suicidal patients is to go dare them to commit suicide. And you basically say, yes, strict scrutiny applies, but don't worry, it could be satisfied in a case like that. And I just want you to run through that and tell me why you think strict scrutiny applies and why you're confident that it could come out the way you think.
So I'll say a couple things about that, Your Honor. So first, we think strict scrutiny applies if the law was structured the way this law is.
Yeah, that's what I'm
So if it
assuming.
was a categorical prior restraint. So if it was a categorical prior restraint, we think strict scrutiny applies because it's content-based, it's not incidental to any conduct, and there isn't any history or tradition of imposing that sort of prior restraint. So we think you're in strict scrutiny. As to why we think you could satisfy strict scrutiny, because that type of speech has utterly no redeeming value. It might be the type of speech where you don't even need to study because it's so obviously harmful.
Yeah.
There's no real benefit.
Is that the right analysis? I mean, when I think about Brown, which I found one of the most difficult cases that I've ever encountered on this court, we really did insist, no, you need to have studies. You need to have a kind of scientific showing of causation rather than rely on your intuitions that, of course, this causes harm. And why wouldn't that be true in a case like this? And if it's not true, if you're right, are we basically diluting our strict scrutiny standard in a way that will come back to haunt us elsewhere?
So I guess what I would say is this, Your Honor. If you were not confident in your judgment, then you probably should require studies. But if you were confident, and I think on a case like that, you probably should be, it would be enough. But what I absolutely agree with is that you should not dilute strict scrutiny. It's important that strict scrutiny retain its rigor where it applies, but it's also important, as this court held in NIFLA, not to create additional exceptions to the general rule that content-based restrictions are subject to strict scrutiny. And if you take a step back, the other side just doesn't have any doctrinal or historical basis for getting this out of strict scrutiny. They can't say it's conduct because there is no conduct. They can't say it's history because there is no relevant history. All of their arguments would blow a massive hole in this court's case law, emphasizing that its treatment is inconsistent with Holder and Cohen, which says that the fact that you could point to some other law that generally regulates conduct isn't enough if the particular speech is what's triggering that content-based restriction.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch?
Justice Kagan's hypothetical, could you point to a long history against assisting suicides?
You could, but whether there's a long history of speech related to that, especially in a context where the speech, where if suicide wasn't unlawful.
There have been
But
convictions for
could be.
counseling people to commit suicide and encouraging them to do so, and maybe providing a substantial step toward those have been all over the books for hundreds of years.
It's true. It's a little trickier because I don't want to. I agree with you that that's a potential additional argument the state could make. I wouldn't want to leap to that because it would turn on things like
speech versus conduct.
Is suicide prohibited? So it's unlawful
No,
conduct.
it's not. No, it's
Right.
not. But assisting is. Most states.
Right. But so then it's a little bit harder to say it's speech incidental to regulated conduct. And
I follow you.
Even if suicide is illegal, the degree of connection, it's, the incitement question under cases like Brandon.
Yeah, it essentially becomes an incitement.
Exactly.
And that is illegal.
Yeah. And I did want to make one other point about to Justice Kagan, which is, I think another way of thinking about this, her question was about ex ante categorical prior restraint, but often this sort of speech, I think,
always after the
quite
fact.
easy as a after the fact malpractice.
Yeah.
But I would like to say a couple of things about malpractice, because I think malpractice presents very different types of questions than this sort of law.
Because it's not prior restraint.
Yes, for three reasons. So the first reason is often malpractice is incidental to conduct. It's speech that's restricted, tied to some conduct. The second is, as Your Honor just noted, this is a prior restraint, and this court has recognized in a lot of cases like Florida Star and NTU and Madigan that for First Amendment purposes, it's very important the difference between letting someone speak and then adjudicating individually that speech after the fact rather than categorically banning it ex ante. And the third and related point is, as a matter of history and tradition, we have a long history and tradition in this country of malpractice. Now, How that history and tradition cashes out for this type of speech is a tougher question, to be candid. But what is not a tough question is there is no history and tradition for this sort of prior restraint.
Thank you.
Justice Kavanaugh? Justice Barrett? Justice Jackson?
Can I ask you about licensing? You talked a lot about malpractice, but don't states tend to tie licensing requirements to the standard of care? And so if we had a situation like this in which a state licensing board disciplined a doctor for a speech-based practice outside of the standard of care, would that doctor have a First Amendment defense?
So there is a long history and tradition in this country of licensing, and even licensing for people who engage in speech. What there isn't a long history and tradition of is, as a condition of that license, imposing a prior restraint on the types of speech they engage in. And we know from NIFLA that the mere fact that there's a license isn't enough to obviate First Amendment review. Obviously, the whole point of NIFLA, it was regulating.
But NIFLA was a notice scenario, right? It wasn't,
for a licensed clinic.
No, I understand, but it wasn't connected to the provision of services to particular people. That was part of the analysis. And so I guess what I'm saying is a doctor who's providing services pursuant to a state license, I'm just trying to understand how the First Amendment protects that doctor from providing therapy that is outside the standard of care.
Well, because in NIFLA itself, the court made clear that part of the reason it was rejecting a professional speech exception is because it was very worried about the risks of the state interfering with the doctor-patient discourse. And it gave us an example how in certain authoritarian governments, they do things like tell doctors you can't tell patients about birth control. Those people are all licensed. And so if there was some sort of argument that because you're licensed, all of a sudden the state could tell you what to say and what not to say to your patients, those very harms, the precise harms that NIFLA pointed to, could happen.
Can I ask you just one final question, just sort of from a very broad perspective? I'm wondering why this regulation at issue here isn't really just the functional equivalent of scrimetti. I mean, I realize that there were two different constitutional provisions at issue, but the regulations work in basically the same way, and the question of scrutiny applies in both contexts. So it just seems odd to me that we might have a different result here.
Well, scrimetti was a law that regulated on the basis of age and medical treatment.
No, but here's what I mean, right?
Well, let me, this is the most interesting comment I've had in quite some time. So my shipmate, CKJ3 says, this is what your forefathers fought for. So hit the link. Let me send you a personal invitation there, shipmate. And by the way, it's not going to be a beat up. It's actually an interesting point. So don't think I'm going to beat up on you there, CK. So hit the link if you can. If not, just say you can if you can't, and I'll just go from there. But this is a rather interesting point.
Medi, we had a state that wanted to prohibit certain medical treatment, gender-affirming care, being given to minors in the form of medication. And we said that was okay. And I understand there are particulars with respect to how the arguments, the constitutional arguments worked, but the state can prohibit that. Here we have a state that wants to prohibit gender-related medical treatment in the form of talk therapy, but we now have the First Amendment that is inhibiting the state's ability to do that. And I'm just, from a very, very broad perspective, concerned about making sure that we have equivalence with respect to these things.
Well, from a very broad perspective, there shouldn't be equivalence because obviously we have a First Amendment. So when you
because talk therapy, the speech is what is at the core for you. It's not necessarily the state's interest in protecting minors from what it believes to be certain harmful treatments.
Just like in Holder, the state had a very compelling interest in stopping material support of terrorism.
Right.
But when you stop terrorism through speech versus from conduct, the analysis is
got it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Ms. Stevenson?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Throughout its history, this court has recognized that state power is at its apex when it regulates to ensure safety in the healthcare professions. Colorado's law lies at the bullseye center of this protection because it prohibits licensed professionals from performing one specific treatment because that treatment does not work and carries great risk of harm. No court has ever held that a law like this implicates the First Amendment, and for good reason. First, the law applies only to treatments. That is, only when a licensed professional is delivering clinical care to an individual patient. In that setting, providers have a duty to act in their patient's best interest and according to their professional standards. The First Amendment affords no exception. Second, because this law governs only treatments, it does not interfere with any First Amendment interest. It does not stop a professional from expressing any viewpoint about that treatment to their patient or to anyone else. And because Colorado's law regulates treatments only, and because it enforces the professional standard of care, the law falls squarely into the reasonable regulation of professional conduct that does not trigger First Amendment scrutiny. Petitioner's argument, on the other hand, cannot be reconciled with history, precedent, or common sense. The state cannot lose its power to regulate the very professionals that it licenses just because they are using words. A healthcare provider cannot be free to violate the standard of care just because they are using words. And a state cannot be required to let its vulnerable young people waste their time and money on an ineffective, harmful treatment just because that treatment is delivered through words. Petitioner asked you to enjoin a bipartisan law passed by 25 different states, but she did not put one single piece of evidence into the record. Not a single expert, not a single study, not a single mental health professional willing to endorse conversion therapy. And there is a mountain of evidence to the contrary. On this record, we request that you affirm the denial of preliminary injunction. I welcome your questions.
If petitioner were a non-therapist, would this be protected
This
speech?
is
I wanted to mention our law covers physicians as well. They are also subject to the conversion.
she just dug herself a hole. Prove the harm. And I think she kinda says she can, but I'm gonna bet that she can't. Prove the harm.
Therapy ban. But if you're talking about a non-professional, I think it would. Our argument is premised on the notion that there is a special relationship between a healthcare provider and a patient, where that patient is in a position of vulnerability and dependency on the healthcare provider, and the healthcare provider owes fiduciary duties to act in that patient's best interest only.
In Colorado, are there only healthcare providers who provide this sort of service?
No, the law accepts, I don't know factually if there are, but the law exempts religious ministers and ministries from this. And there is also a group of people called life coaches who could perform this therapy.
So what exactly transforms speech in that context to speech that is protected in that context to speech that is not in the therapist context?
It is the relationship between a healthcare provider and the patient that establishes this special context. And again, if you go to a life coach or you go to someone else, they're not licensed by the state. You're not expecting them to be complying with standards of care. You have a different expectation. When you're going to see a licensed healthcare professional who owes you fiduciary duties, your expectations are different. You're expecting information that is complying with the standard of care, and not expecting the practitioner to just be exercising their right to say whatever they want to say. And that's just materially different, and it's always been treated so.
So what if someone who happened to be devoutly religious and actually relied more on the minister than the therapist? It would seem that person would be equally dangerous.
Well, I think that would be a personal choice that they were making to rely on their religious minister. It wouldn't be a representation from the state that this is a licensed professional who we are holding to a certain standard of care. And so the expectation, at least vis-a-vis the state license, would matter a lot. And in addition, the religious minister, just as a legal matter, doesn't owe fiduciary duties in the same way that a healthcare practitioner does.
Counsel, you said, just because they're using words, but our cases separate those out. Holder, NIFLA, in other words, just because they're engaged in conduct doesn't mean that their words aren't protected.
So, Chief Justice, our case is absolutely premised on the notion that communications that are happening in the very specific context of treatment, which I will call a licensed professional delivering clinical care to an individual patient, where they are subject to fiduciary duties and subject to malpractice, that is a fundamentally different regulation than a regulation of people out in the world going about their business, like at issue in Holder, where you have generally applicable statutes that apply to everyone. This is just a fundamentally different relationship. It has always been treated like that. In NIFLA, the court talked about the fact that longstanding torts for malpractice did not implicate heightened First Amendment scrutiny, and I think that analysis is exactly the same here. Malpractice, you're dealing with that same individualized relationship, and this is the exact same context.
Ms. Stevenson, I want to ask you what Justice Kagan called the mirror image question, and Mr. Mupon and Judge Hartz's example about homosexuality in the 1970s was professionally considered to be a mental health disorder. What if a state back then might have passed a law prohibiting talk therapy that affirmed homosexuality? Would that be subject to rational basis review on your theory?
So, Your Honor, what our theory depends on is that there is a treatment being provided that's being regulated, and that the regulation is consistent with the standard of care.
Let's check both of those boxes in our hypothetical.
Then yes. And I want to return to Justice Jackson's point, because
yes,
they could regulate.
The state could forbid a regulated licensed professional from affirming homosexuality if that were consistent with the then prevailing standard of care.
That's right.
And so likewise, if the prevailing standard of care were to change or to solidify that this sort of talk therapy is beneficial to minors, or at least not harmful to minors, then a state could pass a mirror image statute in Colorado
not
that
harmful
prohibits any attempt to affirm changes of gender identity or sexual orientation, and that would be subject to mere rational basis review on your theory.
That's right, Your Honor. And just to illustrate, it's not the fact that there are words involved doesn't make it different. So states, like we recognized in Scrimeti, have the power to regulate even in the face of medical uncertainty. The laws or the standard of care could change there, and the legislature can act to change that. And
so even cases where medical uncertainty exists, you think that state could pass such a law prohibiting ex ante speech that would affirm gender identity changes or sexual orientation changes or homosexuality?
I don't think you have to reach that question in this case, because
I'm asking about the logic of your argument. I think you just said states can regulate even in the absence of medical consensus in this fashion. Is that right?
Where there are no words involved and no First Amendment issue raised. And
I'm asking we're talking about speech, and we're talking about therapy, talk therapy. That's what I want to get at. And I think you're saying that if there's medical consensus, state surely could pass mirror image laws. And I think you're saying, but I want to make sure, that even in cases where there's medical uncertainty, the state could so regulate.
You could reach a holding in this case that said, yes, treatment is treatment, and this can be, it doesn't matter whether it's consistent with the standard of care or not. We would urge you to reach a narrower holding in this case.
I understand that, but I'm asking you to answer my question. Could a state, when there's medical uncertainty, and we normally provide, this court has many times said, when there's medical uncertainty, we defer to state judgments. And I think you're saying that yes, I think the logic of your position has to be yes. And I'll let you go as soon as you give me an answer up or down on the state of medical uncertainty and whether they could pass mirror image laws.
I think it's less clear that that fits into the historical tradition identified in NIFLA that calls specifically out malpractice, which is an enforcement of the standard of care. And while that question could come up in another day here, where we meet the standard of care, we don't think we need to reach it.
Counsel, it's pretty important, though, to think about how this would apply to cases down the road. So let me describe medical uncertainty as competing medical views. And let's say that you have some medical experts that think gender-affirming care is dangerous to children, and some that say that this kind of conversion talk therapy is dangerous. Can a state pick a side? So it's not, I want to be very clear, it's not that the medical community says, we just don't know. It's that there are competing strands. In some states, like say Tennessee, which was the state at issue in Scrimeti, pick one side, Colorado picks another side. Your position is that rational basis applies?
Our position in this case is that the standard of care is important. It's important because that's been the
But
historical
like Justice
tradition.
Gorsuch said, just answer that question.
No, our view is that would not be the right rule here. One, because that's not consistent with the history and tradition identified in NIFLA. And two, because the reason why that history is important and the reason why the standard of care is important is because it's a confirmation that the state is not actually trying to shut down.
Okay, I'm not understanding the why
viewpoints.
the standard of care. Tell me. I mean, maybe I'm not following you. Are you saying that the standard of care, why do you think the standard of care question isn't relevant there? Because wouldn't that be a situation in which Colorado is essentially saying that the standard of care, that we're essentially looking at expert evidence and saying that we think this is what's appropriate, that we shouldn't have this kind of talk therapy, and Tennessee's choosing a different one as a matter of its state law? Or am I not understanding that correctly?
What I'm saying is where there is a First Amendment issue raised and the state can show we're regulating a treatment and we're regulating consistent with the standard of care, there is a confirmation, a security that the court can have that there is no other motive going on to suppress viewpoints or expression. And that's what's consistent
So
with.
Colorado's law would trigger a rational basis, but Tennessee's hypothetical law would be strict scrutiny.
If it were against the standard of care.
So there's no mirror
yes.
image.
Counsel, can you
Justice
define
Kagan?
standard of care to help us? Is the standard of care a medical consensus about what should happen in the situation?
It's the same standard of care that would apply in a malpractice case. Yes, that is how.
So it's not a
malpractice defines.
situation in which you have competing doctors and there isn't a consensus on what is supposed to happen.
Correct.
No,
So
but I
you're
think you could have that. In my hypothetical, I'm saying that there might be a dispute in the medical community, is my hypothetical, where you have some experts saying that this should be the standard of care and others saying something different. That was the hypothetical.
Well, the question would be, is the regulation enforcing the existing standard of care? And you're describing a situation where it sounds like there would be many viable options under a standard of care.
Yeah.
Right. And so in that instance, I think that would raise more significant questions if there were actual multiple procedures, treatments available that all met the standard of care. And again, this is just a question that would be resolved exactly the same as it would be in a malpractice case where you could have, competing experts as well. And we'll decide, is this thing inside or outside the standard of care? If petitioner could put on an expert to show conversion therapy is inside the standard of care, then I think we wouldn't be here. That would be a different standard to apply to our law.
Question about how you're distinguishing Holder. It was a generalized law against providing material support to terrorists, but you seem to be suggesting that if there was a bar association rule that said it's a breach of your duty as a lawyer if you tell terrorists how they can break the law, that would be subject to rational basis review.
So I think that, again, the critical aspect of the relationship is that there is a duty between the professional and the receiver of the professional services. And it sounds like in the law that you're describing, Justice Sotomayor, there would be laws passed for some other interest than to protect the client in that case. And I think that's materially different. When we're talking about a special relationship where the client is depending on the expertise and training of the lawyer.
But I'm just not sure why that makes a difference. If we're talking about the speech aspects of it, why that becomes any less protected.
It's because that's how we've always treated speech between, especially in the healthcare context, between providers and patients. This has been an area that has been heavily regulated from the beginning of our country, and no one has ever suggested that a doctor has a First Amendment defense to say the wrong advice to their patient. And just to give an example on this speech conduct distinction, if I went to my doctor and had high cholesterol, she could tell me a number of things. She could say, come back next year. She could say, eat less red meat. She could say, I'm going to prescribe you a statin. Or she could say, you need an arterial stent. And whichever way she violated the standard of care and making a wrong judgment there could be equally harmful to me. And so I don't see how you can parse out whether there is conduct involved in terms of when you're talking about professional services delivered in a fiduciary relationship, where the client or the patient is expecting accurate information and information delivered to benefit their health.
I don't really see a difference between the argument that you're making now and the argument that I thought we rejected in NIFLA, that professional speech is a special category that's outside normal First Amendment scrutiny. But let me put that aside and ask about your interpretation of the statute at this stage in the litigation. And let me give you this example. Suppose an adolescent male comes to a licensed therapist and says he's attracted to other males, but feels uneasy and guilty about those feelings, and he wants to end or lessen them and asks for the therapist's help in doing so. Under your interpretation of the statute, is that banned?
So, Your Honor, our interpretation of the statute turns entirely on whether the purpose of the therapy is to change the person's sexual orientation or gender identity. If that
what is the answer to my question? Is that banned or is it not banned?
If the therapist told him or he asked, can you help me become straight? The answer would be, it would be banned. If it was, can you help me cope with my feelings as to how I am and how I want to live my life? That's permitted. And all of that comes
Why doesn't the situation that I've just described fall?
She literally, this is why you don't know the question asked. That's why you have to go with free speech. Wow, this is easy.
All squarely within the terms of the statute, which says that conversion therapy includes, quote, efforts to eliminate or reduce sexual or romantic attraction or feelings toward individuals of the same sex.
If those things are undertaken with the purpose of changing orientation or identity, then they violate the statute.
That's not what your statute says.
This is the way we've interpreted the statute from the beginning of this case. It's the way both of the lower courts interpreted the statute. It's the way every state that has this statute interprets it. And the reason why is because the harms from conversion therapy come from when you tell a young person, you can change this innate thing about yourself. And they try and they try and they fail, and then they have shame and they're miserable. And then it ruins their relationships with their family.
Well, I understand.
This is where the harm comes from.
I understand all of those arguments. What I don't understand is how you can square your interpretation with the plain meaning of the statute. Are you suggesting that everything beginning with the word including is irrelevant? You just want all of that deleted from the statute?
No, it's illustrative. And so, for example, one of the ways that people try to engage in conversion therapy would be by saying, look, you need to start dressing like a boy, and then that will make you change your gender identity. That's a way you could go about that. But if the minor wants to start dressing like a boy to match his gender identity, not because he thinks it's going to change.
That's just not the way language works. Suppose that, there's a rule that says you may not bring any dangerous animals in the park, including pit bulls. Doesn't that definitively provide you can't bring a pit bull into the park?
Yes, because a pit bull is a subsidiary of a dangerous animal, but I don't think you can read an including to contradict the anchor term. So here, conversion therapy is an effort to change orientation or identity. If you read it to not mean that, then you've ruined that part of the statute.
All right,
I'm
sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I can't say I like meat, including tomatoes and celery. That doesn't make any sense. And that's how we read the statute. And again, have been consistently read this statute that way from the beginning of this case in every pleading that we filed.
If you recall the example that I gave you, I'll give it to you again because I want to contrast it with another situation. So in the first situation, an adolescent male comes to a licensed therapist and says he's attracted to other males, but he feels uneasy and guilty about those feelings. He wants to end or lessen them, and he asks for the therapist's help in doing so. The other situation is similar adolescent male comes to a licensed therapist, says he's attracted to other males, feels uneasy and guilty about those feelings, and he wants the therapist's help so he will feel comfortable as a gay young man. It seems to me your statute dictates opposite results in those two situations based on the viewpoint expressed. One viewpoint is the viewpoint that a minor should be able to obtain talk therapy to overcome same-sex attraction if that's what he or she wants, and the other is the viewpoint that the minor should not be able to obtain talk therapy to overcome same-sex attraction, even if that is what he or she wants. Looks like blatant viewpoint discrimination.
As I heard your examples, I think they would both be permissible because it didn't sound like in either case the goal was to actually change sexual orientation. And again, that's the touchstone because that's where the harms come from. And if there is no goal being reached.
I guess I had the same kind of question that Justice Alito had. I mean, if we assume, for example, and this is a big assumption on your part, but just assume that we're in normal free speech land rather than in this kind of doctor land. And if a doctor says, I know you identify as gay, and I'm going to help you accept that. And another doctor says, I know you identify as gay, and I'm going to help you to change that. And one of those is permissible and the other is not. That seems like viewpoint discrimination in the way we would normally understand viewpoint discrimination.
I don't disagree with that, Justice Kagan, and that's why medical treatment has to be treated differently. Because anytime you exclude one harmful practice, you are by definition saying these things are allowed because they are not harmful, and these things are excluded because they are harmful. That's the driving force behind regulating the particular practice.
Let me ask you about the standing argument. There's a statute on books, and if it prohibits what the petitioner wants to do, why doesn't she have standing? Why is it an answer? Well, we haven't prosecuted her or anybody else under this statute.
I think it would if she said that she wanted to do something that violated the statute. And I think there's just been an ambiguity that has persisted in this case. What I can say is if she does not want to engage in a therapy for the purpose of changing a minor's sexual orientation or gender identity, then she is not violating the statute.
Well, both the district court, which ruled for you, found standing, and the 10th Circuit, which ruled for you, found standing. And you didn't cross appeal on those, and not that you had to, it's standing. You didn't even put a Roman numeral in your brief on it, or even a subsection. It's footnote 18 on page 23. That doesn't exactly suggest that you have great confidence in that argument, does it?
Well, we recognize we lost it twice. And again, it is the petitioner's burden, and it has been a persistent issue in the case, I think, in defining exactly what it is she wants to do. And to come back to this conduct
But
point,
if she does, consistent with a patient's, I'm reading the verified complaint, if I understand that to mean, paragraphs 86, 87, that she wishes to help clients who voluntarily come and with the desire to change their behaviors, expressions, attractions, and identity, then that would give her standing, wouldn't it?
identity, yes.
Only identity.
The others not.
The others not because of your peculiar reading of the statute, but identity would. That would give her standing.
The change in sexual orientation or identity is the key to.
And that would give her standing.
That would.
Okay.
Because you're not disavowing that.
No.
Okay. So that settles the standing question.
Thank you, Counsel. Justice Thomas, anything further?
You rely on the history of regulating the medical profession quite a bit. What's the history of regulating therapists? When did that begin?
Right. So I would say mental health and healthcare delivered through words both were in full force at the founding of this country. At the time, that was done by people you might call physicians, and all of their practice was pretty much carried out through words and giving advice. As time went on and specialties developed further, and the mental health profession sort of came into existence, those same standards applied and governed psychologists and therapists. And then I would say the licensing of counselors as other professionals in the mental health field was sort of the second half of the 1900s.
With respect to this type of regulation that is a prior restraint on speech, what was the first example of that?
So, Justice Thomas, I want to push back on the notion that this is a prior restraint on speech. There's no enforcement of this law unless somebody files a complaint with petitioner's licensing board and she has an adjudicatory hearing and opportunity for judicial review and all those things. So it's like many other statutes in that way. It simply calls out a specific practice that violates the standard of care. And those types of statutes have been around for a very long time. They were in the late 1800s. Those types of statutes governed medical professionals and then have been added over time as the mental health profession has developed and govern mental health professionals in every state.
Justice Alito?
Your argument depends very heavily on the standard of care, which I take it is defined by a medical consensus. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have there been occasion? I mean, the medical consensus is usually very reasonable and it's very important. But have there been times when the medical consensus has been politicized, has been taken over by ideology?
We have no facts about that in this case, but I wouldn't disagree that that's possible. And I think it's a really—
Isn't it a fact that it's happened in the past?
I think
Three generations of idiots are enough?
I think that's certainly a concern. And if there were evidence of that in the record as to whether or not there were a standard of care that wasn't really based on patient safety, that would be highly relevant evidence.
Well, isn't that a reason to apply First Amendment scrutiny when what is being regulated is pure speech and not just saying medical standard of care or medical consensus? That's the end of the day. Rational basis review, anything goes.
No, Your Honor, because again, when we're talking about words used to deliver medical treatment, those issues are the same whether you're talking about words being used or whether you're talking about medical practices that don't involve words. Those issues are the exact same. And there is nothing about this statute, for example, that stops anyone from sharing any opinion about conversion therapy or about how the consensus on that was reached. And again, in this case, there is just no evidence of any motive by either the Colorado legislature or any medical association to reach this conclusion on anything based on anything other than protection of minors and a decades-long record of research.
Was there a time when many medical professionals thought that certain people should not be permitted to procreate because they had low IQs?
I don't know that, but I will accept the premise.
I mean, was there a time when there were many medical professionals who thought that every child born with Down syndrome should be immediately put in an institution?
I don't know that, Your Honor.
Hey, Mello.
Hey, Sam. How's my volume? I usually turn it up. Give me a moment. I'm not leaving.
Not bad. I can understand you.
Okay, I think it's—
No, it's fine.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Just wanted to keep in touch before dinner time.
Well, good that you're here.
Really? I don't have much to offer as far as politics and so forth.
Well, no, this is a YouTube matter.
Oh, really?
Which, I am.
I have a decade plus.
You are far wiser. You are far wiser than me. And look, you know me. If you at least know that I defer to the experts. I will have my opinions about things, but the real experts I have to listen to.
Unfortunately, I am an expert when it comes to Black YouTube, and it's
I'm not absolutely sure that that's a bad thing, though. Look, I remember the first time you and I engaged. It was on Galt's channel, and you and American Man went after each other, and I kind of took your side. I'm like, what the F are you doing? And to be honest, American Man and I have been, frenemies ever since then. There are just some things you don't do.
Oh, I'm
And
sorry to hear it. I don't, a lot of times people and their outburst are,
well, I've done outbursts too.
yeah, it, you never know why someone is unreasonable,
Well,
and
see,
what I,
you are nicer than me. I don't care why.
it's
That
not that I
and
care, Stanley. It's not that I
well,
care.
no,
I
no, no.
observe. There's a
Listen
difference.
to where I'm going with this. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I think it's the way you do things. Look, we all are successful in the way we process things. There are some things. Look, I've had you. Uh, believe me, you. I remember one time going up on Bomb Cherry's panel, and I was a little tipsy. And I went up there thinking I'm going to
I was
correct
mean.
matters.
I was very mean.
No, motherfucker, you were worse than
I was
me.
very
It
mean.
was like
It was the
Bob Cherry.
atmosphere.
Wait, hold it. Bob Cherry took me down. She took me down. I was on the ground, and you came and you were stomping on my chest. It's like, let's make sure he's dead. He's not dead yet. He's
Yeah,
still talking. He's still talking. Stop him some more.
yeah, I was
And you know what?
baptized in the cruel
Well, no,
tutelage of Black YouTube.
hold on.
Black
But you know
YouTube
what?
is cruel,
But
and
can I
I
also
just,
say, can I also say, I actually think in retrospect it was funny. I'd have done it.
yeah, it depends on how you absorb it or not.
I,
That
I
what
might,
I've learned is not to absorb it, and when we actually,
well, I think you just taught me what I need to know.
yeah, it's important not to quote unquote absorb it. And I could go ahead and give principles as to how you can make that happen. Not you, but anybody that
I'm not that
finds
worried.
themselves shock and awe. Like, I can't believe they said that. It's like, does it really matter? Does it? Does it really actually matter? And
Let me tell you that it doesn't.
it absolutely never did. The strangers are strangers are strangers. Now, let's say hypothetically, my close relative who knew embarrassing things about me in childhood decided to go for the jugular and just in front of a group of people, just say things that I could try to deny, but I know in my mind is true. What makes me interesting is that I understand these are strangers that have no concept or ability of being informed of my actual real life or the history therein, other than what I tell them. And believe me, Stanley, what I tell people is structured. It's like what I told you yesterday, right? There were certain details I left out intentionally. I know what I'm doing when I talk to these strangers. I encourage pleasantries,
Well, no, I think
but I
that's
know how to
how you
stand
should
my
conduct
ground in confrontation. And that's the trick of it all. Know how to stand your
Understand.
ground in a conversation if you want to stay, or otherwise just promote pleasantries. And I do both. I promote pleasantries. That's what I do. I promote pleasantries. But I remember maybe 10 years ago, a decade ago, hell, 12 years ago, when I was first confronted with mean-spirited people, I had to think to myself, am I really going to wonder what these strangers think about me? No. This is an outlet. This is a new medium of interactive communication that I like to be engaged in. And it stimulates me to figure out how to come back, in terms of resilience. I like the resilience that I've actually strengthened throughout these combative circumstances. But in addition to that, I've grown an affinity for those that I've exchanged pleasantries with, such as yourself. So I did encounter where, as you would say, I stepped on your chest. And at the same time, we've also exchanged pleasantries. I have an affinity for you.
Well,
I don't
here's
think
the
I'm
deal.
ever going to
What
forget
I
you,
was
Stanley.
trying to tell you, ma'am, is in retrospect, you know what? It was probably a lesson to be learned. So what I'm trying to tell you is thank you.
That's the tutelage. That's the cruel tutelage. It's like, it's
Okay.
cruel. It's like, whoa, if I
Okay.
was a
All
soft,
right.
sensitive person, I would really go to bed on this, but I'm not. I'm not that type of person. And I've discovered just how resilient I am, because a lot of times, a lot of people want to give, accolades to me for being this war veteran and so forth. I could give details about how my accomplishments occurred, that I could give details about how it really wasn't hardcore as people make it sound. Like, I look hardcore on paper. Like, on paper, it's like, wow, she's got this and she did that and she was over here and it's like, it wasn't really that hardcore. I just made up my mind that I wasn't going to quit, which means I'm resilient. And what I have found in the midst of being a parent, I got real soft, like super marshmallow soft. And what I found in this cruel tutelage of Black YouTube is that I'm still resilient, and what I've learned also over the years is that I don't have to practice get back. It affords me nothing to practice get back. These people that do reaction videos, like, yeah, they did this, so I'm gonna do that in reaction. And it's like, you have to consider your health. There are people that are sick today because they went above and beyond, Stanley, to get back at somebody. They are sick today, like they had a stroke, their blood pressure is out of control. They are, they're just sick, and that's what you don't want to do, Stanley, is harbor resentment, because this is just YouTube, baby. It's just strangers practicing verbal Olympics and hopefully informing one another something enriching in between. That's all it is.
Well,
And
see, I don't see
with
the
that, I'll close.
enrichment.
You're
If it
enriching
was,
us. You're enriching us. You're influencing us
no,
to
no,
be
no, no, no.
interested in
See,
politics
that
and
part I'm
civics.
not so sure of.
Believe me, you have, as well as a lot of people, they offer enrichment, Stanley. Okay. Now, unfortunately, it does come with a lot of motherfuckers and bitches and words such as that nature. But
Well, see,
nonetheless,
I'm okay using those words, but they honestly need to be used judiciously.
in
Let
between those
let
words,
me tell you something.
all
And
right.
I hope you were there. I was somehow or another, Bomb Cherry and I wound up talking on someone else's panel. And you know what? She literally said, "You're welcome on my panel anytime." Somehow or another, we figured it out. She's a sweet woman. She can
That's how
just
she
be,
is.
yeah. But
Yeah.
look, in the end, there are some things, and maybe I'm just gonna say this. Look, I think the women in this, whatever space this is, are way more forgiving sometimes than they should be. I have a
Okay,
huge
explain that. Elaborate on
criticism.
that. You think
Mhm.
just because somebody calls a woman out of her name, she should disappear?
No, I literally think there's not a man in. Look, I can start naming names, but most of them, it's kind of a weird, like, I wind up on the same in the same chats as you do. I literally cannot think of one man, and this includes people on the left, by the way. It's going to be a clean sweep. None of them. Thank God these women have their own lives, and thank God the men have their own lives too. Honestly, I cannot point to another young man or even someone my age or a bit younger. There's not a one of them I would ever recommend to my daughter. And I don't have a daughter, but I also, well, listen,
That's not what
I
they're
have
here
a,
for. They're not here to be commendable. I don't know
and
what.
you know what? Then I guess I have a totally different idea of what I think this should be.
Yeah, no one is here to impress anybody. They're here to express
Okay,
themselves.
but Mela, impression is not a thing, but I hear people talk about leadership. I hear people talk about, can't we get it all together and be like one community or another?
They're just making up
None of these,
shit.
I'm sorry, what?
They're just making up stuff to keep the audience attention.
Really? Okay,
Absolutely.
well, that makes sense because
If
not a
you
one
take
of these
anybody on YouTube
motherfuckers are
seriously, I feel for you.
You
Seriously,
know
I
what?
mean,
Then I guess I'm getting another education, but
yeah, because
you
really,
mean no, they can't be that good.
listen, the objective is to grow your channel for financial gain. That's a content creator's objective.
How the fuck are these people gonna get
See,
financial gain?
you're blessed to be retired, financially independent, and you're doing this because it is your own personal interest and you have delight. You find delight in the viewership growing, and so you find delight in that. But I'm telling you, people here are crucial.
Okay, if
Crucially.
you are looking to YouTube to support a family or some bullshit,
No, that's not. No,
dude, y'all better get a job.
Okay, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that they depend on YouTube for their substance, to sustain themselves. What I'm indicating is that there is this dopamine hit when somebody gets more subscribers. There's this
Well, I
dopamine hit.
understand that part.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, people are motivated for the growth of their channel, and so they will make up shit, including personalities. They will play. I'm serious. They'll just make up some type of personality that accommodates the audience in the moment of that.
You mean their own personality?
There are people that have altered the nature of their true personalities just to accommodate the audience. This called entertainment, Stanley. Please tell me you are aware of this. They are entertaining people.
Well,
That's all they care about.
back in the day, because you're not quite as old as me, we used to call that shit Sesame Street for kids.
That's all they care about, is entertaining so that they can profit from it, Stanley. Why do you think they go so hard? Why do you think they go so? Yeah, the most outrageous stuff. And you know what's sad about my existence is being known on YouTube? I just come and go as I please. I literally just come and go as I please. I don't.
Well, you are a bit of a gypsy or
I
butterfly.
am not in it for any gain whatsoever. I just find a personality that I like and I chit chat. There's somebody doing Bible study. I like them. There's someone doing politics. I like them. There's someone doing current events. I like them. I mean, I like people. There's somebody doing, ratchet women. There's somebody doing ratchet men. I mean, when I find a personality, that's what I'm in it for. I'm in it for communicating with personalities that I like, that I literally like. Like, there are people that would go live. I don't have time to engage them, be it in a chat or on a panel. I will press like and leave because I encourage that their channel still remains solvent. I just like people. I just like people. I'm a, but I don't want to be in person with these people. I don't want to know what your dining habits are, your bathing I don't want to know any of that. I just like your personality, And so when you give it, you get it. I try to give a personality
Lord.
that accommodates one's channel, and hopefully I'm welcomed for it. Hopefully. If not, I have a life where I can just, do things that I like to do outside of YouTube. And I'm grateful for that. Nonetheless, I'm grateful for YouTube. I have expressed
Right.
some of the most horrendous sentences towards people. Do you know, Stanley, I told a guy that I would urinate in his mouth. What kind of woman says that? That's gross. That's gross.
Well, I guess a woman like you.
No, I'm saying that there was this competition. It was.
Well,
It's an event.
be careful, because you literally told me you said it. So a woman
I
like
did
you.
say it, and I said it because.
So a woman like you.
I said it because there was an event that's structured where everyone attempts to humiliate one another to the utmost degree. And this guy was clobbering me.
My darling Mella.
He was clobbering me.
I'm gonna let you off the hook because I can go farther.
He was clobbering me about. He was accused.
Well, you just told me it doesn't matter.
He was accusing me of being inebriated. He was accusing me of all kinds of personal hygiene issues. He was accusing me of stuff that he had no idea.
So he pissed you off and you went nuclear?
He pissed me off, so I said I'm going to piss in his mouth.
You went nuclear?
I went ballistic.
Yeah, well, that stream of flow. Yeah, it's ballistic. It's an arc. It's an arc.
I said ballistic on purpose.
I get it.
And so I'm gonna tell you, when it comes
Don't tell me, ma'am.
When it comes to being resilient, I had to question myself: am I being resilient or competitive? And because I could have, if I heard something I didn't want to hear.
What did you conclude?
I think I'm secretly competitive.
and let me tell you something right now. Nothing wrong with that.
I used to
resilient.
think I was
Well, hold on. Resilient is recovering when you're not competitive and you lose.
Yeah.
Resilient and competitive are not the same thing.
I'm secretly competitive, Stanley.
Okay, well, stop being secretive. Just be competitive. See, now you're confused. No, you're confusing me now. Resilience is what happens
when
the rubber meets the road. When the rubber meets the road and the rubber melts, that's resilience. You build new rubber. If you win, the tire won. What the fuck? You win or lose. Resilience is if you lose.
You recover from the loss. That's resilient.
Resilient if you win. You can't. No need to be resilient if you win. That's like, how do I win the next time? It's kind of a different way.
Yeah, there's no need
understanding. Resilience is not the word. How do I win the next time? There's probably a word somewhere.
But yeah,
please understand that resilience is not winning. Winners don't have to be resilient until they lose.
Exactly.
So why did you even equate the two? You were in the military.
That was not thinking.
Oh, of course you were.
It was just it was just an impulse.
No, it wasn't an impulse. I can't. But did you ever do that in the military?
No.
Okay,
That's why I
I
was
was
so,
thinking
yeah.
some.
No, I was
You
not,
know where I'm gonna go with
I
this.
was
Were you
not
ever a
foul mouthed.
drill sergeant? Were you
I
ever
was
a drill
not
sergeant?
foul mouthed in the military whatsoever. As a matter of fact, if anything, I was
Okay.
adorable.
I could see in boot
Absolutely
camp.
adorable.
I could see in boot camp, boy, you're gonna do some push-ups, or
I was absolutely adorable.
it's
And
a joke. It's a joke.
yeah. And I was absolutely adorable
Were you
doing
in boot
active
camp?
duties.
So you were adorable in boot camp?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wait, what is that called in the Air Force? You were in San Antonio, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So
And I
adorable
told her,
boot
as a matter of fact,
Air Force is adorable boot camp. Did they teach
I
y'all
said,
to did they
when
teach y'all to tie bows in your hair?
when I say adorable, I mean, I was
Acceptable?
sure, but I use the word adorable. I don't know why it's being disputed when I say
Is
I
that
was
your
literally
experience in boot
adorable.
camp?
No, the boot camp experience was
I'm
not
just
adorable.
fucking with you, Mello. Just go ahead and talk. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, I don't know why, but okay.
Ooh, you wanna,
What is
dude?
for dinner
Boot
tonight,
camp is
Stanley?
the toughest shit you'll ever do. At
What's
least up until that line.
not when you understand that there's better after it. See, that's what got me through.
Oh, okay.
When I realized this is an
What's better
initiation,
after it?
you have more independence, for goodness sakes. Like when I was in basic training, it was a shock to the system for most of the young ladies. At least one tried to end her life. People just weren't accustomed to that, just being yelled at like that. What I had to remember is that they can't touch me, like legally through Congress. Like there's an accountability for anybody physically violating me. So all I have to do is just cooperate with the instructions that are reasonably given, and I'll get through this 6 weeks, and I'm upward. I'm upward. I'm evolving in a better place from there. And that's the way I looked at it, because if I would have just been in the moment in shock and awe, like, I can't believe this is happening, if I was really hysterical, that's different. Fortunately, I studied what to expect. I've always loved the library. Books are my friend. I studied what to expect. There was actually a book at the library, What to Expect When You Go to Basic Training. And then there were further references about what they can and cannot do. So I just felt very secure that I'm being chosen as a perfect physical specimen to participate in an opportunity that will benefit my future. That's the way I looked at basic training. That's the way I looked at it. A lot of people who had not studied and came up with that concept fell by the wayside because they took it in, they absorbed it. Okay, they absorbed the shock and awe. Like, no one's ever yelled at me like this before. I'm not used to having to wolf down my meals this way before. I'm not used to not having to pay attention to my vanity this way before. I'm supposed to be a dainty, pretty young lady. It's not like that. You actually have to demonstrate physical endurance and while maintaining the capacity to comprehend information that coincides with what you'll need to do once you become inducted as an active duty service member. Basic training is just a test. It's just an initiation. And what's fortunate is that they are not allowed to touch you. Now, people don't look at it like that. They don't. They they look at it as like, oh, it's barbaric, it's horrible. It's like, no, they can't touch you. And I'm fortunate. I'm one of the ones that wasn't quote unquote touched. A lot of people can't say that. As a matter of fact, they have a they have something called military sexual trauma. Apparently, a lot of people were coerced or worse into being assaulted, and that's just not my story. And what I have found is that people that I've tried to befriend just because they're veterans, we eventually find ourselves not getting along because as much as I would like to befriend someone because they're a veteran, I really don't know what hiccups they encountered. And if I can't relate to that, somebody is going to pick up on it. It's like, yeah, she sounds like she would be a good friend, but she can never relate to what I've been through. And that's what a lot of people on YouTube are experiencing. They're experiencing the opportunity to clobber people verbally because they've been through something. You know, they've been through something that they believe no one else can
Now,
ever
let me ask you a
understand.
quick question. Hate to interrupt. Is it when you say clobber,
Yeah,
are women more inclined to clobber because of experience or men?
both equally.
Well,
Wha-
see, I disagree.
Oh, tell me why.
I think the men are more likely.
No, I've encountered some
Let me tell
really
you,
rough shot ladies, man. They are.
well, I'm gonna, and
I'm not easily.
this is pure anecdote and just Stanley's observation. I have no data to back me up.
Would not play with
So
her.
I need everyone to understand this is not a data-based argument. Can do you understand it? Most important that you understand. I have no data,
All right,
just a feeling.
just a feeling. Okay.
These motherfuckers are hurt. Look, I agree that a woman can actually, if a woman wants sex, a man, she can get it. Do you agree with that point? Men are rather we're not discerning when we get desperate. Well, you're rather silent. Women have a much larger I don't know, burden. You know, at some point, if things go wrong or right, depending. Um, I think I think that most of the men, and again, I'm going to emphasize, I can't think of a male black content creator that I run into, on a daily, weekly basis. None of them are meeting a standard. If they were my sons, none of them would meet a standard. And I literally mean every black male that you have heard me talk to, and not many of the females would for that matter. So there I am. I've said it. Not a goddamn one of them. But they want to tell us, us, like, black men, there's a standard. Dude, I literally just saw some fucking 55-year-old crash out because he can't get enough money and he fucked his own channel. And you know where I'm going with this. Dude, I've never seen a sorrier whine fucking dude. Don't
Some
do that.
people think that money is love, and they just go over the
No,
top with
I
it.
have a no. Some people, money is love. Dude, what the fuck?
That's what they think. They was like, show me love.
Well, no,
He became a
this
cat, show me
particular
love.
this particular hypothetical is the motherfucker lost his own channel by his own. Everybody, YouTube took my channel. The fuck? The fuck? Dude, this YouTube content creator wants to blame YouTube. YouTube doesn't take your shit.
Unless you violate the guideline.
Or blatantly. And let me tell you a story. No one knows. Mela, I think it was last August. I didn't even know I was taking a risk. I had 2 strikes within like 24 hours. 2 strikes. And, there were copyright strikes. Like if you get a third, you're done. So, no. It actually happened. So I had to figure my way out of it. And it wasn't, I'm like, well, wait, hold it. It was like PBS. It was innocent shit. I was just like, this is news. This is politics. So it took me a day or two. I actually talked to the content creators. One was NPR. They have a whole person who will answer you. And one was some boutique cooking channel thing.
Okay.
And I emailed back and forth because what I did is I'm like, well, fuck it. If you really want to hold me to this, there is a step you can take, like, motherfucker, let's go to court. And they both were like, well, we'll reverse if you reverse. So I took them like, I'll see you in goddamn court. Not that I can afford it, but I just wanted to see. Bottom line is you challenge, especially if, dude, I don't do like weird shit on my channel. It is honestly stuff I'm interested in, stuff that, in my weird head, this is stuff to me that's important one way or the other. And you know what? I won. I've literally never, I've had tons of strikes, and if they're not strikes, I even like, oh, this doesn't affect your channel, but it's going to limit. No, I oppose it all because I literally have won 90% of, but I try not to, go too far with it.
That's important.
These guys are pussies. No, motherfucker, it's my goddamn channel, and I will fight. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if I don't think I am, I'm at least going to, put up a challenge. This is what I care about my channel. God damn it. And this is what disappointed me about this little fellow. Oh, I'm not going to fight. Motherfucker, I know why you're not going to fight, because you're fucked up. Dude, don't fall asleep on your goddamn panel. Fucking end it. But yet I get told, well, Stanley, you read books, and dude, this is such a fuck. No one will fuck with me. At least all these old YNs. Mela, you and I have spirited conversations. People come up here all the time. You don't have to be afraid. You just have to fucking not be an asshole and make a point. And too many of these old YNs, they want me to agree. Whoa, Stanley, you made a criticism. Oh, you're not down. Or, I thought it was a brotherhood. Fuck you. I will be your brother if you have a brain. So I'm sure this will pollinate back to the right person's channel. Dude, if you're a goddamn idiot, I'm not gonna have mercy. I don't give a fuck if I like you or not. Dude, I like my son. And you know what? If you're an idiot, I'm gonna call you an idiot. I will tell you how to fix it. But dude, no one gets out. Stop being a goddamn idiot. And every motherfucking one of these old YNs, their feelings get hurt when I tell them they sound stupid. And it makes me laugh, but it also makes me sad. It's like, dude, there are 55, 56-year-old motherfuckers who complain. Dude, I don't even have to call them dumb. That's what it's like. Oh, Stanley, you called me dumb 2 weeks ago. Motherfucker, okay. I'm not using the word right now. Why are you? This is what I have to fucking deal with. These dudes are fucking weak. So I'm done. Dude, I am so annoyed with these weak motherfuckers. Ooh, Stanley, you motherfucker. I read a book and your feelings are hurt. The fuck? Let's see. You should live stream you going to your son's homecoming, maybe talking some hot mamas. The fuck does that even mean, dude? I am not taking my son to a Georgia Tech homecoming. I'm not that big time son. My son is. He doesn't need his daddy at a goddamn homecoming game. The fuck? What do you think? You think my son's still in high school, son? Let's see. I've never seen someone cry about their military service like Mela. Oh, whoa. Let me, Mela, you can go, but you decide, because I'm like, oh my God. What kind of disrespectful racist does shit like that?
Yeah. Well,
No, you can go or I will.
well, I think he's being provocative to
I
get
think
my
he's
attention.
drunk as fuck.
That's possible.
No, this motherfucker, and he gets mad when I call him a racist. Dude, 12th man, we've known each other for like 3 years. You have all kinds of problems. Okay. And I classify you and Be Brave and Solid Snake. Y'all are in the same boat. Dude, you didn't serve at all. He wants to talk to me about his junior high ROTC bullshit. That's not goddamn serving. Motherfucker. Oh, I was in ROTC. Motherfucker, the R in ROTC, you forgot the J. Junior ROTC, bitch.
Yeah, there's a difference.
No. Hold on one sec. When this fucking sissy little bitch wants to talk about he forgot the J. Motherfucker, they don't call it ROTC in high school. They call it J, junior ROTC. You want to know how I know? Because motherfucker, I did 4 years of it in high school. I was going to call him Solid Snake. 12th man, you don't understand. And I understand that you want to try and all this stuff. Don't you criticize an actual veteran, woman, man, who gives a fuck? She's done more than you have for your fucking country, boy. God damn. These fucking little pussy cowards Oh, let's look at this. I've never seen someone cry about their military service like Mela. Well, bitch, I bet you would have cried more, 12th man.
Civilians are interesting.
Oh, this motherfucker would have he'd have cried in his rack. The motherfucker, some drill sergeant would have woke up in the morning and like, hey, 12 man, mop up those tears.
What I
Somebody's
never
gonna
did,
slip.
what I had not ever did was cry.
Oh
Well,
my God.
like,
Dude, Mela,
I mean,
there
my
is
goodness, this is hilarious.
it is hilarious. Dude, the motherfucker
I'm
wants to
fortunate
criticize
to
you.
have
Dude,
studied.
I don't think 12th man has even worn boots, like tight boots.
And he's probably done some huntsman stuff, but
Motherfucker, hunting in the woods isn't the military.
it's not the military. I agree.
Dude, no, seriously. Look, you don't go hunting deer when you're picking up that weapon. Dude, that's why cops don't, dude. It is a problem in my opinion. And I've known plenty of MPs who wind up as civilian police. At least they, especially excuse me, that I'm coughing now.
Yeah, take your time.
Look, MPs or in the Navy, they're called something else. Look, soldiers don't equal good civilian police. Soldiers
always work out that way.
are trained to do something else. Police are trained to do something else. And there are some people who can bridge the gap. 12th man, you are where you need to be, which is, where you are. Dude, don't you ever criticize a veteran on my goddamn channel ever again.
I didn't even cry when war was declared. I didn't.
No, this
Like, oh, are you
pussy,
serious?
the worst war 12th man has ever had is up on my panel. I'm the war. This racist bullshit that is tolerated on these channels, and 12th man gets to do carte blanche. I saw you on Bob's channel last night. See, you think this is Bob's channel? I will take Bob to fucking town. Bob is a fucking racist too.
I've heard Bob say that
No, this motherfucker was chewing gum and using the N-word last night.
he said
The 12th man was up there laughing with the rest of the
that's
panel.
why he says it. I think he says it to keep the audience's attention. I don't know if he actually believes
hey, if that's the best way you can keep an audience's attention, maybe you should just
because I called him out. I called him out. I said that's a stigma. Like why is somebody who's a pilot quoting a stigma? That doesn't make sense to me.
Oh, I have all kinds of theories because I actually watched that part about the people person and people skills are harder than airplane skills. I watched that whole thing. And, Bob and I are somewhat alike. I'm an introvert, believe this or not. That's why I don't do 24-hour streams. It's like, dude, the right person, cool. Like my wife, sometimes I would have to go split wood or just be alone for a couple hours. Even with my son, now that he's an adult, I got to read a book or I got to do something. It's a weird introvert thing. 12th man,
I understand.
is, well, you probably would, but 12th man needs people to recharge. I don't. I recharge when I fucking disconnect the batteries.
Well,
In this this live stream, you going to your son's homecoming, maybe talking some dude, that is so YN. Take that bullshit over to here for the teas bullshit. Might be funny in her chat.
you are
And yep.
naming names today. Who? And then what? You might as well go ahead and name the other person that you didn't mention.
I have no idea. Have I mentioned people?
You have mentioned Here for the Tea. You've mentioned Gospel of Bob. So prior to
Well,
you mentioning
now
those two
let me also
mention the
say
other
this.
person.
Let me also say this. They won't be surprised. I've said,
And you're saying that the
what
other
I ne-
person that lost their
I've said
chain?
what I need to say on their panels to them. They won't be surprised.
So why is
And
the first,
they'll probably go, well, that's just Stanley.
why is the
He's
first
probably
person
drunk.
a mystery?
It all comes out in the wash. I will run into them at some point.
Okay, I hear you.
Oh, and feel free to carry the message. You know, Stanley said this about Bob. Let Bob know I said it. Stanley said this about Here for the Tea. Y'all tell him before I get there and tell him personally.
Yeah, I'm not a tattletale in this
Oh,
regard.
no, it's even better. I want people to tattletale
Well,
so they're
that would
prepared when I
it would be
finally.
me.
I haven't been on a Bob panel in quite some time. Does T still do shows?
Absolutely. I had what
Well,
did I
apparently
do?
I'm not invited anymore.
Well, I don't know about that. I think
It could be okay.
I think all are welcomed until they're not.
Good.
I've enjoyed many, many interesting exchanges of confirmation that the world has different types of people, different types of personalities. Pick one. You know, it's yeah, I'm not really discriminative when it comes to personalities online. I just hear somebody out, right? Even 12th man with that comment that is obviously provocative. I'm not gonna forget that he says, "I love you, Mella. I love you, Mella." And then he says, he types something like that, and I'm not gonna hold it against him. He's misinformed. He has no idea whether or not I cry about my military service. He's being provocative. And I could fall for it. I could take the bait or not. It's my choice. I don't have to be the belligerent individual who's impulsive in my reactions the way I used to be. I was when I was unfamiliar with human personality differences, I was consumed with thinking that people should quote unquote think like me. When I dropped my ego, that's when I realized I really don't have to pay attention to hecklers. I don't. He made a comment that is in the category of a heckler. It's very provocative. I'm tempted to respond to it in a way that would be abrasive, but I don't have to do that because I do recall we've exchanged pleasantries before. So obviously, you were kind enough to just let that sit on your screen for a particular period. You didn't care about whether or not it was going to hurt my feelings. Maybe you wanted me
Oh,
to
wait,
say,
hold it. How do I come into this?
I'm trying to figure
Remind
out
me.
if you thought
If
that
I
would
left,
upset me.
whoa. if I left something up on the screen, it was inadvertent. It was not about you.
It had melon.
Which part of what I just said don't you understand?
Did you not think
If
that that would hurt my feelings?
I didn't even think about it.
Okay, and that's what I'm talking about.
Which part did I not say it was inadvertent? Meaning I wasn't thinking about it.
I know.
I put it up there. I might have been looking at my phone, might have been out in the kitchen.
It's okay,
It was
Stanley.
my point is it wasn't intentional.
It's okay.
So, well, I know it's okay. It was not intentional.
It's okay whether it was or wasn't.
Thank you for confirming the obvious. It wasn't intentional.
So you say. I'll
So
never
I
know.
Hey, you may never know, but all I can do is give you a big virtual hug and go, "Oh, Mela."
My darling. And all I can say is, yes, dear.
Hey, it works. And it was not intentional.
I'm not.
Well, believe me, if it was intentional, shit, I wouldn't have just left it up on the screen. I would have read it to you. You know me well enough.
You actually did read it to me.
Oh, did I? Well,
Yeah.
goddamn.
Twice.
Well, then it wasn't about you.
Yeah, you wanted to jump on 12th Man, and you even.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
dude, I
You
do.
even
No,
said, Mela, I'll let you
picking
get
on.
him. I was like, I'm not going to get him.
Oh, that's right. No, he shouldn't insult your service.
Well,
That motherfucker hasn't done anything other than for himself.
he was trying my patience.
See, you are much more forgiving, and I understand it's in your nature.
Too. What's
No,
not to forgive?
I do not like slackers. This motherfucker will talk all kinds of bullshit. Dude, on a daily basis, this motherfucker is much more sure of his racist opinions. And see, people like John Galt and CT and Bob, they have taught him that what he says is interesting, if not outright smart. And I honestly, dude, he should always be careful before he clicks the link. One of the reasons, okay, and this is going to hurt his feelings, and I don't give a fuck. It used to be way back in the day, posting the link, pinning the link in the chat was like one of the things you did, part of the checklist. And it's Solid Snake and in 12th Man. That's why I don't post the link, because motherfucker, I will talk to you when I feel like talking to you, if I feel like talking to you. And honestly, I have PTSD. Back in the day, overnight, I used to start the show around 2:00 or so in the morning. And, Solid Snake drunk as a fuck, and fucking 12th Man drunk as a fuck. And then Ryan used to come up 2 hours later, because I'm trying to talk rational and trying to make sense. And these two were just fucking, like, literally the worst of the worst, but drunk. And that's why I'm so mean to 12th Man. I have no mercy. He shouldn't even come up to this panel, to be honest. And Solid Snake finally got it through his thick head. I can only deal with him when he's relatively sober. 12th Man isn't that bright yet. Don't motherfucking come up here when you're slurring. Period. Ever. But I'm too kind by even letting him up. I've
Have
just
you?
grown. I've grown beyond that fucking stupid. I have to talk to you because it attracts people.
Have
Fuck.
you thought about posting your standards?
Nope. They know my standards. And if you don't, fucking figure it out once I tell you on the panel.
Oh, I see.
I'm not gonna post it. I want it to be a surprise. And I know you're making sense, Mella. I'm not saying you're not. I want it to be a surprise sometimes because most of the people who even subscribe to this channel have a clue. 12th man over 3 years or 4. He says it's 5, but it's probably more like 2. The motherfucker. This is why I think 12th man is a racist. This motherfucker still comes up to my panel and wants to talk shit and tell me I'm wrong about shit. This motherfucker hasn't read a book in like probably since he was in 8th grade, but he's going to tell me I'm wrong. Why? Because as a kid, he learned, hey, you could be talking to a black man who is an MD from Harvard, but you're still white. You're still superior. And I believe that's how 12th man thinks. Not kidding, not making a joke. That's how that motherfucker thinks.
Well, when you had the astute gentleman, dark-skinned gentleman, discussing the 14th Amendment, I noticed at the time that 12th man was on the panel. Did he have any?
Well, that was a video, and he was interrupting constantly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not.
You missed. Did you miss that part?
I saw the segment briefly. I didn't get a chance to encounter everything that was critiqued about that gentleman. I think he's brilliant.
Well, unfortunately, I did. Oh, you're talking Jamel Bowie.
Yeah, I think he's brilliant, and there's nothing to dispute about how he articulates a point. He's concise and effectual. I couldn't imagine anyone critiquing him, but
Well, let me tell you a funny story. It was right after. Maybe you missed that part too. So I put up Amy Wax, who is, she's the smartest racist I know. So it takes 12th man about half an hour to figure out she's making the same racist arguments he would tend to make. It literally took him 30 minutes to figure out, and then he had to keep asking me questions. And I can only imagine in his fucking soused drunk brain, he was going, well, wait, hold it. I heard a racist point. Is she agreeing with me? Stanley, pause it. Dude, look, I may have to set down a rule, and I've known 12 man for quite some time, but I'm tired of that bullshit. If I have to go down to 2 people in the chat, I'm just tired of it. This motherfucker can't. I don't give a fuck about his cab ride or the property he's selling. Why does he think I care? Hello?
I thought it was rhetorical. Okay.
No, I don't care. It's not rhetorical.
You
And
asked
the
does
bottom line is no. You have
Okay.
known some of these characters for quite some time, and you have developed a patience for them. Nope, I'm not going to.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's called being a man.
Now, in the interest of parlaying with you.
Oh, you think this is a parlay?
No, I want to, if I am so allowed, to introduce to you the significance of time invested. That's why he would think you care. There's been time
Well,
invested
I
in
do
different
care,
conversations.
except, well, can I work with you on that point? It's not that I don't care. It's just I'm not going to care for something I can't fix. The motherfucker's in Alaska. I'm in Georgia. There's not a goddamn thing I can fix. And I'm not that interested in hearing about what I can't fix. Tell me how you fixed it, or if there's something I can do online. But motherfucker, I don't care if you sell a quarter acre of your property. That's a you thing. I don't care. What the fuck? Why is he even telling his business, for starters?
The same reason why
Growing up black, you remember your mother or father telling you, well, your mother usually, it's nobody's business.
And my father.
It stays in this house.
Well, that was more so my grandmother's mantra. My grandmother was don't air your dirty laundry type of motto.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm older than you, so I might
we're
be.
not, when it comes to somebody saying that they sold a property, that's not dirty laundry.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. This isn't the fucking property channel. Why do I care? Why would he even think to bring it up? I'm looking at a Supreme Court case, but this motherfucker wants
He
to talk
changed the
about what.
topic, yeah.
Okay, it is totally disrespectful. I'm looking at Supreme Court and politics, and this motherfucker wants to bring up his property that he sold. To me, it's total disrespect.
Yeah, changing
And
the topic
I
is
should have just flushed his dumb ass.
the changing the topic can be annoying for some people. And then
And 12th Man has known me for quite some time. I literally told him on this panel, don't change the topic. I've done my due diligence.
Yeah.
I don't know how. See, I know what you're going to say, and I'm not even looking at what Natasha's typing, and I hope. No, don't change the topic. If you want to change the topic, then tell me, hey, look, can we change the topic? Ask permission. And again, 12th Man has known me for a couple years. He's been on my panels for hours at a time. It's disrespect. He knows what even Solid Snake is drunk and depraved as he can be. There's some things 12th Man don't do or doesn't do. But 12th Man persists. Tell me how that works. Oh. Let's see. We are at 5:37.
Oh, we are. Okay. The screen got small for a minute.
Oh, don't worry about it. We will have to end this show, or I won't get clips out of it, and I'm not sure there's anything to be clipped, to be honest. Okay, Natasha, being the nice woman that she is, he is also ready to defend you 10 toes down, Mela. He asked you if you wanted to address the man or if I'm not sure where she's going with that.
Well, you invited me to respond to 12th Man's statement.
Oh.
And I chose not to because I have exchanged pleasantries with 12th Man. So I just took it up as
he is told
it was just
he likes black women, and I remember that dating thing. That was a couple years ago.
Yeah, that's I've exchanged pleasantries with him. So if he's being provocative, I would have to think it was rooted in some type of good nature and not mean spiritedness.
Mela, let me be honest with you.
I'm too
And
forgiving. That's what you're gonna say?
no, I remember you remember HB, and it was a whole dating thing where you would pretend to be on a date. I remember that show. Do you?
I come up with many ideas.
No.
I'm pretty sure I came up
I
with it.
know. Hold on.
I came up with it.
I
I said, let's
remember.
pretend that we're going out on a
Yes,
date, and it was
whoever
12th
came up with
man.
it was
And
HB there. Was
I,
HB
I,
there?
I just remember 12th man.
Do you
with it.
remember HB there? Because he was kind of the host. It was a whole production. You don't recall?
What I do recall is 12th man participated.
Okay, and
And
you
I
know
like
what? Apparently, you don't recall the way
I
I
just
do.
said I recall 12th man
Okay, I
participated.
heard what you said. I
What
was
are you
talking. I
trying?
was
What are you
asking if
attempting to
you.
do,
I
Stanley?
was asking if you remembered
Are you mad
HB
because I
being.
didn't cuss somebody out today? Is that what
Okay,
it is?
don't know. Okay,
You missed my
don't
belligerence
know.
or something?
Here you go. I'm
I
talking
said I
about
recall. You're trying to
yeah,
tell me I
you're
didn't
gonna
recall.
talk while I'm talking. It will be customary. Go ahead and talk, and then I'll ask questions.
You've indicated that I don't recall when I just said that I do recall.
I didn't indicate. I'm telling you, you don't.
Why
But I
would you say
do.
that?
There's a point I'm trying to make. Would you like to hear
Okay,
my
get to the
point?
point. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm going to take my time doing it. If it gets a little difficult or I don't do it in the time frame you want, you'll have to deal with it. I remember, and I also remember probably the first time I got offended at 12th Man's racism. He's a fucking racist. I don't like the way, I like black women. Well, motherfucker, really? Who gives a fuck? That's the first time I noticed that he is a racist. There were many overseers, there were many nephews of slave owners who were racist. And I'm not going to go back into the history. I just didn't like his lasciviousness. It was disgusting to me. So you can remember what you want to remember. Okay, I'm not done yet.
Oh,
But I remember how offended I was. And there's some things you shouldn't take just to be amenable or agreeable. There's some things you don't do. And I'm not talking for you. I'm talking about how offended I was with 12th Man at that point. We're talking maybe 3 years ago. And then the motherfucker wants to, 12th Man's a racist. And maybe not an intentional racist, but he's a racist. Maybe not trained to be better than a racist, but he is a racist. And I have historical reasons at this point. That's why I treat him like shit. He should just go to another channel and be a racist. I'm not going to treat him as an equal. So I'm done.
all right. With that being said, as I had mentioned before earlier in this conversation, it is not my intention to take you two people seriously. I have no sense of comfort in absorbing the ideology, opinions, or thoughts of anybody. It would make me ill. I have heard things. I've heard a man indicate that he would cut a woman's breast off. Okay? And here it is next week, he's talking jokes later. And everybody's laughing with him as if he never said it. We are, unless we actually are obligated to meet these people face to face, or they show up at our doorstep, have your guns ready, because you don't know who you're dealing with online. You have no idea what these people are capable of. Either you're going to be entertained by it and let it go, or you're going to absorb it. I have the luxury of not having a channel. You don't. So I encourage you to institute your ground rules as you see fit, and I'm just blessed to be a part of it. This is the part where I'm done speaking, in case you were interested. It's not you have an immense responsibility. I mean, you're threatening to sue because you had a strike on your channel. I mean, having a channel is a responsibility. I'm not here to
Okay, I slow down. Who have I threatened to sue?
When they struck your channel, you said, well, we'll just
I've
go to
never,
court.
no. Dude, that was talking to YouTube.
Oh, I
It
thought
was
you
like,
actually
no. This was literally YouTube and the people, like, I never met them, never talked to them. It wasn't like on a panel.
Oh, I thought you emailed back and forth.
No. I didn't even email. It's through YouTube system. If you get a strike, there's a whole system to respond to strikes, dispute strikes. No, it wasn't that big a deal.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a whole big.
But I guess my point was there was a point in time where I had like 2 strikes. Third strike, and I'm in as it turns out, Nidish's territory. You know what I did?
You told me already.
I was careful. Like, fuck. Let's not get a third strike. Let's be careful. But guess what happened? Eventually, I have no strikes. But if I wasn't going to fall asleep on a channel, I wasn't going to be irresponsible for a channel. I wasn't shit. I'm talking about it now. I never talked about this shit during the time I was, 2 strikes. It wasn't that long, but it was a month or 2. Motherfucker, I hate whiners. Okay, if you're going through a struggle, sometimes these little fucking old YNs need to be more stoic. Stop fucking crying because your channel got taken away. Motherfucker, YouTube took your channel away because you were careless. Take care of your channel and it'll be okay. I don't have that kind of patience. And then when I get up and talk to these old YNs, they want to get pissy about it. And okay, be pissy, but last time I fuck with these idiots, dude, I thought it was a huge joke supporting these channels. Motherfucker, you got to earn my dollar from this. Just because you go, ooh, why aren't you supporting me? Fuck you. Earn the dollar. Entertain me, God damn it. If it really comes down to that. These old YNs are fucked up. They think their supporters owe them money. Yo, I've been on for 6 hours. Dude, that shit doesn't work. Any comment now? Or do you not see where I'm going? Motherfucker, if you are 55, don't. No. I'm asking if you see the point. Motherfucker, if you're 55, don't beg.
Oh, well, when it comes to e-begging, that's what the people call it.
No, dude, look, I would
Are you
love,
speaking with me or not?
I'm speaking to you, but also half in my head, trying to figure out why these old 55-year-old YNs think that they're putting out quality product.
They don't think that.
Oh,
They are
yeah, they do,
playing
because they
people.
keep,
They are playing people.
well,
That's
let
all
me
they're
ask you a
doing.
question. But why do they ask for money?
Because they are playing people.
Okay,
Everybody
well,
knows it's
teach
stupid
me
to give
how that
somebody
works.
online money. Everybody knows that. And those who don't know it, they're stupid.
No, teach me how that works. You're not doing shit, but you expect money. You will literally tell people, "I've been on for 6 hours."
As a matter of
Why?
fact, it reminds me of the pimp whore culture when a guy who is actually a lowlife convinces a woman who's also a lowlife that she needs him, right? When in actuality, she doesn't. That's kind of like some of these content creators. They are attempting to convince people that without my existence, you have nothing else to do. And and people that fall for that are, that's where they are in life. They believe it. They believe it, and they come out of their pocket to demonstrate that they believe it. And guess what they give them? They give them breadcrumbs. They're like, oh, you're the top member. You're somebody interviewed me. They gave me an exclusive from my chest, heart and soul interview. They put that shit on membership. They put it on membership. And I was offended. I was like, well, I can't listen back to all the stuff that I just told you. And when, as it turns out, unfortunately, the person was ill for a period of time, but eventually when they came back online and they were still money grubbing, right? Because when you think about membership, they're getting paid for my interview, right? And when I not confronted, but I said, why is it that I'm not able to access the interview that you conducted with me because of membership? And he said, oh, email me and I'll send it to you. So that's resolved. And guess what, Stanley? I didn't email that person. I just wanted to find out if they were a decent human being, to understand that your intention is to exploit people for profit and gain. And that's what these people are doing, Stanley. They are exploiting people for profit and gain. If you fall for it, that's on you.
Yeah, but at what cost?
If you fall for it,
Here's the deal. Well, let me tell you how I think. Donald Trump is a problem, and I'm using an example, but his voters are actually the biggest problem. And I kind of look at people in the chat, with the content creators. Content creators are going to do what they think they can get away with, including me, but I try to I try to be a good content creator.
there's no integrity on YouTube. None.
Well, you know what? There's no crying in baseball. That's what you sounded like. You sounded like Tom Hanks. There's no crying in baseball.
No, go ahead and clip it. I mean, I donate my
No,
personality.
it's a joke. It is a joke.
No, I take it as a joke, and it was very hilarious because it's true. There is
listen
no
to you laughing.
integrity on YouTube. And if you think there is, then you are the April Fool.
Apparently I am. Well, I think I'm good now, but I'm still gonna gripe about it. God damn it!
And that's what makes your channel very, very sweet. To hear
Yeah,
your
sweet,
praise.
sweet like Sesame Street. It's like this Stanley dude still thinks that, Kermit the Frog is a real frog.
When I hear your gripes, I dissect it and try to understand it. That's what I do.
Oh, yeah, well, that is sweet of you.
Speaking of fraud,
I appreciate that you heard me out. I mean, honestly, it's like, what the fuck? Dude, I guess I am going to just be a small content creator because I don't look. It's more important. I'm pissed off because I haven't finished this fucking oral argument here. But
and I would
I
like
get
to
the
see it.
well, I get the gist of it. Oh, it'll be all right. We cannot expect journalism ethics on social media unless you're dealing with a journalist. A lot of journalists actually have social media. Look at a lot of the journalists actually have been fired or have left, and Joy Reid, Don Lemon, a lot of big cable journalists are doing actually as well, if not better.
I like the historians like Heather Cox Richardson. I like the historians.
Well, you know what? We need to talk about that because I got about 6 others who are YouTube historians, except all of them are actual like historians who do YouTube.
Yeah.
Now there's a guy named Tad Sturmer who actually doesn't like Joe Lepore. I'm sure they'd be fine if they met, but he calls people like Heather Cox Richardson, what does he call them? Basically he's calling them center left. What does he call them? It's not patriot left. It's basically, someone who actually believes in the Constitution.
Okay.
If you want to know, maybe that's what we do on Saturday if you're up for it. There's shitloads. There are some really cool Black historians. There's a bunch of actual like elite Black historians, elite white historians who talk about this stuff, American history specifically, a lot of different aspects. Maybe it could be done this weekend. How interested are you in Heather Cox Richardson? Because she does a show with a buddy of hers, and I can't think of her name. She's got a whole nother like history podcast that she does on Saturday mornings.
Yeah, I've seen her friend. Yeah, she's got a bird in the background that chirps every now
Yeah. Cute little historian.
Yeah, she's very attractive.
No, back when she was young. She's old now, but aren't we all?
Oh shit.
Well, no, she's still Joanne. Can't remember her last name, but no, she is Yale. She's teaching at Yale still.
Well, we all
Do
get
you
old.
actually like history that much?
No, it's just I'm impressed by professionals. That's what when someone has dedicated their life to a particular field of study, no matter what it is, be it nutrition, neuroscience, history, American history, like when someone has the credentials to back up that they have dedicated their life in the interest of that field of study, I'm impressed.
Well,
So
let me ask you a
it's not
question.
necessarily
If
the
you
topic.
go over if you go over to a certain channel, there are people who are going to tell you, well, I've dedicated my life to niggatry. They they won't use the N word, but dude, let me
They
tell you
call it
something. And
effery. Back when I first discovered Black YouTube, they called it effery.
Well, I think they still do, but they've glorified it. Look, they have turned it into being real. Like, oh, I don't need a
Yeah,
book.
they come up with
You know,
all types of.
I have lived a life in Nidish is the worst of them. This motherfucker will tell you the street corner he bought his first newspaper on. He will tell you the bakery. Dude, no one gives a fuck about that. Honestly. And I have a whole way. And Mela, please hold your ears. Look, I think these motherfuckers literally think that they're black. These Cali blacks, and Nidish isn't the only one I know. I know a whole cohort of San Diego, LA, totally different experience on YouTube. And you know what? I can hang out with them, don't talk to them much, but I'm still in good standing. These Cali blacks are weird, but yet dude, it annoys me so much to hear someone like a Nidish. I heard ADS. You know who Lord ADS is?
Mm-hmm.
Listening to these fucking racists talk about blacks from Georgia, dude, it was literally like somewhere between Jimmy the Greek. You remember Jimmy the Greek? You might not be old enough, but way back in the day,
That name sounds familiar.
I was actually watching the show when it was like, the slaves. The reason why these running backs are so powerful is the slaves used to run. Oh, dude, they took that motherfucker back off the air in the 80s because the shit was so racist. And I hear that same shit with some of these anti-black blacks. And the sad part is I keep telling people that y'all is racist. 12th Man doesn't believe it when I tell him he's a racist. And I'm not kidding. I'm not saying it to be insulting. You're just too stupid to know that what you're saying is racist. I use the word megalomaniac. Were you here when he fucking said, is that a Jew word? But yet when I said, well, that sounds racist, this motherfucker is swearing he's not a racist. Jew word? What the fuck? How is that not a Jew word? Like a black man can't use the word, I have to use a Jew word? That's all kinds of goddamn racist.
Yeah, that was racist.
No, kinda racist?
It was
It is
racist.
pure racist.
It was racist. It was racist to say that.
No, but what
it is.
Where I want to go, these motherfuckers are racist when they wake up in the morning. They're too stupid to even understand the point. Where everybody's a racist. Well, motherfucker, not everyone is using the term Jew word. Dude, the one thing that I have noticed in black YouTube, dude, I grew up in Savannah, Georgia in the fucking 70s and 80s, went to all white schools because I could test into them. It's more racist in 2026 listening to these black fools on YouTube than it was back in the goddamn 80s.
No,
I heard Nidish say that there was no racism back in the you know, for in the late 70s and the 80s, when, you know, there was no racism on MTV, this dumb fucker is too stupid or too young to remember it was David Bowie who stuck up to get Michael Jackson, the king of pop, on MTV. David Bowie had to fucking stick up, and then Michael Jackson takes off because everybody loves it. But these dumb fucks will tell you there was no racism at the beginning of MTV. Motherfucker, I was there. I remember the newspapers. Dude, we used to watch 120 minutes. It so annoys me to hear these dumb fuckers declare that racism didn't begin until Obama got into office because they're dude, the ignorance in this YouTube Black community makes me cry. I cringe. I seriously, in all honesty, I cringe when I hear a 50 fucking some year old man not understand, or he doesn't know. I don't know what the fuck. But dude, these anti-black blacks, John Gall, all these motherfuckers they honestly will talk shit, and the young ones listen. You know what? I just thought of something, and Mela, I hope you have about if you would please stay for like another 30 minutes. I just thought, and hopefully I can find the clip. This is really when I started going, holy fuck. Give me a second, because I clipped this and I think it's on YouTube. I think it's saved. Give me one sec here. And this is talking to a young man who was one of Be Brave's people. It's in one of my openings. But this is actually what got me just, man, YouTube is fucking up some black males. Hopefully I can find it or remember it. Oh, this is going way back.
All right.
I don't know that it's all right, but it just this isn't the best way to look at this content. Trying to think, because I think I have it on my computer. And it's a video clip. Damn, I bet it's a guy named he calls himself Conservative J. And a young kid had a conversation, and I basically told him there's nothing wrong with black conservatives, but they have to be black conservatives who actually have read and understand what conservatism is. And SKC was there. We actually had a good time talking to this child. And it is going back about a year, so damn it. Well, it's not going to be an easy find. So, guess I'm going to have to go back to this. Can you just let me play this? Let me see, can I figure out where it is?
Oh, sure.
Justice Sotomayor?
Or not, you can
Justice
talk.
Kagan?
I could go back to your example about having high cholesterol and all the various things that a doctor could say. And I don't think like anybody wants to remove doctors from, liability or any kind of professional sanction for giving utterly wrong medical advice just because the giving of that advice involves words, right? So if the doctor said you can lower your cholesterol by going out and eating dessert every meal, we would think that was like not a good thing for a doctor to say. And we wouldn't say, oh, the First Amendment has something to do with this. But I guess I have this feeling that that's a different kind of case, that is a case where the speech is incidental to whatever conduct it is that the doctor is offering. Whether it's, you should take this pill or you should do these eating practices or so forth and so on. And are you saying that there's no distinction between what we're dealing with here and the range of things that a doctor can tell you in her office about what kind of care is appropriate for any particular condition?
I don't think there's any distinction because just like in the medical field, counseling is an evidence-based practice that petitioner trained for thousands of hours to be qualified to do. And her advice and counseling therapies through her words can be extremely harmful. And so there is no difference between that and the medical context. And I wanted to come back to the first part of your question about calling out a specific practice that violates the standard of care. This is a thing that legislatures do not irregularly. When you have a practice that although it's ineffective or although it's harmful, it persists anyway. So for example, in Colorado, there's a specific provision that says it's unprofessional conduct for medical doctors to prescribe anabolic steroids for sports performance. Now, normally something like that might die out, but you can understand why there are cultural pressures that make this continue to be interesting to people, even when they know there's harm. And this has been the problem with conversion therapy. Although every theory that it's relied on has been debunked and debunked and debunked, people continue to seek it and to want it and to believe that they can make this change. And I think that's understandable. It's a challenge to find out that you're a gay or transgender person. And then finally, to the issue of regulating us.
Hey, Mella. I found it. You still there?
Yes, I am.
Uh-oh.
I'm glad you
All
found
right.
me.
Well, this may be we'll see how this works out. I actually think that this was good advice. It's about 45 minutes now that I look at it.
That's
So,
cool. If you got the time.
oh, I have the time.
And here we go.
But I'm actually interested in your review. Now, I started off.
shit.
This is a Brookings Institute. This was like some urban, how do we, deal with kids in the hood? These are successful Black men. However, it's not all Brookings. And like I said, I clipped it. I thought it was good. SKC's here. I think even Deacon Dave. It's kind of an all-star cast, but it is a young man who is, I think he's still conservative leaning. So, and please stop me.
What year was this?
Oh, it's let's see here. Couple years ago. It's not old. Not horribly old.
The video itself, how would I find it?
It's within. Wait, the
It's
clip I'm showing or the Brookings
the,
Institute?
the well, I'll just look up Brookings Institute, and
Yeah, I'd have to find it.
that's okay. You can read
Because
the title
the
of the
clip of
stream
a
you're about to
clip.
play.
Well, I took the clip from a live, and I tend to put the links in, but I'd actually have to go back and research it.
That's
But
fine. I'll find it.
it is in the Brookings Institute, but they
That's
do
fine.
they,
Thank
they
you.
do a couple, 2 or 3 or 4 a week. But if you're interested, yeah, I'll find it.
No, no, not at all. I'm just no more work needs to be done. Just let's listen, and I appreciate your attentiveness when I want to comment.
Well,
Thank you.
please don't beat me up too bad. Oh, and the
Make sure the
volume is
volume
bad
is.
too.
Oh, yeah.
Nope, the volume sucks. I just remember. So
I'll try to
you're
listen.
actually gonna have to turn it up.
So if you're going to close the racial wealth gap, you got to help more people of color own commercial property.
It was when this is
Racial
like
wealth.
one
I heard racial wealth gap. I heard that part.
this is one of the first clips I ever did, and I did it on OBS, and I finally kind of understand how OBS works now. And let me turn off this background. The music is a problem too. So be kind. I know I'm asking a lot. People will have to turn up their volume. Damn it. All right, enough of that. And
81% of commercial property is owned by 1% of the population. And, whether it's assets, could be homes, businesses, it's commercial real estate. So we now own 6 shopping centers.
And I think I sped this up for the video too.
Hello.
Oh, sorry about that. I was on mute. I'm not a fan of. I mean, you'll almost never hear me talk about either of
I
those
found
guys.
the Brookings Institute.
Yeah,
It's a think
I get
tank.
what you're saying, but I feel like a lot of the
Yeah, the Brookings Institute is a think tank, and when you type in racial wealth gap,
Yeah.
that's what I did. I didn't come up with the video yet because I'm still paying attention to what you're doing.
Well, yeah. Brookings Institute is basically, excuse me, center left. It's a lot of interesting people have worked there, but yeah, they're the ones who came up with the success. What is it? The success triad or whatever. Graduate high school, get married, kids after marriage. They're the think tank that made that famous.
divisiveness comes from people that look like me, which is unfortunately Black people, because every time, I'm even my family or whether it's like, online or on TikTok, it's just like all this.
Oh, and by the way, his microphone's burping. So
This racial division, I feel like, comes from majority of Black people because they're always playing the victim. They're always bringing up the past. They're always, being divisive, and it's just like white people aren't doing that. I mean, some of them are. Don't get me wrong.
Let me. How into American history are you?
I mean, I know my American history a little bit.
Okay, well then you know that white people have been doing it for centuries in America. So that Black people are the only ones being racially divisive, I think that's easily disproven. The other thing, the other thing that I personally don't do is I don't even have a TikTok or I have an Instagram account, but I don't really use it, for information or anything like that. So I think sometimes
I never said.
Well, boy, howdy, is that changed. I have a TikTok account, but there's only one channel I subscribe to. It's Shara's cooking channel. The Instagram, It's still pretty much unused, but just had to make that disclaimer.
Never
No,
said you was on
I'm
TikTok.
going. Whoa! I'm gonna finish, and then you go. I think sometimes that people kind of get a magnified or skewed view of reality if you're only looking at social media. And as far as proving, I mean, American history is literally chock full of white people being racial.
Well, first off, I mean, I never said you was on TikTok. I was just making a general
No,
statement. But
I
I
didn't
mean,
say you did. You mentioned it. I'm saying if you are getting the racial division and all that stuff from TikTok, I'm saying you're getting a skewed version of reality. I didn't say I was on it. I said if you are getting your news or information solely from social media, you're getting a skewed perspective.
yeah, but I think the problem is black people blame whites too much, and they blame them a lot that they don't even want to fix the issues in their own community, like black on black crime. I mean, high blood pressure,
Okay, well, how
diabetes,
that's an
fatherless homes.
interesting point. Now tell me how black people can solve crime.
Well, first they can solve crime by asking for more police instead of trying to be stupid and defund the police. Because a lot of people was trying to do that in
Defund the
2020.
police. This is 2025. Defund the police died a few years ago. As a matter of fact, defund the police died when Joe Biden came into office because he was not. Well, it's not as old as I thought. And by the way, I will pretty much bring up the same themes. These kids don't know shit. Um, JB Smooth, we're gonna see how long you last. Your advice or my advice to you: come up, say hey, and listen. Um, I have a hair trigger right now. Hey, JB.
Hey man, how you doing?
Do you need me to re-emphasize the rules?
No, I heard you, man. I was just saying,
Good.
hey,
Good. Say hello to Mella.
how you doing, man?
Hi.
And let's go back to the video. Do you have a comment on this video so far?
No, you just
JB?
told me to shut up, so that's what I'm doing.
Well, you know what? If that's how you took it, good advice. Into defund the police. So it's been defund the police pretty much died in 2020. So
And
that's
also
5
hold
years
these
ago.
and also hold these hold these rappers and these bad influences accountable, because it's clearly not as
How
a
are
good
we?
influence as it was back in the day. Because a lot of people look up to Sexy Red, they look up to Lil Durk, they look up to Cheap Keef, these degenerates, these incels to society. And then when
Well,
you
let
do
me
that,
ask
that's what
you, that's an interesting point. Now, do you expect Sexy Red to stop doing what she's doing? Is that
absolutely.
what you're asking?
Yes.
So you expect her to give up her livelihood?
I'm saying she needs to change her image because a lot of young black people, especially my age, are looking up to that.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you blame Sexy Red for these kids looking up to her, or do you blame the parents?
I blame both the parents and Sexy Red.
Okay, well, see, this is the sheer stupidity. I should have. Oh, dude, you expect someone like let's use a content creator. Let's use one of these fucking old YNs who have taken Corey and fucking Anton as far as it'll go and put some fuel in the car and kept going with it. No, they have found something that's putting, bacon on in the frying pan. No, do not depend on a content creator or a star. Dude, it is the fan who spends the money or doesn't. It is the voter who elects the politician or doesn't. Where do we teach these kids to blame Sexy Red, but not the people buying the albums or watching the videos, or the fucking little kid asking me about Sexy Red? I had no, I guess I kind of knew who she was. Dude, this is so sad. I mean, that's fair. I would tend to blame the parents. And as a parent of a 19-year-old, I was actually very aware of what my son listened to, the social media and all that. I mean, I really never censored it. I just kind of let him know what the expectations were. And every now and again, I'd go back and spot check. But I personally think that Sexy Red should be as sexy and as red as she wants to be. It's up to the parents to decide who that child gets exposed to. And I know it's not, you can't do it 100% of the time. But one of the things I caught a lot of guff from my son, he didn't get a phone until he was in high school.
Well, I mean,
So I mean,
I did too. I can relate.
he had fairly limited access to the internet. Like for instance, I can't recall, he didn't have a computer in his room. So I mean, if he needed to use the internet, he either used it at school or he had one of those Chromebooks that kids bring home from school. And the Chromebook actually had the security protocols. The school, has its own security protocols. And anything I needed to do on my end from the router, I know how to get in the router and, clamp down, the types of websites he doesn't need to be on. But that's me as a parent. And I kind of know computers. I can't expect every parent to be able to do that. But the bottom line is I am a huge proponent of parents uber alles. I'm not going to blame Sexy Red. I'm going to blame the parent who lets the kids play that stuff in the house. Mr. Timing, how you doing? Oh, wait, standard timing? Where the hell do you go? We're here. Hit the link, sir.
I mean, yeah.
I'm
true,
also
true.
going. Well, one other thing. I'm also going to blame the parent who is playing Sexy Red.
I mean, true too. But I just feel like black people need to take more accountability, especially like
Oh, you and
instead
I
of
agree
blaming the
on
white
that.
man, instead of blaming the white man for every little thing.
I do not. I totally agree with that. Like I said, black
I think
culture.
we owe the whites a little bit more respect.
I don't know white shit. However, I do think that black culture starts within the four walls of the family. Blaming whites for everything, I agree, but we don't know white shit.
No, yes, we do because they
Nope,
helped.
not we
We free the
don't. We
Republicans.
don't
The
owe.
Republicans
We
freed the
don't owe
slave.
whites.
The
We don't
Republicans
owe
freed the
whites.
slave. If all these white people
We
was bad,
okay.
we wouldn't be free.
Once
We wouldn't be
again,
free.
YNs don't know their history. We don't owe them shit.
Well,
Because
no, yes, we do.
if you're gonna make that argument, if you want to talk about what Republicans did way back when, then you know what? You're actually making a
Yes, ma'am.
reparations argument.
Why is it that using the term YNs isn't racist?
Is not?
I'm asking you.
Well, no, I get your point. It is
Yeah,
racist.
I'm sure you do.
It is racist.
If you're going to call somebody
Okay,
racist,
nope. Before you run off, YNs is not a term I made up. It's what the YNs call themselves. And if I couple it with old YN, yep, it's racist. But you get my point. I
all
hope.
right, proceed.
No, it is. What would you expect me to call them? They call themselves that. If we should be thankful for something that happened 100 or 200 years ago, then they owe us.
How do they owe us?
If we owe them a debt of gratitude for being freed from slavery, well, they owe us a debt for putting us in slavery in the first place.
Look,
I
I'm not
don't
saying
agree. I don't agree with either of those. I don't think we owe white people shit. And you know what? I'll just say, hey, you know what? White people don't owe us shit either. And call it even.
look, I'm not saying that whites never had us in slavery. They did, but let's not forget that
Okay, well,
all
no,
these
no,
black
no.
people sold us out too. Let's not
I've
forget that.
already, let's not keep repeating what I've already said is bullshit. If you still think that blacks ought to be grateful to whites for freeing us from slavery, well, they didn't do it yesterday. They did it 100 years ago. I don't know them shit. Just like their families didn't put me in slavery, their families didn't free me from slavery either.
I get what you're saying, but the point is, I'm saying the point is that we shouldn't be anti-white when at the end of the day, like we all need to work together. And I feel like the FB.
I agree. We should not be anti-white. I 100% agree with that. As a matter of fact, black people should never be racist because we know what happens when people are racist. Black people should be the last people to be anti-white. We know the consequences.
I'm just saying it just seems like, back to my original statement, like when I came up here, I'm just saying it seems like the racism and the prejudiceness mostly comes from the blacks. That's just what I feel like.
No, and I disagree. I think
do you disagree?
whites in America invented racism. They put it into law. They taught blacks how to be racist. House slaves and field slaves.
You gotta be
us
kidding
that.
me.
Whoa. Whites taught us that shit. It's in the history books.
I don't think they did.
Oh, you need
who's to say the history even true?
Hold on. You need to crack open a history book. You know, when Thomas Jefferson got Sally Hemings, pregnant 5 times, his kids got treated special. Just read the history of Monticello, Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings as one example of the masses' offspring being treated better than the field slaves. Where do you think black slaves learned who the master's favorite was and who wasn't?
I mean, look,
don't say that black people taught themselves how to be racist. It was the racists who taught us to be racist.
No, that's not true.
It is 100% true.
That's your opinion.
No. That is not my opinion, son. Thomas Jefferson was real, son. Sally Hemings was real, son. It's in the history books. My opinion is formed off of certified, bona fide, verified history. Yours is not.
You're saying things based off your opinion. That's for sure.
You're
saying things based off your opinion.
Literally do not.
You're saying things based off your opinion.
I am literally telling you are ignorant.
No, you're ignorant.
You do not know enough.
You are ignorant.
You do not know enough to make these
arguments. That's why you be ducking. That's why you be ducking, be brave.
Nope, I'm telling you, you don't know shit. I literally just.
No, you don't know. No, you don't know anything. You're speaking your opinion. You're speaking your opinion.
Nope.
You're just speaking your opinion. You want to say things that fit your narrative. That's what you did.
Well, let me point out something here, because this is just a lot of back and forth. This is poor parenting here. This boy doesn't know how to shut the fuck up, even if the elder is wrong. He has this young man is still out there. As a matter of fact, he was up on the panel for like 5 minutes or so, maybe a month ago. He's got a lot to learn. He's going to have a foot put up his ass a lot. He is not willing to, actually, none of this matters. You know, you can learn this stuff in the middle of, you know, working hard and taking care of a family. The funny thing about American history, or really any sort of knowledge, if you're interested in it, it will come to you. You know, it's kind of how it's like, you know, and I'm not really into new age bullshit, but if you're interested in something, you will gravitate to it or it will gravitate to you. It's just how it works. But no,
You want
what
to say things that fit your
motherfucker,
narrative.
you will let me
You want to
talk,
say things.
or you
You
will
want
be
to
in the
say
back.
things. You want
No,
to say things
motherfucker.
that fit your narrative.
You need to calm your young ass down. My opinion is you don't know shit, so you get to just spew your ignorance and I'll listen.
No, you're speaking your opinion. You're saying things from your point of view, bro. You're not speaking facts. And the facts is that
This is what I mean. This is literally Sharon Bracey or fucking the facts is, motherfucker, that's subject. But dude, if you actually want to be taken seriously outside of your little clique, it's not the facts is, subject verb tense agreement. Facts are, or fact is, subject verb agreement. God damn it. And I'm not, dude, this is 2026. If you're a YN and he's an actual YN coming up saying facts is, I'm going to go into mock your dumb ass mode. Once you say facts is, I'm done, motherfucker. Don't you come up to my goddamn panel doing facts is. That shit will work on Galt's panel or B Brave's panel or CT's panel or Bob's panel or wherever the fuck it is you feel comfortable. But I'm going to hold you to a higher goddamn standard. Take the little fucking Warreners. Warreners is a English textbook that they tend to do in 9th and 10th grade, at least back in the day. Motherfucker, you better fucking blow the dust off that goddamn Warreners. When you come up here, there's a different standard. And I have not, I've gotten some guff from actual people I respect who are fans of this channel. And I said it maybe last weekend. We're going to have to change. It's just, I'm going to lose some subscribers. Don't bring that facts is bullshit up here, especially if you're a YN.
white people are not the enemy. That's the facts. Now, yes, did they do things back in the day that wasn't so good? Yes, I never said they did. But the point is that if all white people were bad, then we wouldn't be free. So that's why we own.
And you know what? It took a... Listen to this dumb young fucker. Has he ever heard of Haiti? If all white people were bad, we wouldn't be free? Motherfucker, the fuck? Oh my God. Dude, it took white people fighting white people. And they had to ask, like, oh shit, the young white men don't want to fight anymore. And Frederick Douglass's sons and like 100, 200,000 black young black men. Dude, black Americans fought for their goddamn freedom in the fucking Civil War, and little pussies like SKC and little J, little conservative J, y'all have fucking let these idiots like Be Brave and Donald Trump, Be Brave and Donald Trump might as well fucking be brothers. Dude, this is so disrespectful of your own heritage. Motherfucker, do you know what used to happen to black Union soldiers if they were caught behind Southern lines? They didn't become prisoners of war, they became corpses. Black soldiers during the Civil War knew what the fuck would happen to them if they were caught by the South. They were dead. They weren't just fucking risking a bullet. If you survived the goddamn bullet and got captured, motherfucker, you're dead. There will be no second chances. So little pussy boy Jay does not understand. Dude, Frederick Douglass put his sons into this battle. If they got caught, they were dead. If the bullet didn't kill them, they were going to be killed. Dude, oh, these little black YNs. These little YNs want to talk shit. Oh, we wouldn't be free if white people didn't give us freedom. Motherfucker, we fought for it. If black people didn't want freedom, we'd still be slaves. Mr. Lincoln, don't fight that Civil War. We love being slaves. Dude, this is what the Be Brave class of YouTube has taught little boy Jay. And dude, I'm going to say this once again. There's not a motherfucker who has a fucking YouTube channel, at least that I go on regularly. None of these motherfuckers knows Black American history. Even the people who think they are on the left, dude, y'all don't know shit. Goddamn war to do it. They didn't do it out of the goodness of their hearts.
How did they not do it at the goodness of their heart?
No. Now you
how did they not do it the goodness of their heart?
Okay,
how did they not do it?
What's up, tough
How
guy?
did they not do it?
Hey, motherfucker. What's up, tough guy? What you got to say?
Hold on, I'm trying to fix my sound now.
Well, take your time. I'm listening to my past mistakes. Didn't they teach you about the Civil War in high school? Is the Civil War my opinion too? The fact is that slavery ended and it took a civil war to do it. Now fucking tell me that's my opinion.
Okay.
There's nothing worse than an ignorant YN in my opinion.
My TV was loud. I couldn't.
I hear you.
It's
Hold
not
on.
your opinion. I never said that. What I'm saying, matter of fact, didn't blacks fight in the Civil War? Didn't we fight in the Civil War?
Okay, dude, the Civil War happened no matter who fought in it.
Who is this?
Civil War? How does that change the? Oh, there's a kid who's still around called Conservative Jay.
Oh, I was like, who the hell is
I
that?
think he spends some time. Last I saw him, he actually came up here a couple months ago, but he spends time with John Galt and Be Brave and CT.
Oh, okay.
So,
how you been though, bro? You straight?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Well, I wasn't asking you literally, was you straight?
Well, no, I was in Savannah last week, so yep, had a good time back here.
How your pops doing?
Oh, he's doing pretty good.
That's cool.
No huge health issues, but
Still alive and kicking, huh?
still alive and kicking. And I spent the whole fucking week baking bread.
Oh yeah, you made buns too?
Well, not for him, but yeah, I make hot dog buns, hamburger buns, but nope, he's got bread to last him a month or so. So
You know
I'll
how to
be
make
back.
sourdough?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I made 2 loaves of sourdough sandwich bread. Uh so yeah, it was fun actually.
That's cool.
So what's been going on with you?
Shit, just back to the grind. Back to the grind.
Well, how's the house?
It's cool.
You still enjoying it?
Yeah, it's cool. Like I said, it's cool. I mean, nothing like having your own shit.
Was it a lemon tree or an orange
One-
tree?
Orange. Orange.
Did you pick some oranges yet? God damn it.
You know, I haven't.
Well, are they you know what? I don't know the season. They should be
Yeah, I
getting
like to
ripe.
eat oranges at the
Another
right
couple
season.
months.
Yeah, probably closer. Well, it's California, so we have pretty good weather.
Right.
But I like my oranges in the refrigerator. Like when I buy oranges, I put them in the refrigerator and I eat them like that. I like them cold.
You know what? The only citrus I eat these days is in pico de gallo, like limes.
Yeah, lime is good too. Yeah.
Let me since Speak Radio is here.
Oh, Speak is there? What up?
Yeah, and you know what? Of course, I am
Speak,
there.
that's my honey.
Speak Radio did like the best fucking logo. And I was like, somewhere between oh, that's cute and oh, it's fucking funny. It's really it probably captures this show better than most. Give me a second here.
Where's your fan club, Mike 123 and
I
JD Smooth?
who cares? As a matter of fact, there's some people that need to be shed, and luckily, I'm sure I'll see them over the weekend. They do not come during the week, which is perfectly fine. We try and be at least remotely serious.
When the last time you drank some Hennessy?
10 years.
Damn, it's been that long?
Yeah, I haven't had anything like brandy, and honestly, at least 10 years. The last time I can remember drinking brandy was probably Norfolk, like before I met my wife.
Damn, nigga.
My son's 20, or will be 20 in June, so at least 15 years. It was just, she didn't drink it, but I never asked her to either. Just kind of fell off the orbit. Yeah, I'm going to do that in a minute, Speak.
I'm playing tomorrow night. You should go.
Oh, really?
buy some.
Where?
It's called the World Beat Center.
There we go. Now I need to figure out how to get everyone off of this. Oop. Yeah, that's not working either. Oh, I know. You know what? Let's do that. There we go.
Yep, the world
This is
gonna be there
Speak
tomorrow.
Radio's. This is Speak Radio's new thumbnail.
It's gonna be good.
Which probably catches the spirit of this show. Like the world is smiling, going,
But
what?
who was you calling the old YN?
Wait, hold on. Let me narrate this thumbnail. The world is looking at me, going, what? Who, me? And I'm like, motherfucker, what the fuck are you saying?
What this nigga do? He put us on hold. Hey y'all, this nigga put us on hold, man. What the
Wait,
fuck?
hold it. You can't hear me?
I'm in the show talking though, so that's what it say. I'm in the show, so this shit's still rocking. Now that I'm on this bitch, this nigga just dipped off. I don't know what the hell this nigga went and did. He probably went to go grab a beer or check on his bread that he's cooking, because this nigga love to cook bread and hamburger and hot dog buns and shit.
Wait,
He said he made some
can you hear
sourdough,
me now?
but I wonder if Stanley can actually make pie. Cause Stanley be talking like he can cook and shit, but pie is actually really hard to make by scratch. So I wonder if that nigga can actually make pie, and what type of pie the nigga can make. Because pie has to be done right, and not only that, pie gotta be good. Like you gotta, if you're gonna do it from scratch, your filling gotta be right. The shit gotta taste right. You know what I'm saying? It's gotta be consistent. Now, a lot of people like pumpkin pie, but I'm gonna choose sweet potato pie over pumpkin pie. I'm gonna choose apple pie
Can you hear me now?
over cherry pie, because I don't
Hello?
fuck with cherry pie like that. I mean, I will eat a cherry pie, but I think apple pie got that shit beat. You know what I'm saying? And peach cobbler is some black people shit. You know what I'm saying? We like that sweet shit, so that's why they made.
Okay, can y'all hear me? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me, please. Okay, so I can hear myself on the phone. It is Tough Guy. And by the way, yes, I can make a pie from scratch.
Cake. I don't know if y'all had ice cream cake before, but ice cream cake is fire.
All right.
And if you have apple,
He'll figure it out. And yes, I can actually make a pie crust from scratch. And better than that, my son can do it too, better than me, because he likes pie better. Of course I can fucking make a pie, god damn it. Okay, can you hear? Whoa, can you hear me now?
yeah, nigga.
Okay. So it was you.
What happened? I was
don't
just,
know.
I just
But
kept talking.
here's the deal. Let me compliment the master thumbnail maker, the master motherfucking artist. This goddamn thumbnail gets it better than any of them before. It is Stanley asking the world why. And the world's got a little smirk on his face, like, who, me?
And then you got my beat behind it. And then you got
It's like, world, what the fuck?
and then you got
the world is like, ooh.
and then you got my
me?
beat behind it. You got my beat behind it too.
So salute to Speak Radio. Look, here, and I think Speak Radio is gonna be mad, but honestly, I think some folks need to there is a Speak Radio who can do this sort of stuff. Y'all better be talking to Speak Radio. I look, the man has told me that, hey, he can do it rather quickly. Y'all need to get with Speak Radio. Do the thumbnails with Speak Radio. He may not want your business because he didn't ask me to do this. God damn it. Force this motherfucker to do it for you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'll just make sure.
Y'all need to be getting with Speak Radio so he can do this sort of thumbnail work for you. Speak Radio, just say you don't want to do it, but god damn it. Dude, this is hilarious. It catches me. This is probably the best thumbnail I got. And, Porsche's done thumbnails. No, the look in this man's eye, like, what the fuck in the world is just going, who, me? All right. Well, you asked me about a pie, correct?
I said, can you make pie? I said, pie is
From
actually hard.
scratch, even
Yes,
the crust. Dude,
yes, that's why I said, do you know how
even
hard?
and
Do you know how hard it is?
what's better is my son can do it better.
Oh yeah.
We made, dude, I've made galettes, which are basically just pies. Dude, making the crust from scratch.
That's the hardest part.
Slicing, no, it's not that hard.
Well, the filling is hard too because it's got to be
Hold on.
consistent.
Let me
The
tell you how
filling,
we make pies. Actually, my son does. I don't do all that fancy shit. Dude, slice the apples. My son makes a crumble top from plain oatmeal. It's not like a pie crust top. The motherfucker will make an oatmeal crumble to spread over the top and then put it in the oven. So you got a pie crust bottom, oatmeal crumble top, like it's a whole grain, but it's mostly oatmeal with the cinnamon and stuff. Nope. Not a lattice top. It's an oatmeal crumble top. And I never asked him to do it. He found it in some recipe. That's how he prefers his apple pies. We can do blueberry.
what's
We've
your
done
favorite type of pie?
we've done peach. We've done pear.
What is your
We've done
favorite?
cherry. My favorite is zero pies. I'm not a pie eater.
I'm saying though, if you were to pick a pie, which kind of pie would you
I
like?
would pick.
I'm picking apple and I'm picking sweet potato.
You know what? I'm picking chicken pot pie. I'm a savory person. I don't give a fuck about.
So you
fruit.
don't like sweet pies. You like
No, I don't
you
like pies at
you
all.
like pizza
I
pies.
literally don't like if it's like if
You
my
like
mother
pizza pie.
now my mother or my grandmother used to go, well, my mother knew I didn't like cake or pie, but she would always go, you got to have some. So I would ask her just a little sliver. So I would eat. And it's good. It's not that I don't
You don't
like it.
like
It's just,
German chocolate cake, nigga? You
okay,
tripping.
I don't know why the fuck I can't finish I don't like pie sentence. If I'm gonna eat a pie, give me something savory like meat pie, something like that. I will eat a
Pause.
pie if my mother or my grandmother or my wife or my mother-in-law. Yes, you never refuse a pie if the women in your life insist. But
Yeah, but you just said you like meat pies.
don't know why you have to talk. Let
You
me
like
finish.
meat. You like
Let
meat
me
pies.
finish, please.
Pause.
Let me finish. Yeah, I don't know why the fuck you have to say pause when I say chicken pot pie or beef pot
You
pie.
didn't say.
Okay, motherfucker, you are
You didn't
over
say.
talking and it is being annoying. Don't say goddamn pause when I say I like a savory pie. How
You
is that
said you like
pause?
meat.
Do
You
you
said
only
you like
eat
meat.
do you only eat fruit pies? You only eat fruit? Motherfucker, the only pie you like is fruit?
Shut
Do,
up, dude.
are you waiting for me to tell you why I think you like fruit pies so much?
Hey man.
Motherfucker, don't.
Hey man, fruits
What
is
you
good.
need to
Fruits and
do
vegetables
is
is good for you.
listen more than you say pause. Hey, Kimmy.
But I didn't
I
say
got
fruit.
your email if you didn't notice. Hit the link if you want. I haven't talked with you in a while. Okay, so are we done with the fruit pies? Do you have more questions about fruit pies?
Actually, I don't.
What kind of fruits do you like in your pies?
Apple
Oops.
pie.
Yeah,
Apple
I bet
pie
you
is fine.
do. There is no doubt you like fruits on your pies. You like a little cinnamon on those fruits?
I like cinnamon and apples and caramel. That's just fire.
Well, that is so nice. When's the last time you made a fruit pie?
Never made one. I
Well, then
always buy it.
why the fuck are you asking
I buy
questions
it from the
about?
store.
Okay, hold on. Now I have questions. Why are you asking who can make a pie if you've never done it?
Well, I said I know that you can make pies, and the only reason why I brought that up is because you left me on the panel by myself, or I couldn't hear you.
Actually, I was on the panel. You couldn't hear me. I could hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, my stream
You
yard
know
was
what?
fucking up.
Beef patties,
Sometimes
empanada. Whoa, hold on. Empanadas, those beef patties, the Jamaican. Oh yeah. I could do those all day. And you know what? My wife had a friend who was from Ecuador somewhere. She found out I liked empanadas, so she used to always make empanadas and send them with with my wife. Empanada dough is kind of interesting because it's supposed to be crispier than a regular pie crust. Something with white vinegar. I don't remember. It's been years since I've made them, but oh hell yeah! Like Jamaican beef patties, dude. I'll tear those the f up, ma'am. I could. Shepherd's pie is good too. Yep.
my daughter might call me. She over here texting.
Oh really?
Oh, really?
Oh shit, samosas. Oh my god, dude. Deep fried samosas. I can I'm sorry you brought those up, Kelvin, because god damn it, now I want samosas. Crunchy, fresh out the grease. God damn. All right, enough of this, sir. It was actually really good. I baked bread. I had a good old time. As a matter of fact, I'll probably be down there in the next couple weeks or so. It was, let me put it to you this way. Uh, it was humid, pollen, like a quarter inch of pollen on any outside car, but it is Savannah. Didn't get to do any fishing though, but we'll try next time. So anyway, I was talking to Mela, and I was fussing about old YNs and young YNs. I'm just kind of airing my gut feelings about all these goddamn anti-black blacks who pretend to be black conservatives. I just find them horrible. So anyone who wants to hit the link, it should be pinned. If you're new to the channel, subscribe, please. But I may chase you off tonight. Everyone, please hit the like button. And those who know me know that I'm just being a cranky old man. The fact that it took a civil war to end slavery.
I mean, it did, but at the end of the day, it still was whites fighting to abolish and get rid of slavery. That's
Blacks
fact.
fought too. You literally just said it was black. Listen to this fucking young man. It was whites. Whites were fighting to end slavery. Black people weren't fighting. They were timid and they were in their slave quarters waiting for massa to fight for their freedom. This is what America, United States of America, is raising, encouraging. parents to raise boys like I love whites, Jay. Motherfucker, whites fought to end slavery, but black people had nothing to do with it. We were just beneficiaries. Oh my God. This poor little black child is going to die thinking that white people freed his ancestors. Motherfucker, blacks fought for that shit. That's who fought too. So you're saying white people did not even want black soldiers. It just, it was something that was insisted upon. Oh, this little poor black child. He's still a goddamn child if he thinks that white people freed the slaves. Black people didn't do shit. Black. Are you saying the blacks were just there to fire a couple bullets, or did blacks fight to end slavery too?
No, I'm saying yes.
Okay, I need you to answer my question. Did blacks?
That's what I just said. I just said yes. I just said yes.
Okay, well then, what is your argument?
I was just saying. I think we owe whites a little bit more gratitude.
And I think we owe whites not a goddamn thing. We fought to end slavery just like the whites did.
Yes, we did. You're right.
Okay,
but
so why do we owe them gratitude for something we fought for?
Because this is a majority white country, right?
Okay,
this is
so
like a country that's.
I got you. So you're just into worshiping whites.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. You're twisting my words.
Sounds like.
I'm just saying.
Whoa. Hey, before you go on, I'm gonna twist the shit out of your words. You better make sure they're untwistable, because I will twist them.
No, you like to twist.
I will literally.
No, you like to twist people's words.
I will literally.
You like to twist people's words.
I love twisting.
You're not slick.
Words.
You're not slick.
You will be surprised at how slick I can be.
You're not slick.
Hey,
you're not
here
slick.
Is the
be brave. Be brave
okay,
has put me on to you. You're not slick.
Let me tell you something. And you know what? This was maybe the first time anyone had ever said, well, Stanley, you like to twist people's words. And you know what? I had a eureka moment when I went, yes, I do. Not only do I like twisting your words, I love taking your words, fucking twisting them beyond recognition, serving you back the words, and you don't even realize they're your words until I fucking mock your dumb ass. Dude, I will take your fucking words because I understand words better than most. Dude, you bring your dumb Wyena ass up here and you start talking some fancy shit. This is why people like Knightish and Savage and John Galt, dude, I actually understand language, and I'm going to take your goddamn misbegotten, misspoken, mispronounced fucking black English and twist them, serve them back to you, and laugh when I do it. Okay. Once again, you want to talk constantly. This gish gallop isn't going to work. I will take your word. You better just make sure your words are good words and are untwistable, or I'll twist them just like Be Brave. I twist Be Brave's words all the time for the fun of it. I will take your words, I will twist them, and I will laugh at you when I make a fool of you.
Now, back to what I was saying. No, I'm not worshiping the white man. I'm not bowing down. That's not what I'm doing.
Well, you know what? You keep talking about my opinion. My opinion is you're worshiping the white man. And the reason you're worshiping the white man is because the white man made sure you weren't taught American history.
That's not true at all.
You don't think so? I can't tell.
And who's to say that, the history, could have been a lie. A lot of things were a lie. I mean, who's to say history wasn't a
Well,
lie? Like,
you
we
know
don't
what?
know.
Who's to say it's not a lie? See, that's that anti-black John Gall fucking level. Like, ooh, I wasn't there. How do I know it happened? Well, motherfucker, how do you know it didn't happen? I'm pretty much done with this YouTube fucking YN bullshit. And I keep saying I am, and I keep coming back, but god damn it, dude. Let me tell you something. People get pissed off. These old YNs get pissed off. I don't even have to call a motherfucker dumb. They just call themselves dumb and then pretend I call them dumb. It's like preemptive or something at this point. I get amazed and dude, I'm like, well, damn, I don't have to call you dumb. Well, thank God you did it for me.
I'm just saying at the end of the day, none of us was alive for things going on
Okay.
back then for 20
Again,
years ago.
if
So
none
again,
of us
we don't
were
know.
alive, if none of us were alive, what makes your version of history better than mine?
I didn't say mine was better. I just said at the end of
I
the day,
didn't
you
say
never
you
know.
said it. I just asked you a question. You keep saying that none of us are real sure about what actually happened. My question, if I'm going to buy that argument, what makes your version of what happened any more valid than mine?
Look, I'm just saying you never know, but I was just speaking
Well, you
about what I
never
learned
know
about.
either. See, that's the funny
I
thing.
was just speaking what I
No,
learned in high school.
if what you're saying is no one knows, then we are both equally ignorant. Your argument is no better than mine.
I'm just saying, look, at the end of the day, I'm just saying back to my original point because I feel like we keep, drifting off and getting
We're
away
going
from
to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words. To remind everybody,
Oh
we
my
don't know
gosh.
white people. We do not owe white people shit.
Yeah, I'm about to leave because you just keep twisting my words and you keep
That
just
is probably
and you just
wise
keep
because
speaking your opinion,
we
bro.
don't owe
But I'm
white
gonna say,
people shit. And
I'm gonna say,
I am so glad that I didn't raise a son to worship whites and think they owe something to
I don't
white
worship.
men.
I don't worship.
think you
I'm not
worship them.
worship. How am I worshiping
I
them?
think at a minimum,
How am I worshiping them?
you are grateful that the white man freed you.
Well, last time I checked, it's a white country, and you need to be careful because
That
if they really wanted us, if they wanted us gone, we will be gone.
It is a white man's country, but the white people running it are nothing like your daddy. Be brave.
Okay, be brave.
At least if white people are going to run the country, there's some smart white people, unlike Be Brave, who is a goddamn moron and a racist moron at that.
Look, Be Brave is not my dad. Be Brave
is not running. Be Brave is not running the white man's country. So stop worshiping.
I didn't say. I'm not worshiping him, bro. You know what, bro?
You love you some Be Brave.
I've been on this channel for like a month. I mean, he be speaking facts.
I will
speaking
take you. I hope I get you and Be Brave up on a panel so I can twist both of your words. It'll be a two.
We'll be me and him is like a dynamic duo. All right.
Know what?
We would tear you up.
A dynamic duo of hayseeds.
What I'm saying, all right, look. What I'm saying is that black people need to take more accountability and quit blaming whites for everything.
I agree.
At the end of the day, at the end of the day, like I said, the racism is coming from the blacks. It's not coming from the whites. You know what I'm saying? They donated to Shiloh.
Does it come from white people? White people taught black people in America how to be racist.
So did they teach us how to shoot up each other?
They taught us.
Did they teach us how to join gangs? Did they teach us degeneracy?
Were black people speaking English when they were brought over as slaves?
I mean, no.
No, were they or not? They were fresh off the boat from Africa. Who taught the slaves English?
The white people did because they English.
Okay, so you know what? Stick with me here. So if white people taught blacks English, they certainly taught us the word racist. What evidence do you have that African slaves didn't learn racist behaviors and racist words from the racists who were their slave owners?
Because I'm saying, look, I'm saying at the end of the day, black people are racist because they want to blame whites for everything. That's the truth.
Well,
They
you know
don't they
what?
don't they don't ever want to take
I think at
accountability.
the end of the day, ignorant YNs who don't know their American history would be seduced, if not psyoped, into thinking that. At the end of the day, you really don't know your own arguments. Because if you actually knew American history, you wouldn't be arguing this tripe. And it is tripe.
No, I'm speaking facts.
You
That's
are
what I'm speaking.
speaking what you know, and you don't know a lot.
I'm speaking, look, I'm speaking facts, all right? And the facts is
You are
that kid black
you are speaking
blacks
the
blacks kill other blacks in the street.
You are
Black
speaking
communities are worse.
facts. A little knowledge is a dangerous thing, and you have a little knowledge, but not a lot of knowledge. That's why you're speaking the facts you know.
They're producing degenerate characters like Lil Durk and Chief Keef and all of them, and they're not taking
I have
accountability
no
for it.
idea
That's
who
the
those
problem.
people are.
They're producing the black community is producing degenerates and incels to the
Okay,
community.
you know
That's
what?
messing everything
That
up.
may,
They fuck
that may
everything up.
well be, but degeneracy is a different argument than racism. You're moving the goalposts.
I'm not moving the goalpost. That's not what I'm
One
doing.
minute we're talking black people are racist, and the other minute you're saying they're degenerates. I'm saying they're two different arguments.
I'm saying some black people shouldn't be racist because the white people
I
are
think
giving them
what you're saying
opportunity.
is you just think black people are trash.
That's not what I said. Big. See, you're twisting my
Oh
words.
no!
That's
I'm
not what I said.
translating. I didn't say you said it. I'm saying I'm translating. You think black people aren't worth a shit, and we should be worshiping whites, and we'll be on the road to actually being decent human beings.
I'm saying that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just
Well,
saying
I told you I'm going to twist your words. I warned you.
That's what you're doing, man. Because you're an idiot. Okay.
I warned you, and I'm going to keep doing it. See,
The
when
point-
you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, it just makes it easier for people like me to twist your words. You got to know something. You got to know what you're talking about, and I won't be able to twist it.
No, you're twisting my word. You're choosing what words.
I am choosing.
You're choosing what to listen to. That's what you're doing.
Mangling.
That's what you're doing.
I'm taking your words
doing.
out of context. I'm taking them out of context. I'm making it up as I go along because you don't know shit.
Oh, you don't know anything. You don't know anything.
I'm surprised Be Brave didn't warn you that coming up here, I would just crush bad arguments. He didn't tell you
man,
that?
I don't need.
Why do you think Be Brave never comes up here? Why do you think Be Brave never comes up here? Because I do to him what I just did to you.
No, I'm taking you on by myself. I don't need.
Oh, motherfucker!
I don't need him over here. I don't need him. I don't need him over here.
You are not taking me on. You are you're having a mud hole stomped in your argument.
I'm
ignorant.
I'm beating you in the argument. I'm beating you with facts. You're speaking opinions. You're speaking opinions. You're speaking opinions.
You literally think black people should be thanking white people because we're free.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. 100%.
You know
100%.
I'm telling
no
you
doubt
right
about
now. I'm telling you right now, if you knew a little bit of American history, you would know how ignorant you sound.
No,
It's
you're
sniveling.
the
You
ignorant. You're the ignorant
sound
one.
like
That's what you
you
is.
sound like
You're the
you are a
ignorant one.
scared, tired, cold former slave.
No, you're the ignorant one. That's what you is. You're the
No,
ignorant.
I'm afraid not, son. I'm afraid I'm not ignorant. I'm afraid, as usual, when
You one of these
when you come up
FBA. You probably one
somebody
of these
knows,
FBA Americans that
you know
play
what?
victim. That's
And
what you is. You was an
you know
FBA.
what you
You
are?
just another FBA.
You
You're just
are
another
a
FBA.
Jesse,
That's what you is.
you are a Jesse Lee Peterson.
You're just
Doesn't know,
how am
doesn't
I?
know
Wait,
shit.
I don't even watch Jesse Lee Peterson. How am I Jesse Lee Peterson? I don't even watch him. I'm not subscribed to him.
But
I
you
don't
know
watch
what?
him.
You know what? If you watched him, you would know what you sound like.
I don't even watch that dude. He's a troll. Jesse Lee Peterson is a troll. Like, what are you talking about?
Stanley.
What's up, CK?
Jay is trolling.
Did you come to save this young man from himself?
Yeah, he's from Northeast Ohio. He's trolling, Stanley.
Oh, is that right?
How am I? Wait, CK. How am I trolling? How am I trolling?
Jay, I know where you from, man. You trolling, man.
How am I trolling?
The school you went to did not teach you what you're saying right now.
No, let me tell you about my life story. Because I learned this stuff the past 4 years. But
you did not learn that.
I grew up. I grew up around. I grew up around whites, right?
Yeah, in Twinsburg, right?
Yes.
Right. That school did not teach you what you're speaking right now.
Well, I learned what I'm speaking from the past 4 years watching right-wing conservatives. All right.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains a lot then. All right. Well, you got a lot of work unlearning what you learned.
But even back then, before I was watching right wingers, like I never really played this victim mentality. I never was anti-white.
Okay, well,
I never was.
You need to wait. I agree that black people should not be blaming white people for everything. As a matter of fact, I would almost go even farther and say black people shouldn't be blaming white people for anything these days. If you can't make it in 2025, it is not white people's fault. Generally. Now there are maybe exceptions, but by and large, 99% of the time, blaming white people in 2025 because you can't get a job or something like that. But outside of the two of us, he'll be back. Outside of you and me agreeing on that part, we don't agree on American history. I think black people owe white people nothing in 2025, and they don't owe us anything.
Yeah, true. But CK doesn't know what he's talking about. Because I never said I learned this stuff in school. So I don't know why
I wouldn't be fucking with the admiral like that.
No, he doesn't know what he's talking about. I never said I learned this stuff in school, so I don't know what he's talking about. But the fact is,
that's another. You have this weird tick about you didn't say something. No one's saying you said it. We're telling you what you mean. Okay, just because you didn't say it doesn't mean you don't mean it.
Now CK, if he's just scared of white people, he can just say that. But I grew up in white space. I grew up in white spaces, and I don't have no issues.
Both of us were in the Navy. We know white people well enough to know that you don't need to worship them or thank them or anything else. They're people just like you and me.
But I was just saying, like, back to my original point when I can remember. I just feel like the division, the divisiveness and stuff has came from the FBAs, like the Umars. I like the Tariq Nasheed.
Okay,
I know you don't watch him. I know you don't watch him.
Well, let me go farther than that. Not only do I not watch them, I don't think they have the influence. Now I could be wrong because I'm 60.
Can you hear me, Stanley?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't get out in these YouTube streets that much. I don't get out in the streets that much. So maybe Umar has more influence, and maybe CK would probably know better than me. From where I sit,
you talk about Umar Johnson?
Umar and
he has
Tariq Nasheed.
He has no influence.
I mean, if you're listening to those guys at all, you're being led astray. There's almost nothing that I've come across, and I do see a clip every now and again. I've literally heard
Hey,
nothing that they said that. What's going on, Standard Timing? I see your camera's on, but your mic is still muted. Let's see here. Oh, there you are. Yeah, I can hear you. Now you got an echo.
I'm sorry. Can you hear
You
me?
you got a second you got a second instance of YouTube up.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
How are you?
Good. How about there's an echo. If you have two versions of YouTube up, you got to kill the YouTube version and concentrate on the StreamYard.
I will come back.
No, you're fine. Just mute. Okay. Standard timing. All you need to do when you come up, the YouTube. If you bring up YouTube, you click the link in the YouTube chat to hit to come into StreamYard. You've got to mute the YouTube session. You'll get a double audio. So when you look at the YouTube, click the YouTube link, mute the YouTube audio, and you're fine. So we'll see how that goes. What's up, Speak Radio? No, I don't think it was. He's kind of a regular these days, Speak Radio. It's fine. That would help me in a historical or race or political argument. They're really like candy. You know, it sounds good, you know, maybe makes you laugh, but there's nothing of value I would go and have some debate with. So, yeah, I mean, I first thing you need to do is stop listening to those two.
Stanley, Jay grew up in a good neighborhood. He went
Oh, and by the way, I have 14 minutes left of this video, then I'm going to hang it up. Hey, what's up, Standard Timing?
Hello.
You good?
Can you hear me?
I still hear an echo. Go to the
I'm
YouTube
sorry.
tab. No. Go to the YouTube tab and mute it.
My grandson.
No, don't worry about it. You can figure this out. You may have two tabs open, one for StreamYard, one for YouTube. Go to the YouTube tab, go down to the video, either kill the tab or go into the, oh my Lord. Well, this is a never ending road.
to a decent school, and I know that school did not teach him what he is speaking right now.
Well, no, he said he learned it in the last 4 years.
Stanley, he only what, 22?
I don't know. He sounds young. I don't know how
He's
old.
young.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, man.
he only 22 years old. He's a kid.
Oh, wow. Jay, you still there? he's probably sucking on his bottle.
Yeah, he's a kid. So Stanley, if he didn't learn it in high school, I know
He
he
said he
learned
learned it from right-wing media.
Okay.
I mean, you shouldn't be learning any history from the media. I mean,
Well,
every now and
exactly.
again, some historian will be giving an interview or something. But well, let's see what's going on now.
Hello, love. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Well, the echo isn't bad. Well, the echo is bad. So, no, just hold on. Are you looking at your browser right now?
Yes.
Okay, you see, you're on the StreamYard tab. Where is the YouTube tab? Where's the YouTube tab?
Well, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, and I can hear me. I can hear me and you, and it's an echo.
Well, it may be on your end.
It's not.
Let me try again.
Well, we're running out of time. This is starting to sound like breakfast at Tiffany's. Really, and I know it sounds old fashioned. Hell, I got a Kindle. You know, I read almost like 99.9% of my books are on a Kindle, but I'm reading books. I don't go to really any sort of visual media. And even if I do, it's usually like something that, you know, is on a topic that I've read about. Yeah, but Tariq Nasheed or, you know, um, like a Charlie Kirk or something, if you're listening to them and taking their historical points, please don't do that. Do yourself a favor.
Stanley, all those guys are grifters. Umar,
yeah.
Charlie Kirkland, what's the other guy name? Tariq. They are all grifters. They just grifting. That's it.
No, and I wish Brian Nichols would come up, because Brian Nichols is my age, basically, saying we need to be thankful to white people. I'm like, you know what? If we don't have to, you know, if they don't owe us reparations because it was a long time ago, well, the slaves were freed a long time ago. Why should we still be thankful? And the other thing is blacks fought in the Civil War, so they fought for their own freedom. So I don't get this argument. Jay, you there?
Yeah, my bad.
That's
I had to take a call.
That's all right.
Yeah, back to CK, man. Yeah, I never said I learned this stuff in school, so I don't know what you're trying to refer to.
Well, he's just saying that you couldn't have learned it in school. Who would you say is your major right wing influence?
Officer Tatum.
Oh, fuck no. Oh,
and-
that's even worse.
and there
That's
you go,
even worse than
And there you
that's
go,
worse
Stan-
than Tariq Nasheed.
there you go, Stanley.
How's Brandon Tatum bad?
Man, you
How's
get
Brandon
your
Tatum bad?
information from grifters, man. You get your
Well,
information
let me
from
put it
grifters.
to you this way. Let me put it to you this way. This dude hasn't been a police officer in a decade or more, and he's still calling himself officer. Dude played football, didn't I don't even know that he finished college. The dude is back in the day when I was in high school, we would call people like him muscle heads. It's like he doesn't have a brain. He's a football player, he's a jock, and you know, God gave him a muscle for a brain, but not a real brain. Dude is a moron.
Jay, how old are you? You like what, 22?
No, I'm 23. About to be
23?
24 in August.
Yeah, man, you need to go join the military or something.
Oh,
Go see the world.
Who else I watched? I watched the Hodge twins. I
Yeah.
watched Anton Daniels.
Yeah, stop, Jay, stop.
Well, let me.
What's
let
wrong
me
with Anton
let me-
Daniels?
Jay, I need to
speaking
finish.
fast.
And I need to
Can I ask you to do me a favor?
I need to take
Okay,
care of
and these are gonna be black conservatives, like Glenn Lowry, or even somebody like John McWhorter. Go read Thomas Sowell. Go read Walter Williams. Go read Jason Riley. There are a lot of smart black. I need you to go on YouTube, look up Wilfred Riley. He is the smartest black conservative I can think of. And I don't agree with his politics a lot, but he is whip smart. You need to read him.
I'm gonna head back to the text, Danny. I gotta head back.
Okay. All right. Take it easy, CK. Don't be going to the Hodge twins or any of those guys. Go to actual smart Black conservatives. I don't agree with their points of view, but I do agree that they can at least make good arguments that I can't defeat. At least most times I can't. And if me and a Glenn Lowry, if I were even in his league, if he and I were debating, we would probably agree on some things, not agree on others. But what we would agree on would just be like our interpretation of facts. You know, it might be a glass, and I say it's half full, he says it's half empty, but at least we would agree that it's not a full glass of water. You know, we might debate why it's not a full glass of water, but we agree that the glass isn't full. You really, and I'm not a conservative, but I need you to go and I need you to wean yourself of Tariq Nasheed. I need you to wean yourself of Officer Tatum. You need a Glenn Lowry in your life. You need a Wilfred Riley in your life. You need Thomas Sowell in your life. You need Walter Williams in your life. Please, if you're going to do Black conservative, go to actual Black conservatives who many of the times they have
But how
written
don't
the book.
but how I mean, okay, I can understand like sometimes the high friends of Brandon Taylor, they may say things that that may it may
They are
go a little too far. But
unlearned.
how do they they be speaking facts. They be speaking facts.
They
sometimes.
are no. Look, they may be there's facts and there's why the facts came to be. Okay, why are Blacks primarily in inner cities? Okay, the fact is they're there, but aren't you curious as to how they got there? Why they continue to be there? Why
Because
there's
they
so
don't
many
because they
problems
don't work
there?
they
That's
don't work
that's
hard.
no. That's what a Brandon Tatum. That's the easy answer. The hard
Come
the
on, man.
hard answer is going to take some work to know. Look, as an older Black guy, I'm not a conservative, but you can do better than Brandon Tatum. You need a Glenn Lowry. You need a Thomas Sowell in your life, please. If
All right,
you
what
gotta
about
be
the
if you gotta be a Black conservative, at least be a Black conservative who knows what he's talking about.
all right, do you at least respect Anton Daniels? He's like pro-black, ain't he? You don't respect
No,
Anton Daniels?
I respect him
He's in
more than
Detroit, like he's from the inner city. He's from Detroit.
I respect him more than I would someone like the Hodge twins.
All right, I mean, I can respect that. That's a fair point. That's a
Yeah,
fair
but
point.
Anton Daniels is a YouTube content creator. He's not a historian or an economist or a linguist.
Wouldn't you
He's
consider yourself a YouTuber since you're on
yeah,
YouTube?
yep. And I'm not an academic. Most of the guys that I talked about were academics. But I also will say that, I didn't major in history, but I read a lot of it. I actually, if I want to know an answer, I don't generally go to YouTube to find it. I may use YouTube to reinforce it. But if I want to know American history, I will go and read an American history book. I will read several American history books because there are historians who will write about the same event and have different interpretations of why it happened. But you don't just read one history book, you read a bunch of history books. That's the other recommendation. But dude, go to the classics, go to the professors, go to the Black conservatives who have been being Black conservatives for 30, 40 years. Even I respect Glenn Lowry. And by the
Yeah. I
way,
mean,
and by the way, I read Black conservatives too. don't just limit myself to one side of the aisle. I read everything. As a matter of fact, it's sometimes better to know your opponent's argument better than he or she does. It just makes your argument stronger.
Yeah, I I get it, but I'm gonna get off.
Okay,
I gotta
and the
go. But
one thing, the other
Be
thing,
brave, still my man though. He's still my man.
right? But well, that's fine. I mean, I like Be Brave. I just think he's a racist. However, but let me make one other thing, and if you've probably heard Be Brave and John Galt, they will just poo poo like I don't need to read a book. You need to read a book. Okay, Be Brave, bright guy, good guy that he is literally unknowledgeable. He does not know what he's talking
Oh,
about.
come on, man. How is he
No,
unknowledgeable?
he doesn't. This 70% bullshit. You do realize that he and I have actually sat down and had some form of debate, dude. He talks a good game, and he is telling his truth. But the bottom line is he is cotton candy, and what you need is a good, solid meat and potatoes meal. And I'm making that analogy to knowledge. He Be Brave is a Brandon. He's in the league with an Anton Daniels or someone of that ilk. If you want deep knowledge, you don't go to Be Brave or Anton Daniels. You hit the books. You put in the work.
Yeah. Well, I was just saying, I was just making, a point for whites. I guess like, because like in high school and like
Oh,
throughout my life, like I didn't have like good experiences with like other blacks, especially in high school. I
well, let
didn't
me
get
tell
treated
you
by them
something.
the best.
I grew
I
up.
got treated by whites the best in my life. I'm not.
Let me tell you my background. I grew up in a black neighborhood. I was talking to Dave, first through sixth grade, went to an all black Catholic school. Up until seventh grade, I never even had a white friend because I didn't go to school with whites, didn't live in a white neighborhood. Seventh grade on, yeah, I had white friends because I was in mostly white schools. Um, I have lived in a black world, grew up in that black world. It wasn't the hood. It was actually still a pretty nice neighborhood in Savannah, Georgia. Um, but I know both sides of the coin. Hell, I married a white woman. So, I mean, I, her side of the family, my son's grandfather, he's got one white grandfather, he's got one black grandfather. So I have straddled both worlds. I can tell you right now, white people are no better than black people, and vice versa. We're all
All right, see you
people.
later, Brian.
But the bottom line is America has some problems, and it takes some work to not be affected by those problems. You will have to work hard to stay above the fray and be as objective as you can. All right. Well, enough of that sermon. And I have one last thing to, and this is a chalk thing. Give me one sec here. Excuse me. What did I do with my mouse? Oh, damn it. Oh, here it is. So this is dedicated to Chalk. Before we end this show, hey, what's up, SB? Well, G standard timing. You wear your honesty on your sleeves. You actually don't have to do that, but You do you. So, Chalk, here we go. This is my answer to people looking for leadership. Hopefully, it answers some questions. And actually, I have a lot more of a cynical point. Probably shouldn't say, at least tonight. So I won't. Let's see here. All right. Well, here we go.
What's the reason for your channel? Explain.
It's literally because, it's accidental. Someone said, well, Stanley, you like to argue. Have you ever thought of doing a channel? It wasn't planned.
Okay. So make that make sense with what you just told me.
Easily. It's an
Oh,
accident.
you're
in this.
so
Hold on
you're
one
here
second. This channel is not here.
and you're
It's
just an accident.
literally called Stanley versus the world. It's not Stanley
Okay.
help the world.
Okay. Okay. Well, we didn't say anything about help the world. We didn't say
Well,
anything about
listen,
help the
you
world.
asked me the purpose of the channel. I'm telling you, I am not a self-help channel.
We didn't ask you
I'm
about
not
that.
here. I'm
I just asked
honestly
you about
not
that.
here to dispense advice or help people.
Okay.
This channel
enough.
literally exists to talk about what I'm interested in, and if you are interested too, please join in.
So
This is not self-help. I don't care.
So you're here to help to hear
Yeah,
yourself
and
talk.
that's what I was saying to go. He's not interested in.
No, I'm literally not here to help.
Right, he's not here to help people like that.
So you're here to help to hear yourself.
If I can help, absolutely I will. But my purpose is not to help. I'm
And
here.
that's what I was trying to explain to
If you want to go along for the ride, great. I can help you, but dude, Stanley is not here to be a black leader.
So you're here to help to hear yourself talk. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Oh,
Mostly.
okay. Okay. Fair enough. Hey, drop the link.
I am not a black leader. Don't want to be. Am not equipped to be.
Hey, drop.
Well, the part I actually didn't say.
Memory lane.
I'm sorry, Mello. What'd you say?
Back down memory lane. I remember.
Well, it was just like yesterday or day before. But here's the deal: if I can help, sure, I'll help. But
Well, which is it, Stanley?
well, I'm not here to help. If I can help, I will help. But dude, how the fuck am I gonna help from a YouTube panel? How do you lead? How do you lead from a YouTube panel? Okay, I leave that idiocy to a Tariq Nasheed or an Umar. Those motherfuckers aren't leaders, and neither is sure. Name me a black
I'm not
YouTuber who's a
going
leader.
to do that.
Well, Anton's not a leader. Corey's not a leader. Charleston White's not a leader. They are content creators. That's it.
Yeah. So as an officer in the United States Navy, what rank were you?
I was in 03. I was a Navy lieutenant.
And you were charged to command how many?
I don't know, 60. It
Okay.
could be a fair number of people, but being a
So
naval
that's a
officer,
leadership position, correct?
yes.
All right. I just checking.
I've led before. I'm saying my current role as a content creator is not a leadership position. Do you get that part?
Absolutely. It's your choice.
Okay. Well, absolutely, it's my choice. I've done it before. What I want to hear is some of these old YNs tell me the leadership positions. And see, this is the interesting thing. I never had to ask a woman to be a follower or submissive. I never had to ask to be a leader. I simply was. So I know what it's like to lead people in a war zone doing operational missions. I don't have to fucking sit here and pretend that, oh, I have to tell you about the bakery I was at 20 years ago. That was a Muslim bakery and the bread was good. I've led. And by the way, I've trained my son to be a leader. So I led my son to an elite university in engineering school, and so far he's doing fairly well. I don't give a fuck what these old YNs are talking about. I don't need some woman on a panel to follow or debate whether what men's roles are,
Hey,
what
Stanley.
women's roles are. I've done it.
Stanley,
Yes.
let's talk about pussy.
Oh, really? Whose?
In the
Is
interest,
there is there is there an
it's not,
owner?
no, no, I'm being
Oh, wait,
serious.
I thought this was. Oh, I'm serious too.
What would actually be an argument towards you is what I'm asking you to defend. There might be some assumptions that you need more pussy to get in your life. And maybe that's why
Okay, well,
you
let me
are
let me
judgmental
help.
and upset
I
all the time.
yeah, and you know who would make those arguments?
YNs?
People who've never been married or had responsibility for a pussy. Going out and doing random pussy and oh pussy, you need to follow me. Dude, there's not a motherfucker that I have met on YouTube who happens to be an older black gentleman that I even respect. Not a goddamn one.
Likewise. And with that in mind,
So I am certainly not going to listen to questions by motherfuckers I don't respect. Dude, bottom line is I don't get and have to ask for fucking YouTube donations every 2 minutes.
correct.
I don't have to throw a hissy fit because I've been on for 5 hours and no one's fucking sent me a cash app.
Correct. And I believe the problem with the stigma of Black American men is that they're hypersexual, and
Well,
the
you know what? If they were actually hypersexual, they wouldn't be on YouTube.
they would, because they
No,
can't get it.
you're not gonna get pussy on a YouTube panel.
Exactly. That's why they're on YouTube, because they can't get it.
Well,
What I'm
okay. Well, you and I agree on that, dude. But let me make sure I understood you. So you think that there are black men over the age of like 30 or 35 who would wonder about me getting pussy? Why?
because they are petty and ignorant.
Well, guess what my answer is? Fuck them. If honestly, you are braver than those men because no one's ever come up and asked me, well, Stanley, why haven't you had pussy? Literally, not one of these old YNs has ever been so direct. So I thank you.
You know
Let
why?
them
Because it is
let them know that you are braver than they are.
because they would actually have to answer that question to themselves, if not
Well,
out loud, but to
did they
themselves.
ask you to ask me?
No, no one sent me. I came back. I had the hiccups. That's why I left. I
Oh,
had the
I know. Mela, I'm just teasing.
Yeah, I had the hiccups, and I was just, I instead of typing in the back check, I got the hiccups. I just left. And
let me
believe it or
put
not, that
this.
doesn't happen all the time. There was believe it or not, when there's a thunderstorm, I get the hiccups.
Really?
At least tonight. And not all the time throughout my life, but this particular night I got the hiccups and this thunderstorm has happened in the Midwest. And I was like, what a coincidence. So I left without an explanation under the assuredness that you would welcome me back. And here I am.
Well, Chalk, they get it from panels. Well, maybe not the ones they really need some. Here's the deal. And I've kind of talked about it, on this show before. Look, my son has been out of this house. Well, he was here a week ago, but for 2 years. You know, this is one of the sad things about, I was 41 when my son was born. You know, just so happens the mission
41?
of yeah, I was 41.
Okay.
My wife was 40 when he was born.
Okay.
So, that's one of the reasons I don't have a second child. We got it right the first time. She and I actually had a conversation because I would have loved to have had a daughter. But we just
Why did
said,
you
you know
adopt
what?
a daughter?
Why would I do that?
Some people have love to give and they
Well,
adopt a child.
I understand. We never talked about it, I guess, and topic never came up. But where I was going with this was, look, um, one of the bad things, because I never expected my wife to die. I I did not know that, at 60, you know, I would be alone. I've been busy. It takes work to get your son into the number 3 engineering school in the goddamn country, and who knows where it is in the world. And it wasn't that, affirmative action or any of that shit. He actually tested in. Um, I may regret it 10 years from now, but the motherfucker, he's surviving. He may actually wind up graduating.
What do
And
you
you know
mean you
what?
may regret it? What do you mean by that?
Well, it'd be nice to have a woman, all that stuff.
Oh,
But the thing is, by the time, at 60, you don't have the burning need for pussy every 2 minutes. Um, I'm okay. At 60, and I just turned 61, I have the luxury of picking and choosing.
yeah, you do. And the whole thing about companionship is um it serves a great purpose as
Right.
opposed to the tunnel vision of just getting laid. And that's where a lot of people falter. They have
Well, let
tunnel
me let
they
me
have
make
tunnel
one
vision. They just want to
observation.
get laid.
You know what? It is hard for me to believe that any normal black male over the age of 40 actually is that much of a pussy hound. These motherfuckers are pretending.
They want to see if they still got it, if anything.
No, 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 no. It's worse than that. They literally get on a panel and pretend that they can get it up. Half these motherfuckers haven't been in a gym in years. Okay.
I'm
Again, these dudes who are on panels for 8, 9, 10 hours a day, and when they're off the panels, they're on other panels. Dude, they're not in the kind of physical shape.
yeah, I'm
They're they
notorious for
they
calling
talk
it out.
they are talking a better game than they actually have. And I'm not one, look, I don't get intimidated by half-wits. Okay. I've had people shit in the past couple weeks. They will write diss songs. They will fucking, just act like, well, oh, all Stanley does is read a book. Motherfucker, I've led men in a goddamn war. That's more than you will ever do at your
Ever,
advanced age. No.
ever.
Wait, hold it. And am a decorated veteran. It's not much. It's just an
That
achievement
part.
medal. But motherfucker, I actually, at the end of my first deployment, got my warfare qualification and a fucking major award.
That
I
part.
didn't just, dude, I've led men and motherfucker, I've been scared. Dude, I have not slept for 3 days because I was scared of dying. I've been there, and none of these motherfuckers have.
That part.
And better than that, I wasn't just some, I led and literally led, like Mr. Cross, we're scared, or Stanley, what do you think we need to do? Motherfucker, I've led. I've made decisions. And even if it was only for 5 years, it was O3 level decisions, and that's not chopped liver in a war. That's why I'm so confident, dude. I'm well educated, have done my military service, have raised a family, put a son in. I'm sorry, Georgia Tech is only the 30th best school, but it's the fucking third best engineering school. And dude, he'll get a job coming out of Georgia Tech. He's a STEM major. Motherfucker had like a 4.3 grade point average coming out of high school. I did it my goddamn self. I'm his father. There were no other parents. I did it myself. And it was hard work. Maybe I
Yeah,
don't
it is.
fucking,
That's hard work.
I might motherfucking have to rest. He's only been out of the house for 2 years. I might need a third year to recover. Dude, that shit is hard work.
It was
And
very
those
difficult.
goddamn teenagers, those teenage boys, they're not cooperative all the time.
Mhm.
Sometimes you have to, like, motherfucker, I don't, it never came to I'm gonna hit you, but you know what? Sometimes sometimes
Use
you gotta
threatening
be,
language.
yes.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Believe me,
and
it's
it's not,
difficult.
but I also want to say it's nothing special. I'm not the only person who's ever done it. To be honest, this is why I don't really shit on single mothers. Dude, I'm college educated, military, former Navy officer, and it was hard for me. That's
It
why
is so difficult.
you do not hear me shitting on single mothers, black mothers especially. No, it was hard for me. Dude, I have my father-in-law. At the time, I had both my parents. I moved back to Georgia because my sister lives nearby. Dude, I had help and the shit was still hard. So imagine what it's like being a single mother, maybe without all the advantages I've had. Motherfucker, I've been lucky in my life. I
These
understand that.
YNs who abandon their
No, the
children.
old YNs who still talk shit about it.
Yeah, it's really despicable to
And
say the
it's
least.
the YNs who've been, somewhat,
They
look,
abandon their children and
well,
blame they don't want to actually account for their failure.
well, here's the deal. I don't really
They put up
care.
a shield like they're putting up this shield of plausible deniability.
Well, all
And
I have to
and it's
say
sickening.
is I don't have to be Sharon and fucking, you know, be that level of uh, look, women are people too, but I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that a single mother who is working two jobs or whatever. Look, I'm not gonna go you a hoe. I'm not gonna go you a baby mama. That shit's hard. And I just had one child. And I never had to worry about money or dude, I was lucky. But I'm sorry, I just don't have those old YN feelings where I'm gonna get up here and shit on I dude, I was lucky, extremely lucky, and
Wasn't
I hope I meet a great woman one of these days. But if I don't, look, I've done my job.
wasn't
You know,
it CM that said we got to get these bitches in line?
yeah, you know what? I don't
That
even want
shit
to
was
go there.
crazy to hear.
I don't I don't even want to go there. That
Oh, I'm gonna
that
go there. It's
yeah,
after
well
10 o'clock
you got hey, I got
Central
clips.
Standard
Oh,
Time.
I
I'm
I
gonna
have
go
it.
there.
I have clips of this motherfucker.
That
Just
MF, it's like, who poked you, Negro?
well, let me
That's
but
a
let me
poke,
also hold on.
Negro.
But did you hear the whole thing? He had kind of a hard look. I'm not gonna go in too hard on him
He's a
because
poked Negro.
hold on, Mella. He he had it wasn't that easy. So don't be too hard on him. I understand what he's
Why
saying
not?
now. Please,
These are
please, for
these are these are
Mella,
post
Mella,
diplomatic
go
times.
back and if you have the time, look, and
I
I don't
heard
know
what
whether
he
he's
said. I heard what he
well,
said.
you may know him better than I do, so maybe I'm
No, I
preaching
heard
to the
what he
choir.
said in the time on your channel
Well,
where
no, apparently
you
he,
featured it.
it was some hard times. It's 16 and 14, and
Who
it was
gives
just
a?
kind of a mess.
You know what? You know what?
Well, come on, Mella.
You know what? I want to explore this, right?
Mella,
There
it's
are
just a
some
YouTube
people.
show.
There are
Mella,
some
it's just a
people.
YouTube show.
Okay, these are people that when I call people that are damaged goods. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, but
They
why do
don't
you care?
deserve companionship until they have healed from their trauma. That's all I'm saying.
Understood, Mella, understood, but it's just YouTube.
When you have healed from your trauma, then you deserve companionship. Until
Okay, well,
then,
Mella, do you
you
know him
alone.
personally?
I'm not just
Have you
referring to him. I'm referring
have you
to his
have
ilk.
you held his hands
I'm
and
referring to
looked
his
in his
ilk.
eyes?
I'm referring to his ilk.
You know
People
what?
that are of his ilk.
Understood.
And until you heal from your trauma, you don't deserve
Look,
companionship.
I have talked about part of it is, I mentioned that, you know what? Even to this day, my wife was awesome. And I think I'm just getting over a point now to where I'm afraid, any woman I meet might get compared. I mean, literally, the woman was awesome. Why do you think I married her?
Okay, now I'm glad you mentioned that. There's this movie, and I know Black people use movie references a lot on YouTube, but I'm going to do it, okay? Because it's
Well,
significant.
you get carte blanche, at least for tonight.
There is a movie called The Intern. It stars what's his name? Robert De Niro and the young woman that was in The Devil Wears Prada. I'm trying to remember her name.
Oh, and what's her name?
Anne Hathaway, thank you. So Robert De Niro and Anne Hathaway. The scenario is that Anne Hathaway is running a startup, is successful. She's overwhelmed, and one of her subordinates decide to do a outreach program where they hire senior citizens. Entry: Robert De Niro. Robert De Niro, he's a widower. He's he just wants to get back in, quote unquote, the game again. So, as it so happens,
What's
I'm
his
serious.
game?
The game is to be employed. So he decides to apply for the internship. He gets it, and he gets to work directly with her. And she's, hesitant, like, ooh, old people, yuck, you know. And so she avoids him. But as it turns out, what occurs is he's a great confidant, a very great confidant. And I brought this up to say, in regards to CM, his ilk, even me or you or all of us, there is an opportunity for us to express ourselves where we can consider one another confidants, right? But we're not actually connected. And it's a strange situation, this whole media platform situation. It's like I could confess, like I did the other night. I say to you things that are personal, and then I practice.
Really?
Yeah, I told you about my first husband. Some things that are literally none of your business. However, guess what I can do? Forget about it. I was like, I can literally forget that I told
Well,
you.
what if your interlocutor doesn't forget about
No,
it?
I could literally forget that I told you about it.
Well,
If
what if I bring it up 2 years from now?
I don't have to continue. What I'm indicating is that the glory of this whole YouTube experience is I never have to get on your panel or channel again.
Oh.
I can exit. I could just spew my, thoughts and leave and never come back. It's
Well,
beautiful.
that's
It's
true.
like I could literally, now, because I have an affinity for you, I'll come back. But for the most part, do you realize that this app allows people to just spew racism, spew, private thought? They just spew stuff and leave. They got it out and they're gone. I think
I
it's a
don't know. A
beautiful
lot
thing.
of the people that spew stuff make return trips.
Some of them don't. Some of them just want to clown and go. And that's the dynamic that you're dealing with as a channel holder, Stanley.
Mhm.
Are you gonna host panelists that might just be a one and done? That's why I mentioned earlier, are you gonna post your standards? Because you had
The standard, well, I don't know. Now that you mention it, maybe I should.
you mentioned
But
critique about people who are soliciting for money, and
well, no, I don't have a problem with that.
I thought
But
you did.
don't expect me to look. You missed my point. The point I'm making is that me as a host, I will say, "Hey, support the show." However, I'm not going to get pissed off when people don't send me money. Like I've been up here. You don't get the reference, but I bet Chalk does. I've been
You've
up
been
here for
live for
8 hours.
8 hours.
I had no intention of being here past 6 because StreamYard will do the AI clipping, and I send shorts out, once a day or so. So anyway, I'm up here 8 hours. If I want clips, I'm gonna have to go and do it manually, and that's not likely to happen. This show will not be clipped, at least not by me. So the bottom line is I've been up here 8 hours. I don't expect people to fucking send me money because the
That's a
work has
work
been that
shift.
hard.
And that's what
Huh?
people exploit. They say, I've been live for 8 hours. Somebody got to pay me. That's the
Well,
inference.
someone now should I? And you're a YouTube person. Should I expect that? Because I mean, it seems fair.
You don't want to ask me that question. Okay, I'll be honest, right? Nobody told you people to start a channel.
Well, that's how I feel.
That's what I'm saying. It's like nobody told you, these people.
I don't deserve. And by the way, while I'm thinking about it, because God damn it, I'll
You're
forget.
not
Let me
offering.
hold on. Let me put
Go
this
ahead.
up because I will forget. These are the people who supported the show. And people like Latino for Trump, I didn't, dude. He and John Galt have been beating me up. And lo and behold, Latino for Trump, you know what? Cool. He contributed to the show. He came up to the panel. Black Knight, a day one. I think I know who Anonymous is, but Anonymous did it of his own volition. And you don't know how much I appreciate that. Like, dude, I know I'm a prickly old codger. And when people, say, hey, we're going to support the show, honestly, it actually means something to me.
Yeah, there's this thing called pay it forward. And when I'm confident that someone is in it to pay it forward, that's different than someone who's greedy. Okay.
Right.
And that's my concern. I'm concerned with observing who's greedy versus who's not greedy.
Well,
I detect
let me tell
that you're
you.
not greedy. That's
Well,
why I like you. I like you because you're not greedy, at least for now.
You know what? Let me tell you something. I've been up here for like a year and 2 months. I've seen people, and I'm not mad or anything. Look, I know who I am. I know I piss people off, sometimes intentionally. There are people who've been
And that's what
doing
you're
this
in it
for.
for.
There are people who've been doing this for 2 or 3 months, and they're at 1,000. Okay, but one thing, look, they do things that I just could not do because I have to sleep at night. People who can do it, great. I will be monetized one day, but when the day I get monetized, I'm going to be able to sleep that night because I'm not doing stuff that is degrading. And some people might not see it as degrading. I'm not going to let a bunch of fucking racists up here. And, I had to clamp down on the N word. A lot of people just use it. Look, it's a simple thing, but I had to clamp down on it because I use it, but I usually go, hey, I'm going to have to say the N word. I do it to be effective, but there's just some things I'm not going to do because I don't have to. Standard timing.
Hey,
Yup, still got the echo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How are you?
Good.
It's awesome. Mr.
I'm sorry, what?
Do I have an
Well,
echo?
say hello to Mella. Mella's up here too. And
Well,
this echo,
Her connection,
we're going to have to figure out how to. Got to get rid of the echo. It's hard to communicate.
Well,
No, it's an echo.
Her husband watched me.
The problem is the echo.
Well, she's mad because her husband wants me.
No, maybe you turn
What
off
the? Wait, hold it.
maybe you got too many apps. Maybe you got too many tabs open.
Yes, he has 2 tabs open. kill the tab. Kill all tabs except the StreamYard tab, and you should be good.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes. Oh, what? Still got an echo. How many tabs do you have open right now?
My grandson, he's
High up. Don't blame your grandson. It's on you now. How many tabs do you have open?
hold on.
The only tab that well, anyway, it was going to anyway, look, bottom line, and I guess I'm just kind of letting it all hang out, and I'm gonna tomorrow night I'm gonna get some beer. But um bottom line is I don't have to do it. I don't have to do the, 8 hours I need to be paid. I'm
Right.
just not like that. Um, I know how difficult I can be. I know how many people, dude, people don't even like coming up on this panel because I'm just going to don't come up here with bullshit. Know your shit. And there are people who come up here, you come up here, um, I don't bite, but I'm not going to brook bullshit either. First couple times, sure, but if I've known you a while, there are people who like 12th Man or even Solid Snake. They've known me for a bit. Um, why 12th Man comes up here with that fucking bullshit? I'll never understand other than it's a shtick. Don't worry about it. Standard timing. I will be wrapping this up. What you got to understand is you can't have two audio inputs into the show at the same time. The YouTube, either the tab needs to be closed or the YouTube video has to be muted, or you can stop the YouTube stream. Your grandson will have to figure it out. I could walk you through it, but I'm not going to. He'll figure it out. Ask your grandson, smack him upside the head if he doesn't behave,
Oh,
or
don't say
walk you
that.
through it. Whatever. Now, Zhang says, looks like it's old YN hour. And you're just here to witness it, huh, Zhang? You're like we old old YNs. Uncross, mind your manners, do not endorse child abuse. Smacking a kid upside the head doesn't have to be abusive, son. Maybe it should have happened to you when you were a kid.
I'm not a fan of corporal punishment.
Oh, I don't know that a smack upside the head is exactly corporal.
It's it's not, that's not my cup of tea.
Yeah, well, I never did it, but I never had to. Now, my wife, she would do something like, I don't know, some flick of the ear or something she used to do. But anyway, bottom line is parents need to do what they think they need to do. I don't get involved in other parents' affairs. Beat your child if that's your style. Um, you know, if you have half a brain, you won't do it in public, so you get convicted. Oh, no, no, no. I remember when I was a kid once, my grandmother, my father's mother, did send us out to pick our own switch. That has happened to me.
That's horrible.
Oh, you know what? Let me put it to you this way. It was so funny. My sister and I to this day agree that we deserved it. Like, we were little kids, and she was the sweetest woman. And you know how kids will push and push and push, and we just pushed her too far. And it was, look, when you are like 6 or 7 years old, and you and your sister, me and my sister, you know, literally, I kid you not, we're like, yeah, well, we did push too far. Dude, we did. I think in the back of our minds, we just wanted to know would
What
she
she's
spank us?
made of. Yeah, there are
How
children.
far, how
Yeah,
far can we push her? And we
there are
found out
children.
it never happened again.
There
But
are
we were like
children.
7. We were like 7.
There are children that push the envelope, and because they have yet to develop their frontal cortex, like it's not fully developed, right? So there comes the question: are they just evil children, or
Well, I
are
don't
they
think we
just
were
being
evil.
children?
I think we were just curious. But the good thing
Were
is
you
I
evil
and
children
I
or
am
not?
not really.
Okay.
No,
So
because
she,
we would be down
so
there with
she,
our look, we would be down there for 2 weeks with my father's parents. And you know what? Granddaddy, he had a thick belt. We never tested him, but my grandmother, she was a beautiful woman, and she was like 5 feet. She was just kind of like a little pixie. She was tough, but she had the high sing-song voice, and she would cook you pancakes. And it was just, I think, my granddaddy would go to the
do
farm all
you
day, and
believe
we were there with her. And look,
there's
again,
some
and
children?
I am honestly not bullshitting you. My
Okay.
sister and I, probably later on that day or the next morning, we literally said, well, we deserved it. What I could ask my sister about it today, and she would go, yeah, well, we deserved it.
I'll tell you something, right? I know a veteran who.
And the good thing, hold on one sec. The good thing is they did not let my parents know. My father would have been fucking incensed.
Right,
He, she just took care of business and it
right,
stopped there. And
right.
that was a good thing. Because my father, yeah, my
Am
father
I
wouldn't
not
have
a
been happy
guest?
about that.
Okay. I'll Please continue.
Oh no, it's pretty much it. You just there's some things you don't do. And anyway, I think the overall vibe is, look, I don't really give a fuck about the other old YNs. They can wonder about, who has had what when,
Mhm.
but lose it, dude. I had, I
Oh my
remember at
God.
the funeral home, after my wife died, and it was sudden. It wasn't like lingering, it was sudden. And I had to make the decision to pull, the life ending decision. I had to make the decision. Her father couldn't do it. I was her husband. So,
She was on life
after,
support
yes.
and you pulled the plug?
Well, not personally. I had the doctors called
You
me
gave
in
the
and said
approval.
she's not going to survive it. You need to let her die with dignity.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
And the doctors were crying. they they dude, they put everything they had into saving her.
That's my
I
worst
walked in I
nightmare.
walked into Let me tell you
If
something.
I
I
had to
walked
pull
in
the plug on my husband, I would be devastated. God
It
bless
was
you,
not
man.
easy. I remember walking into her room after I dropped my son off. It was an hour from his school to the hospital. So I go walking in there, and her toes, poked out from under the cover, and they were turning black. And I'm like, oh shit. I'm not going to go into the details, But her doctor comes in. She spent 2 weeks in intensive care. Um, she was in like the normal hospital care. I got a call like, you need to get here now. And I'm like, what? I just talked to her.
What was her diagnosis?
Well, it turned out sepsis.
Oh,
And they never quite figured out exactly how, but she had a big belly abscess. No one knows why. I mean,
oh,
we were literally laughing and talking on Saturday night, and Sunday morning, she drove herself to the hospital, and I figured, well, shit, because she said, "Nah, just stay here."
you know what
You
I
know,
found out? I found out that people that get colon, what do they call it? Colonoscopy. Uh, Maybe I'm mispronouncing it, but a lot of these intrusions of our bodies are not clean. They're not
well,
clean.
she didn't have a colonoscopy. It
Okay.
like I said, the doctor when they had to do exploratory surgery because they couldn't figure out what was going on. They
And
literally
it probably made it worse. That
I don't know
invasive.
about the well, no, actually, I'm not going to get into the medical details. The surgeon was a black guy and he was hyper competent. Um, I was just impressed. This motherfucker was like the man, and that he was on the case. He was a
Was
he.
she an organ donor?
No, I don't. Well, even so, if you have sepsis, you're not donating organs. It's a blood infection, essentially. You're
Oh,
not going to be donating organs.
all right.
Anyway, what I was going to tell you is that, after it was all over, you have to identify the body. So I'm sitting there at the funeral home and all that stuff. So the funeral director's like, well, somebody has to identify the body. And, um, her father and her aunt were there, and I could not let her father do it. And I remember thinking in that instant, like, you can't let a father see his daughter on a fucking slab dead. I, as the husband, I literally said, I'll do it. And that was goddamn, dude. I was able to keep it together. You
What
have that kind of discipline, but it haunted me.
was it just that they uncovered her face, or did you have to see her whole body?
No, it's just the face.
Okay.
But she's dead. Um, it is literally, and I was not going to let her father do it. Um, I you don't Parents should never um witness, you know, their children like that. So
My
anyway,
mom, yeah, I agree with you. My mom,
the bottom line
uh,
is it took me years to get over it. And again, I got married late in life. And that's really, I literally expected, like, I didn't expect anything like this. If you get married at 30, you've got years. It just happened. So, and I guess the bottom line is I don't give a fuck what uh wonder about the pussy I'm getting all you want.
how
I
do you
had
get
enough.
over?
Hold on one second. I had enough. I'm perfectly fine, and I've done more than most of these YNs have done,
Yeah, when it comes to
including the ones who've been in the military. There are a couple who've been in the military. I don't really give a fuck about that either. I've done more.
ruminating on not just your wife, but when it comes to ruminating on how did this happen, right? That that overarching haunting of how did this happen? Do you find it more relieved by being a content creator on YouTube?
No, it doesn't affect at all.
It doesn't relieve you of the haunting of how did this happen to her?
No. I mean, why would it? She
No,
died she died 13 years ago.
there's a rumination
Nope.
that that
Well, let me
occurs with
tell
some.
you, maybe this will help you understand. I had a whole bunch of time to ruminate while I was raising my son. Okay, I had things to do. So I've done my ruminating. I basically got on John Galt's show. My son was like a senior in high school. It wasn't, part of the reason I'm on so much is I've got an empty nest.
You didn't look up where sepsis, how sepsis can occur?
Okay, she's been dead 13 years. I did that 12 years ago.
Yeah. What did you find? How sepsis?
I don't recall, other than the doctors had no clue. The theory is maybe, a bone perforated a bowel or something. They don't really know. But I'm
Uh-huh.
not, I've thought about it. Uh, I've done my grief counseling, etc. I've
Uh-huh.
been busy for the past 12 years making sure my son, dude, he lost his mother at 7.
Does he talk about it?
No.
He
He,
doesn't.
funny thing about being 7, he remembers her, but not that well. But I mean, he sees,
How do you
his
guys celebrate her birthday?
we don't.
Oh,
I mean, I know when her birthday is. Why would I put my son through that? I know when her birthday is. As a matter of fact, my sister actually reminded me because I think I was actually online and my sister called and said, hey, I was thinking about, your wife. And look, um, time doesn't exactly heal all wounds, but it kind of scabs them over. I've done my grieving and I still grieve to this day, but you know, I've had
how
13
do
years
you grieve?
to I've had 13 years to deal with it. Um, time doesn't heal wounds, but it scabs it over. I know how to deal with it, and that's
When you
that.
say that you still grieve to this day, what does
I
that
think
entail?
about her probably once or twice a day.
All right. All right.
But what am I gonna do?
Oh yeah,
You know,
yeah.
believe me, it was worse year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5. Um, and I will honestly say one of the things that oddly enough, because I did grief counseling. Um, one of the things, and I didn't even think of it, supposedly one of the things you do is you rearrange the furniture. There's some things you can do. If any, my recommendation is I remember saying that, I'm going to do you one better than rearranging the furniture. I'm just going to move. I think my personal biggest mistake is my parents wanted me to move to Georgia 13 years ago. And I'm like, nope, gonna tough it out. Um, and that I should have just
Yeah,
moved.
you should have went to Georgia.
Yeah, but you know what?
Let
You
me go
know,
to the restroom. I'm still listening.
well, that's fine. I really do need to wrap this up. Let's see. Why ain't you
It
pull
won't be
up to
long.
the streamathon? Wait, what's this? I have no clue what you're talking about, Seymour. Hit the link if you want to come up. No
Is it
idea what the
Dirty
streamathon.
Seymour? Dirty
Hmm.
Seymour, is that you? I'm going to the bathroom. I think about you, Seymour.
Well, I don't know, Chuck. It's something you see on TV, but look, you just have to deal with it. Yes, Zhang. Oh my goodness, the organ failure. I don't even want to go through all that. It was, it was, yeah, it was, it was like you've ever seen a systemic shutdown? It was, it was, it was a thing. Oh, it's funny, Chalk, my birthday was the 12th of March, and quite frankly, I didn't even look. After like 60, you don't care that much. Uh, it's just another day longer, or what is it? Another day longer and deeper in debt or whatever. So let's see, I'm at 8:38 time wise. Would not be a bad idea to oh shit, it's almost 12. So last call, Seymour, if you're coming up here, hit the link. If not, I'll see you all tomorrow. I'll wait for Mela to get back. And look, I don't, I hope people get something out of all this. Um, look, I had a wonderful life and have a wonderful life. Little, shit's gonna happen. The older you get, the more likely, these sorts of things happen. The good thing is that, my father-in-law, great guy, my parents, great people. I had a support system. As much as I want to do stuff on my own, I honestly, I would not have been able to do it without my father-in-law, uh, my parents, my sister, my brother. So I'm a very lucky man. And I'm not going to pretend I toughed it out. Yeah, it took some grit, but I had help. So, consequently, I don't pay attention to, a lot of these folks on YouTube. I've done some shit. And I read books too. But I know I've got grit. I don't doubt because I've done it. And I'm perfectly confident in my abilities to cope. So, let's see, what else have we got here? Oh, very lucky. There is no doubt. But it still takes some skill. They didn't come here and let me put it to you this way. No one was here demanding that my son reach a certain level. No one took my son's SAT. No one is telling him to make good grades at Georgia Tech. He's doing fine. But I did the day to day. I did the cooking, the cleaning, the prodding, the demanding that you do well in school. So
Hey,
it,
what's the greatest father's gift you got from your son?
to be honest, I don't know that he's ever gotten me one.
Okay.
I'm sure it would have been something that he and his mother got. Well, you know what? Years ago, I got one of these mug things and then a t-shirt that says "World's Greatest Dad." So it was a mug, it was a t-shirt, and a hat, I think. So
Mhm.
that
Yeah,
was pretty much it.
yeah. A lot of people give credit to single mothers, which is valid. But when it comes to
Well, I
raising,
think it's tougher than being, at least in my experience, and it's a very limited experience. I It's tough being a single parent, period.
it is.
But I had a college degree, and dude, when my wife died, my boss just said, come back when you come back. I was off for 2 months, full
Right,
pay, didn't have to worry about it.
right.
And,
And
and literally, literally, I called them back and said, hey, I'll be there next week. They did not, I'm sure they were like, well, when the fuck is he coming back? But um
what
I I was I was
what I'm
my wife was a stay-at-home mother. So it's
yes.
not like we lost a salary or anything.
No,
And I had the kind of job where, they're like, we understand.
what I'm
Just when
indicating
you come back, make sure you're ready to come back. That was that.
what I'm indicating is the shock.
Oh, it took me years to get over
Yeah,
that.
right. The shock of I anticipated, dare I say, expected that we were going to grow old together raising our child. And then
Right.
this doesn't happen. And there's a period of time where there's an adjustment in in conjunction with a responsibility, for goodness sakes. And that is so taxing on a spirit. It's very it's like while I'm in the midst of grieving the loss of this expectation, I have a pertinent responsibility. And you've achieved your goal. And it's up to him now to make sure that it wasn't in vain. I
Well,
anticipate that he
he
won't
knows.
disappoint you.
I have to say, I also lucked out that, he is pretty competitive. I don't even ask about his grades. I guess I ask how you're doing, and I might ask a detailed question.
Oh yeah,
But
that's what I
look,
wanted.
he got his butt into a good school. You know what? I'm on YouTube. I haven't talked to him since Sunday.
What does he think
You'll
about
be
your
fine.
YouTube channel?
I don't think he even watches it.
Does he knows that
He
you're on
knows I
YouTube?
do YouTube, but he's not asked like, "What's your channel?" I
Yeah,
guess if he wanted to find it, he could.
my child, um, I forbid him from exploring my activities on YouTube. I'm like, that whole saying, that's between me and YouTube. That's that because any event that he was to hear the shenanigans that I performed throughout the years, he would not be he would not approve. Now, when it comes to my husband, I'm not worried about him, because he has his own problems to deal with. So as long as I'm not screwing people, he could care less. It's like, you know, and that's for real. As long as I'm not hooking up and screwing people, it was like, express yourself, baby. Do what it takes to get that stress off of you of being worried about me. Do what you got to do. Just don't screw anybody. And so that's what I do. You know, it's not anybody's business that there are medical concerns in my life regarding him. What is important is that I'm not fucking around. Excuse my language, but you know, so I get to express myself, and thereby I value that. You
Well,
said you've
good.
been live for 3 years, maybe less.
I think it's around 3 years.
Okay, I've actually been online on and off for a dozen years.
Wow.
That's how long, like
Well, I
when it
mean,
comes,
I've had a YouTube channel since I want to say,
I'm talking about
shoot, I have to look it
actively
up.
participating on
Right.
panels.
I didn't even think about doing a channel. It's been not well, it would be a year last January. So
Yeah.
I never even thought about it.
I guess I'm explaining why I don't have a channel. I've been urged to have a channel. It's like, that's not why I'm here. I'm not here to have a quote unquote channel. I'm here. I don't want to talk about cancer or anything, but when your loved one is in a medical crisis that they're surviving, what you want to do is express yourself so that you don't annoy them, right? And I get to get, as the young people would say, my S off with you good people, you know? And I've been accepted for over a dozen years thus far. It may not last too much longer because I'm being kind of candid. It's like, oh, that's why Mela gets around. Yeah, like I have personal responsibilities that I conduct of a medical situation. And when I'm not doing that, I get online and express myself. I'm not interested in being a channel holder. I'm
I
wondering with
see.
you, Stanley, do you believe that at some point you're going to just, vibrate off your personality, or are you going to continue to grow your channel? And if so, keep in mind
Well,
that takes
I
certain,
think I'm going to just vibrate off my personality.
yeah, because to grow one's channel, it takes certain compromises. And
Right,
that's
and
why
those
I'm
aren't
not interested.
compromises I need to make. I like,
Yeah.
let me put it to you this way. If I have to, I don't know, I just see there are certain sacrifices I'm not going to do. Um,
Exactly. There are certain sacrifices that some people aren't willing to do. It's like, for
well, I
what?
don't know. I mean, but what are those sacrifices? Because I'm thinking of somebody like a Sharon or an Angry Man or Izzy Bands, even John Galt.
They have to make a living. Um, those are people that depend
Well,
on income.
okay. Well, I mean, I beer money. That's pretty much. I
Yeah.
got newspaper subscriptions. I have a YouTube, premium. I don't
You
really
don't need the
need to.
money. And that's
Well,
important.
I mean, everyone needs the money, but it's not like I have to put a child through college or, I mean,
Like I said, you
honestly,
don't need
it's
the
the
money.
bills would, let me put it to you this way, the bills would be paid with or without YouTube. It is
Exactly.
gravy.
You don't need the money.
Yeah, I don't need to necessarily build a business. Now, if CBS came and said, "Hey, look, we want to buy your channel and we want you," yeah, I'm open to it, but not if I have to
Okay, what is it gonna take?
pick your bit. If I had to be like an Anton, or I have to do panels and talk about. Let me put it to you this way: if I have to talk about stuff I don't want to talk about to be popular, then I'm not going to do it.
Compromise. Exactly.
No,
And
I'm going to talk about what I find interesting, just like Nagon, and you were laughing in the background. Um, and I know he was trying to shame me, like, oh, so you're just doing this to hear yourself talk. And of course what else would I be doing?
exactly.
I
He
mean, now it may sound horrible, and I agree it is a horrible, but why else am I doing this channel? I don't think I have if people want to come up and they want to talk about what we're talking about, how do you raise a child, or how what'd you do, so your son does well on the SAT. I can tell you what I did or didn't do,
Oh, I have a
but
question. I have a really quick question. Did you witness your child's birth, or
Yes.
you saw his head
I
split?
was literally the first one to hold him.
No, you saw your child come out of your
I was
wife?
there. The doctor asked me to cut the umbilical cord, and I looked at her and went, "What do I pay you for?"
Amazing.
I would have rather done the cigar thing, but I think my wife
It's
expected
a
me to be there.
horrific view. Trust me, it's a
No,
horrific view.
actually, it wasn't bad. I mean, it wasn't particularly bloody, but I wound up holding my son first because my wife had to have an episiotomy. There was some
Oh,
tearing. Now,
that's
the
the truth.
interesting thing is, when they took, my son, when they weighed him, I had a lovely, uh, experienced black nurse there. So when they weighed my son, the nurse was like, "No, this isn't right." Somehow or another, she's like, "This isn't right," and got a new scale for an accurate weight. So after the weighing and all was done, my wife was conscious through the whole thing, but she was busy, kind of being sewn up. So they handed me the
Right, right.
kid and he was crying. And, I knew all was going to be well because I put him, up on my shoulder and he kind of laid his head down. He was crying and fell asleep on my shoulder. He just
Oh,
he just fell asleep. So I'm like, well, I
that's
guess we
what's
know
up,
who your
Stanley.
daddy
That's
is.
what's up. That's
So,
what's up, man.
yep, I was there.
Congratulations.
Oh,
That's what's
even
up.
and my wife and I laughed through the Lamaze. It was all jokey jokes.
So what are you doing to prevent dementia
Mm,
so you
nothing
can
that I
keep
know of.
these treasured
Though
memories?
I do need to probably get tested because my mother uh died not a couple is it a couple Januaries ago? She had Alzheimer's. She wound up dying of Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
So I will probably get tested if I think about it next time I go for a checkup.
Okay, with your investigative skills, have you decided to just, let's say, type in a search engine how to prevent Alzheimer's?
Nope. And
Okay.
probably won't. And let me tell you why.
Oh, tell me why. Tell me why.
My son, you know how sometimes babies will have kind of yellow skin because their bilirubin level is high? And my son's bilirubin was higher than normal. So I just stressed out about it. I was on the internet, and the doctor actually said, "Don't look it up on the internet." But I did it anyway. And I was like, "Holy shit, this could be serious." And you know what? A day or two later, he was fine. He that first poo that you get, which is just so disgusting. It's like, oh my God, that
It's
came from
hard.
a
It's like,
that that that
yeah,
came from a human being. Is
it's,
he
yeah,
really
the
is
black
he
tar
really
first
human?
poop from a baby.
So yeah, once
Uh,
that was out,
Fathers who
everything
abandon
kind of
their
cleared up.
children wouldn't know anything about that.
Right. So the bottom line is if the doctor doesn't do it, if
What about his belly button?
I don't do WebMD or anything like that
Okay,
because I don't
what about the baby's? So, does your son have an innie or an outie? My son
I
has
have
an
no
innie, and I'll tell you how I did it.
I think it's an Audi. I haven't looked at my son's navel
You saw
honestly
him when he was
probably
growing up,
since the last time I gave him a bath,
and was it an
which was
outie or an innie?
I think it's
It's sort of
normal.
an
It's not
outie.
an any, it's not an Audi, it's just there.
Okay. Um, So
I guess it would be an any if it's not on the surface, but I have no clue. I haven't looked at his navel in at least uh 10 years.
yeah, there are old wives' tales about how to prevent those types of outie belly buttons, and I'm fortunate enough to have taken that advice, and my husband thought it was ridiculous, but it worked, you know. And there's another thing about um the straight your the gate, that's the word I'm looking for. The gate is after 11, I'm sorry. So the gate, to assure a proper gait of your child when they're learning how to walk, put the hard bottom baby shoes on the opposite feet, and that will strengthen the ankles in the right direction. There's all types of old wives' tales that I was able to, you know, like for instance, my son had never had an ear infection because I was taught with some old wisdom. And, you know, I remember the first time he was tugging on his ear and just, you know, crying and, you know, just inconsolable. And I didn't know what to do. And I knew that if I took him to a doctor, they was gonna diagnose him with something and offer surgery. But this woman in the church that we went to, she was like, "That's what you do," you know. And he woke up, and there was all this pus that came out, you know. So really, ear infections are bacterial, not viral. A lot of
Right.
mothers, when their child is diagnosed with a quote unquote ear infection, they will subjugate their children to a doctor's advisement of antibiotics. That is not the cat's meow, baby. That is not what you do, baby. You do not give your infant antibiotics when they have an ear infection because that is bacterial, not viral. There's a difference. Not only that, well, maybe I'm saying this backwards because it's late at night. But what I'm indicating is that bacterial is different than viral. And if your doctor isn't conferring with you, advising you the difference between a bacterial infection versus a viral infection, you know, you got the wrong doctor. You know, a lot of these doctors, they're trained according to their education. They are doing their time. They're not actually looking up updated information. They're just doing their time. You have to be your own child's. You have to research information now that we have it online. I don't give a damn about how prejudiced people are about WebMD. In the interest of your child's well being, at least have the information. You know, my child has avoided all types of calamities because we were informed and we challenged the physician about what it is they would otherwise do just because they wanted to get to the next patient and get their day over with. You have to challenge these physicians. They're trained to diagnose and move it on. They're not trained to actually examine the causation. I respect doctors. I think God has blessed us with physicians. Nonetheless, you have to participate in your own well being for your child as well. And I'm just saying that as a public service. You look, Stanley, I'm not challenging you. I'm just saying something for people to think about as they encounter an infant that's going through something and they put their total 100% trust in a physician that just wants to clock in and clock out. They're human beings like we are. So it's up to you to challenge what it is that doesn't feel right for your baby, you know?
Right. Well, shit, I have
Did your
gone
baby
to
get
school.
infant formula? Do you know what's
Uh,
in infant formula? I suggest
okay.
breastfeeding.
Let me help you out a little bit. I literally uh have had probably uh as much biology college level. I know the biology. So he's fine. Like I just typed in the chat. He's made it to 6'2". He's perfectly healthy. Um, and not only that, but
Mine too.
I
I'm
had
on the
I
tall one
had
too.
I had parents and have my father still. We had the support we needed. If there were questions, I had the kind of family support. Plus, we lived in the same neighborhood with the doctor, my son's pediatrician. So, you know, I could,
You're
I never
fortunate.
did it.
You're very fortunate. A lot of oh, I got the hiccups again. A lot of people aren't fortunate.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying this for. I'm not saying this for you. I'm saying it for people who might listen to this in the future, who aren't fortunate enough to have support.
Well, I mean, I look at my channel demographics. Most everybody, the majority of the people are 35 and above and very male. So I just assume they I just assume they know shit. Like I said, I do not presume to tell if look, if people have a question, they will ask. Someone, maybe it was Nightish or somebody, probably not Nightish, it was someone else, um, in his chat basically said that, one of the things older people do is they tend to give advice when it's unsolicited. I think the art of being old, and even my father doesn't do it as much as he used to. Um, they wait, you should wait to be asked.
Well,
Unless it's an emergency or, just something pressing.
that's the beautiful thing about YouTube. You just say what's on your mind. And if you get away with it, more power to you.
Yeah, and I have to I've gotten burned. Nightish is and Choco laugh at this. Nightish just dude, I've had people crash out in the past 24 hours over just an idle comment or joke. So I'm like, there's some sensitive motherfuckers on YouTube.
They're either inebriated or on drugs or
You know
both.
what? I don't care if they're inebriated or on drugs. I just see an adult. And if I get the idea that you don't want me in your chat or in your orbit, I got books to read.
Yeah, I've experienced the difference between someone who is in their right mind versus not. I've experienced the difference. Like I've mentioned, a dozen years. How can I put? I've observed a rainbow of personalities,
Mhm.
and I'm not an expert in human nature, but I've observed different dynamics of human nature, and I'm better for it. The
Oh,
good,
no
the
doubt you
bad,
are.
and everything in between. My oratory skills are something that I can
Y'all going to have
say it cool,
family?
but I drag on sometimes. 'Cause
Oh,
I'm
that's
worried.
all right.
Yeah, I'm worried about my family, and I drag on sometimes to take my mind off of that. And that's what I do. I say shocking things to take my mind off of worrying about my family.
Really?
Yeah, you didn't know?
Well, you told
That's why
me
you're
a
here.
little bit ago, but I'm trying to figure out how saying shocking things kind of is
It
a
takes my mind off
compensatory.
of worrying about my
Really
family. Period.
interesting.
Absolutely interesting. And I'm grateful to have discovered that I don't need it. I don't need YouTube. There was a time that people accused me of, you know, I guess being addicted to YouTube, and that's not the case. I do enjoy feedback. I do enjoy conversations, and that's all it is. I can get conversations anywhere out here in this real world, but online, what's beautiful is I can pick and choose who I like as opposed to just running into somebody.
Oh my goodness.
What you looking at now, Stanley?
Oh no, I meant to drop T's channel link. I
Oh
thought I
yeah.
did.
How beautiful. Yeah. That's a beautiful woman.
Is she?
I think all women are beautiful if you ask me.
Really?
Yeah, she is beautiful.
You are kind.
All women. You know, I think all women are beautiful.
Okay.
They deserve like for instance, I have in my active duty military service, I have befriended somebody who was considered, let's just say, not eye appealing, you know. And to me, and like she was a Whoopi Goldberg looking type of woman, right? And I resented my husband when he called her ugly. Like it was like, well, it's better than ugly Jackie, you know. He called her ugly. I just didn't come from that type of cloth. Like I'm not cut from that. I It's not my disposition, character, and constitution of being to consider somebody ugly. That's just not who I am. Um, I used to think being pretty was a curse because it's very distracting. Like a man is less likely to take you seriously if you're pretty. So I really didn't do, I found myself being friends with people who were not considered pretty. And then I found out that they have a struggle, right? Like men would say behind their backs that they were ugly, and that bothered me. They thought I was
Well,
gonna laugh with them.
were they telling you
Yeah,
that your friends
my
were ugly?
husband, I had my husband referred to, a dear friend that she's ugly, and I was like, you super.
Okay,
I'm
I
thinking,
I thought I thought you were talking about when you were like a teenager or a child. You're
no, this
talking
is
about adult experiences?
yes, my military.
Interesting.
I met my first husband in the military.
Mhm.
I have a friend, and he called her ugly. And that's when I first started looking at him sideways, like,
Well,
you're
did you
super fit.
snitch on him?
No, I wouldn't dare. I'd love no, no.
Well, what did you say to him when he did that?
I said, "How dare you?" And he laughed. And he thought I was gonna laugh. The whole thing of it is I've mentioned my first husband in the previous live stream of yours, Stanley. He is a sociopath, probably to this day. He cannot understand compassion. He cannot understand spiritual unity. He just has no understanding of considering somebody else outside of his own sense of insecurity. And what I'm indicating is that when it comes to these content creators, one thing they're not going to do is admit that they're black and ugly as ever. Another thing they're not going to do is admit that they're disabled. Another thing that they're not going to do is admit that they can't, charm the pants off somebody. They are not going to admit anything that doesn't make them, be perceived as looking good, being good, doing good. That is the nature of Black YouTube, Stanley. So when people attack you, Stanley, there are attributes that they wish they had. That's why
Do they attack me?
they accuse you of being a bookworm or whatever the case.
Well, this is what always
When they
confuses me.
heckle you, they're
Okay.
envious.
Well, let
That's my
me
point.
tell you what I'm thinking, because I know what you're saying is right. I'm literally thinking that when I was a child, like fourth, fifth, sixth grade, you know what? I was a skinny child, but I wasn't particularly small or anything. But when I was a kid, the toughest guys in the class didn't fuck with me. You want to know why? Because I'd help them with their homework. They fucking lived in my neighborhood. And yeah, I get teased about, oh, Stanley's a nerd or
That's what happened
he's
to
a
Mr.
sissy or
Rogers.
something. But you know what? That's what kids do. I was always willing to, help them out
To be an
or
asset, yeah.
yeah.
That's
But
what happened with Mr.
we lived
Rogers.
in a dude, nobody fucked with me because I didn't fuck with anyone. I had a good sense of humor.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I could be a little persnickety, but my parents, part of it is my parents that no, you didn't fuck with me because
You
I
would have
had
they
nice
would have your
parents, but
parents to answer.
they didn't play
Right.
bullshit. But here's the deal. If you're not an asshole, even if you are a nerd like me, I could play basketball. I used to get out there and play football in the street. I had to be home, when the street lights went off. I played baseball. It was,
Well,
I wasn't the best athlete, but I was a regular boy.
what it all
So
comes down
now that
to,
yeah, well, now that I'm 61, do you honestly think I give a fuck
that
about
what I'm talking
about
about, what I'm talking about is being a YouTube content so-called a channel holder. Um, for the most part, it's about alliances. And if
is it really?
you no, seriously, if you choose to be an island, uh, don't anticipate expedient growth. However, if
Okay.
you are interested in expedient growth because it gives you some type of thrill, then you're going to have to make alliances.
Well, let me put it to you this way.
And
I could I know CT. There are plenty people, even Nightish, or Savage. Savage wanted to do some bullshit. Look, I'm not a joiner. Okay, I'm not a bro. If I disagree with you, I'm not shy about saying it. And Savage is a good example. Dude, I'll make a joke and this motherfucker gets his feelings hurt.
Mm.
um, he'll
Then
be
you'll be an
talking
island.
some bro bullshit, and I'm like, you sound like an idiot. Um, okay, why would I
If
want to
I had
form an
my own channel, I think I would do movie reactions
I
or,
don't care about movies. I
or
rarely
cooking
watch movies.
or cooking.
I'm good. There will be someone that I will make an alliance with, but this is one thing, and kind of what happened with John Galt. Um, John used to do that shit all the time. Well, Stanley, what you do is kind of boring. You might want to jazz it up a little bit. And my answer was no. I'm doing what I want to do. If you have a problem with it, let me know and I can go. Now, it wound up being kind of, him and I button heads, but
Yeah.
we had, the we used to talk outside of the panels. Like there
Really?
were, team
I
meetings.
never do that. I don't talk to
Okay,
anybody outside
listen,
of the
listen
panel.
to where I'm going with this. Bottom line is that if I wanted to kowtow and follow someone else's program, I would have been a little bit more, I got a lot of shit. Well, Stanley, John's the channel owner. Why aren't you playing ball? My answer is I don't have to. Okay. There's a reason I used to do an overnight show because that fucking far right anti-black bullshit that they wanted to do, wanted no part of it. The whole theory was that I have a different politics. I will stay out of your way. I'm a night owl anyway. I'm happy to do the night shift. I remember one day having a conversation with Portia. I don't do those fucking body cam videos, where the crack hoe is stealing from Walmart. I don't do those videos because I know that, the the proverbial black community has more going on that's positive than negative. And if y'all want to talk about, you want to do that Ock Nation bullshit where, black culture is toxic and black people are toxic and pretend that all black people live in the hood, I'm not about that. I'm not changing my show. I'm not doing content I don't want to do. And believe me, John Galt, especially, like, hey, you could have more people watching. And then they would go, well, think of it as a business. If you do this, we'll get more people. And I was just like, no, I am going to do what I want to do. I will not take input unless I agree that, hey, this could be done or that could be done. No, it's called Stanley versus the world, not anyone else. If you don't want me to do the show, I can stop doing the show. I will not. I'm not going to compromise. I don't have to. I literally don't give a fuck. Nagone seemed rather confused when when he asked me, "Do you do the show just to hear yourself talk?" And the answer is yes. I'm going to do what I'm interested in, and that doesn't mean I'm not averse to working with anyone else, but it's got to be something I want to do.
And that's what it's about.
It is all about me. I sound so
No,
selfish when I do that, but
no, I'm
honestly,
selfish as well, so I can relate.
Well, no. I mean, I want to be popular. I want to, one
Really?
of these days, this show will get monetized one day, but probably not before the end of this year. And I'm just gonna have to live with that.
You want to be popular? Really?
Well, on my own terms.
Okay, there we are.
I mean, you don't think dude, what would I look like going to some of these like could you imagine me on DJ Hamp's channel? Motherfucker, everybody would hate me. um Lapeef or whatever. The only woman that would like me would be a Bohem Noir. I have a thing for her. She has no clue who I am, by the way, but I'm her secret admirer. And one of these days, I'll be on a panel and I'm just gonna simp. It's like whatever Bohem Noir says, I'm going along with it. And she's gonna be calling me a simp.
What like what type of personality examples can you say that you are so enamored with? What do you
I'm
like about her?
what kind of personalities?
Like, what do you like about her?
Mostly her hair.
Oh, it's physical. Oh,
Oh yeah, I don't. I mean, I think I've heard her talk, and um,
I
she
thought you
seems
liked
to
her
have a good
mind
head
and
on her shoulder. Look, if her name is Bohem Noir, I assume she's kind of artsy. You know, you don't call yourself a bohem if you're not
your
into
first
it. And
response was her
I
hair.
see Dawn's here, so Dawn can talk about the cafe culture. I assume that
Yeah,
this lady
you're
drinks.
superficial, Stanley.
I am very superficial.
Yeah,
I want to
sorry to
think
hear.
that anyone who calls herself the Black Boheme is into cafe culture. She drinks like really strong coffee like cappuccino or whatever the French version is. She's got to have a French press because she would disappoint me if she didn't. And every now and again she drinks absinthe. I'm taking all this straight out of a Hemingway novel. Wait, no one's laughing at this? What damn it.
I know what absinthe is. It's it can be beautiful on occasion.
You know what? I think I've had it years ago. It didn't do much for me. Now it can F you
It's
up, that's for
cosmetic.
sure.
I mean, because when it comes to alcohol, let's talk about what it all really boils down to. Everything else is theater when it comes to these cocktails. I know specialty cocktails. I know it all. Well, not all, but I know a lot. And there are times when it's just to impress somebody. You know, what is, I mean, really,
What is
what are we
absent?
talking about? You're attracted to her because she drinks absinthe? Like, really?
No, it's a oh my lord, I have no
And
idea
her
what she
hair?
drinks.
You're so
I have no
superficial.
idea what she drinks. It's a joke.
You said that she drank absinthe.
It was a joke.
You
I
lied?
have no clue. I've never seen her drink on a panel. I don't know. I've never even talked to her.
Oh,
Everything I said other than her hair, and I think I've heard her talk on a couple topics. I have no clue who she is. She has no clue who I am.
her
It's
hair.
just a joke. It is a dream. It's a little boy going, "Oh, isn't she cute? I like her pigtails."
No, I just think about my first husband, how superficial he
Well, what else do I have to be? I don't know her. What else do I have to go but the superficial stuff?
I'm sure she has said something that struck you as
Not
pertinent.
the I don't watch, is it Lapeef or whoever's channel? Most of that stuff like Lapeef and Hamp, I don't even subscribe to their channels.
She said something, right?
The
That
only way I know about these people is watching um uh
did she
Nightish
say
review.
something?
Okay, I don't know why I can't get a sentence out. Um the only thing I know is what Nightish has reviewed. I don't even subscribe to the channel.
You don't know her for saying anything.
I literally don't even subscribe to whatever channel she's on. I know of her through watching Nightish review. I think it's Lapeef. That's so all I have is superficial.
All right. Okay. Okay.
And it was a joke. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It
I
was a
understand
joke.
the joke. So switching gears, if that's all right with you. Um, any event that you come across a woman who's alluring, are you gonna punish her for not having attributes that you think are appropriate?
Well, let me ask you a question.
I asked you a
What
question.
well, I'm gonna ask you a question in response. What would I possibly I tend to want to date women that are age appropriate. So assuming she's gonna be no younger than 50, um, what attributes could you possibly have? Like, I would love for her to be like a Lena Horne at 50, just like, Lena Horne was hot at 50. Um, but you don't meet a lot of Lena Horns or, even someone like a Holly Berry. I'll know the woman when I meet her or see her or whatever. I'm
Mhm.
not going to give you exactly what I want because I don't know.
Okay. You
I
don't know
mean,
what you want.
my wife was blonde and I don't even prefer blondes.
I get it. You don't know what you want. I get it.
I know it when I see it. I know she has to be smart and I know she has to have a good sense of humor, not necessarily in that order, and she should be attractive. That's literally it.
Attractive in what way?
To me.
Like what's your idea?
In that way, she needs to be attractive to me.
Okay. So she makes your dick hard.
How hard can a dick get at 61 without a little blue pill?
I
Is
have
that
no
is that
idea.
what you want to hear? She needs to make my dick hard without blue pills at 61. That's what I want.
Okay, that's what you want. Okay. That's what we
Hey,
do.
you are forcing me to give you details. It's funny that you bring up hard dicks knowing that I'm 61.
Well,
It can get hard, but you know what?
that
If a woman can make
sometimes
me
that's the
hard,
qualifier.
if a woman can make me hard without Cialis, I'm gonna go for her.
That's the qualifier, especially at
And you know what? I'm just saying something to make me laugh and to satisfy your question.
yeah. Believe it or
I would
not,
think I would think attractive to me would be good enough.
well, you men are different. A lot of times
Well, men at
you
61 are
qualify
different.
a woman based on how
Really?
she,
How many 61-year-olds do you know?
first of all, allow me to finish my sentence.
Okay.
A lot of times, men your age have reported, and this I get this data from, you know, veterans who talk amongst one another. You know, they think that if a woman, let's just say, excites them, then she's good enough.
So
You know,
you say you've talked to veterans my age?
yeah, back when I used to go to the VA frequently and we sit in the
Mhm.
weight room and talk personal
Really? So
stories.
you were talking with male veterans about this sort of stuff.
When
Interesting.
you're sitting in a waiting room,
Oh, I thought you said weight room.
no, a waiting room, like you're waiting to be called to see
Well,
a
that's even
doctor.
better.
Yeah, so a lot of times veterans with PTSD, they can't
Oh,
shut up. They cannot shut up. They think because they're, you know, in a room full of people that they have to just start talking. And next thing you know,
I
the
see.
other person is talking and the other person is talking. And this happens over a period of time, right? And you just learn different stories that they tell about their personal situations and circumstances. Period. It's like there are veterans that have said, if she don't get my dick hard, she ain't the one. There are veterans that
Well,
have
you do
literally
know
said,
if they're my look, you don't think they're just talking shit? You know, old veterans will do that. They'll just be
well, they're
talking shit.
old. They're old. I don't see why they would have a reason to lie. They're old.
Okay, well, let me help you out a little
Old
bit
veterans
with
lie
male.
for no reason.
Of course they'll fucking lie.
Why would they lie?
I can't believe you asked that question.
So old men lie.
No, oh yeah. Have you ever gone fishing with old black men?
No.
They lie.
Other than my
Come
father-in-law.
on.
Other than my
Okay.
father-in-law.
Well, I can tell you right now, you've heard of like fishing stories, tall tale. Dude, old men in general, of course they're gonna lie.
So are you
Now,
lying on your channel, Stanley? Do
okay,
you lie?
we were talking. How often do I talk on my channel about
Do
a
you
woman needs
lie,
to get
Stanley?
okay, I need you to let me finish a sentence. Can we
Mm-hmm.
do that?
Sure.
How often on my channel do I talk about women making my dick hard?
Not since
This
I brought it up.
this is
Pun
probably the
intended.
first this is probably the first time ever.
Not since I
So
brought it up.
my point is
Pun
no,
intended.
I got the joke. I don't generally lie on the channel, and what I'm saying is that uh, if you got some 85-year-old dude talking about women need to get his dick hard, he's lying.
You're not 85, Stanley.
Right, and even at my age, um, the right woman at the right time, but you're not 20.
So
You know, we don't at 61, a breeze does not get you in the mood. At 20, shit, yeah.
so you've been live for just short of 10 hours.
Yep.
What are you doing
I'm literally
live
sitting in
for
front of
10
a
hours?
laptop.
Seriously.
I ate
Have you
dinner.
had a meal?
Yes.
Well, it's none of my business, but I'm glad you've had some nutrition. I'm glad. That's
Yep.
important.
Had a bean stew. I had 4 thin cut pork chops.
You
Uh,
did say you were gonna make pork chops. You did say
yeah, I
that.
did it last night. It's basically just
You know
cut
how
the-
important pork is? A lot of people sleep on pork. Pork is important. Okay?
know that
It's
it's important.
it is because you get B1. I don't know if you're familiar with the vitamin, the B1 vitamin.
I
Um,
am.
I think it's thiamine, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
It's the most condensed delivery of thiamine. And thiamine is really important as a vitamin, as a nutrient. It's really important. Now, I'm not saying overdo it. I'm not, suggesting that people have, you know, pork every day. What I'm suggesting is that a lot of our people are deficient in B complex vitamins because we're prejudiced against meat, specifically pork. Now, am I avid, do I eat pork every day? No, but I tell you what, I'm going to get my eggs sunny side up with a side of bacon and some hash browns. Period. You know, I'm not, I'm not going to be. Now, what I have chosen to do is find pork that doesn't have, like, for instance, bacon, right? I haven't done a prosciutto thing. I'm going to explore that some other time. But what my point is, I'm going to be concise. When it comes to bacon, I suggest people look for sugar-free bacon. People want to get this hickory smoke and all this other. It's like, look at the ingredients, be a label detective. You know, the way that pork is processed is important. Where did you get your pork from, Stanley? Just some regular,
Walmart.
regular. You got it from Walmart.
Yep.
All right. Bone in?
Yeah.
Okay. A straight up pork chop. A straight up pork chop. All right.
They were kind of like whatever the uh T-bone cut is.
Yeah. Okay. I haven't had that in years. The the
Well,
the,
all it
the
was, it was all done in a crock pot. Beans, and then I cut up uh carrots, onion,
and
red
that
pepper.
collagen is gonna serve you
Uh,
well.
there was garlic, fresh garlic. Threw it all in a pot.
No oregano?
I did. What is it? Uh, Herbs de Provence.
Oh,
So
all right.
it's just a mixture of herbs.
Yes, absolutely.
And
I'm
then I
familiar.
had some pico de gallo that I
Okay.
needed to use, some fresh made, so I dumped it into.
Okay, this sounds tasty. It was tender, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Because of the bone.
after about 8 hours.
Yeah, that bone, is going to provide a lot of collagen to keep you young. Yes, it will. I love collagen. I look so fabulous. Um, you know, I'm not a spring chicken, as they say. It's just that I think I've aged well. Would you say that about yourself? You've aged well?
Uh, well, yeah, sure, why not?
You got your hair and stuff?
Yes, I do.
Mhm.
You haven't heard Nightish or seen all the videos where they complain about me never getting my hair cut?
It's important. It's an important sign of good health that you have your hair. I
I
don't
don't
like
even have a
bald-headed
I
men.
don't even have a bald spot.
Yeah,
I
that's important.
my hair, and it probably won't last forever, but I'm good.
That's important, you know.
Important to whom?
No, it's a sign of a good. lymphatic system and circulatory system. It's
Well, I
very
think it's just good genetics.
see, you would say that. It's we are not our DNA, Stanley.
Sure
Okay?
we are.
No,
We are
we're
literally
not.
our DNA.
This is where we differ. This is the fork in the road between you and I. We are not our DNA.
I'm afraid we are.
Just because grandmama had diabetes doesn't mean that we are destined
Okay,
to have
I didn't
diabetes.
realize we were talking diabetes. The way
We
genetics
are not
works
our
is
DNA.
just because your grandmother had it doesn't mean you'll get it, but it also
Exactly.
doesn't mean if your grandmother didn't have it, you'll get it. What I'm
We
saying is we are literally our genes. We're nothing but genes. Every damn cell has genes.
because I'm not savvy in the medical terminology to
Well, it's
explain
not
my
medical.
point,
I've had a genetics class or two in college.
and that would make you trump me. I haven't,
Right.
but I've studied some things to know that the just because we have a predisposition, listen, just because we have a predisposition in our genetics doesn't mean that we pulled the trigger. It's like just because a person is like addiction, right? Just because there's a predisposition for, let's just say, any addiction, chemical or otherwise, that doesn't mean that a person is cursed to be an addict. You are not your DNA. You can choose how to better service your life. You just got to
Well,
step
how am I to respond to that?
You don't. You just accept it because I said so. So saith Mela.
Wait.
Don't laugh too hard, Stanley. I can hear you.
Oh no, I was looking at something something that Sin said. So
I gotta go to the restroom. I'm listening.
well, don't I'm about to hang this up because all of a sudden all of a sudden I have the world's most interesting woman saying that Stanley wouldn't marry a woman without a college education. Well, I hate to tell you this, Sin,
He
but
probably
I'm
would.
I'm
If
61.
if she got if she got his dick hard, he would.
Well, I'm 61. I don't have to, people in my age range are kind of on the downside or the down slope of life. If she
Then
was
seven.
smart,
Trust me. If
if she
she
was,
aroused him, she's in.
I don't know where you're getting all this from. She doesn't have to have a
It's
college degree,
it's a
Sin,
male
is my
fact.
point.
It's a male fact at your age. If
Yeah,
she
well, you know
arouses
what?
you, she's in.
All these,
Why do you think
all
older
these
men marry younger women?
Do
You,
all older men marry younger women?
why do you think men? I didn't say all. What I'm
Okay, when you
indicating,
don't do a qualifier, when you say men, that means most men, it means a
oh,
lot of men. It doesn't mean just a couple men. It's a
oh,
generality. When you do
professor.
generalities, that means most.
Oh, professor. Ooh,
Sorry you didn't know this.
oh,
I have the same
professor.
problems with I have the same
He's so
problems with
smart.
I had the
Ooh,
same problem. Do you recall what yesterday's show was called?
why would I? You're just
Oh,
YouTube.
well, let me remind you.
Yeah, since it's your channel and it's important to you.
It is important to me to make this point to you. Let's
Oh,
see here.
professor.
See
Oh,
this
professor.
show right here?
Oh,
It
professor. Teach
says
me something, professor.
hold on one second, ma'am.
Ooh,
Yesterday's main show
ooh,
was called Make No Mistake. There is a female version of Old YN. So
ooh, make no mistake.
I've had
Don't
to
make a mistake, professor. Don't you do it. Do it right.
what are you trying to be?
I'm sorry.
Are you trying to be
I'm,
you think this is Gilligan's Island? Are you Ginger?
I'm just making jokes. I'm just making jokes. Are you not entertained?
Sin, well, the point is, there
Oh
comes a
my
point in
God.
time. Look, there are plenty of educated women who don't necessarily go to college. And here's where I'm going with this. At
Yeah, where are
six,
you going?
I'm trying to explain. Um, there comes a certain point in time. I don't have to raise kids or I don't have to do any of that. When you get old like me there, Sin, just companionship is good enough. Now, I smart is good, humorous is good, both are essential, but you know what? There are plenty of women who by the age of 55, 60, who are smart enough.
Just smart enough.
As a matter of fact, if I had my perfect wife, she'd be like an art historian or something. Or she would be the most interesting woman in the world. Who have I called the most interesting woman in the world, Sin? Do you recall? Clarice, not on your fucking life. Not no. Clarice, that is literally a showstopper. Would not do it. Wouldn't even date one. Literally, I will not do it. So, Clarice, damn it, you you got me on that one. Because I know plenty of college educated women who say axed, and I'm not dating them. look at King Pix. If the pussy was good, I could tell you're not 61, sir. See, by the time you're 61, you actually have standards. It takes you a while, but you'll get there. All right, folks. I actually do need, I'm in You're a mod in Bomb Cherry's chat, and I already told her she wasn't married, and we went back in time. I would eat a fruit bowl out of her. Jesus Christ, King Pix. I would be interested to know what her response was. I bet she didn't respond at all. Knowing Bomb Cherry, she just probably went, "Ooh." I'm surprised she left you with a wrench, for that matter.
You know what tickles me? If before you go, Michelle Obama is highly educated. What really tickled me was how she would use the word kids to describe children. She's highly educated. She is aware of the word children. I'm I'm like, why is she referring to children as kids? Because a kid is a goat, which is an animal. Why does she do that? And other politicians,
Well, do
highly
you get
educated.
mad? Have you
I'm
ever
not
been called
mad.
a
I'm just
have
curious.
you ever
Why?
been called have you ever been called a chick and you've been okay with it?
I'm not okay with it because that's an animal.
Oh my
And
lord, really?
Yeah, like just like you wouldn't be cool with being called cool. Like, say for instance, if I said Stanley is cool, wouldn't you want to dig deeper into what I meant by that? What do you
No.
mean? I'm cool.
It depends on the context.
Exactly. The context. Exactly.
So you've never called your son a kid?
No.
Interesting. Well, it's good to know that you do have limits.
Yeah, when it comes to people
Bobby, this is the
associating
second time you asked me this question. No, I've never thought of voice acting.
when people associate people with animals, I pick up on it. It's disturbing. It's like, why are you associating people with animals?
Well, could it be because people actually are animals?
Well, there are some intricate differentiations, correct? There's some
No.
differences.
There's literally like a 1% variation
That
in
1% matters, doesn't it?
like well, the
It
1%
matters, doesn't
matters,
it?
but what I'm trying to get is or
You're
convey
trying
is that
to
people are animals.
you're trying to diminish my thoughts and
Am I?
opinions. That's what you do. You
Diminish or clarify?
No, you're not attempting to
Is
clarify.
clarifying a thought the same
No,
thing as
you're
diminishing? It could
you're
very well be that by
and
clarifying
here
your
we are
thoughts,
being interrupted.
I am strengthening the thoughts by clarifying
Your
them. Kinda
pattern,
like you take sunlight and clarify it into a single beam like
your
something like
pattern,
a laser where you're
your
focused.
pattern of behavior is to make people attempt to make people feel small. That's your pattern
What?
of behavior, Stanley. You
Really?
are overbearing jerk.
Yeah. That's why it's gonna take a special woman to deal with me. Are you up to it?
How can you
Wait, hold on. Don't skip the
how can
question.
you have a
Would you be
relationship?
capable of dealing with me?
How can you have a relationship?
See, I am literally asking you a direct question, and you are skipping to your loo.
You've done it. You've skipped a question.
I have.
Am I not afforded the
So
same opportunity?
are you gonna take my bad example?
Are you a leader?
Not of you,
Exactly. So there it is. That's your
but
answer.
I am a leader on
Yes,
this panel.
that's your answer.
Gotcha. All right, so folks, let us
All right,
let's
you guys
see.
not entertained. I hope you all enjoyed Stanley's
I
sacrifice
think
of 10 hours
these people have
to be
seen a
live.
side. These
10
people have seen us.
hours.
These
10
people have.
whole hours of live streaming. That's what Stanley has done for you people.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've done this long.
That's right. And I'm
But
glad
don't worry, folks. It's free of charge.
I was able to take advantage of your generosity. Thank you, Stanley. We
Well,
appreciate it.
oh, by the way, I will be back hopefully at the normal time tomorrow around 3.
Oh, you're a
So
Catholic. To the 2nd of April.
I have no Good Friday plans.
All right. You're not gonna do a Good Friday focus
There
stream?
are no ashes on my head.
Well, happy Good
So
Friday,
so if
everybody.
I don't have it's just I like Easter. As a matter of fact, I meant to point out my Easter tradition when my son was small we would literally eat fried rabbit on Easter for Easter dinner. and the other tradition was to watch The Sound of Music. So we would have fried rabbit and watch The Sound of Music, and that was our Easter tradition.
Where'd you get the rabbit from?
Get them from the grocery store.
Oh,
Yeah, if you go to the frozen section, some of the like a Publix or somewhere. I don't know what they have in Chicago, but yeah, you can get frozen rabbit. It would
yeah.
be with the frozen turkeys and that sort of
At
thing.
the Hispanic stores, they had
Fried rabbit is diabolical.
Yeah.
You
Believe it
do
or
know
not,
you do know people have been eating rabbit for centuries.
can you imagine a cute little fuzzy rabbit being slaughtered?
Well, no, they were in the grocery store. It's not like I was going and skinning the rabbit. But hey, what's even funnier is
12 man would cook a rabbit.
I had a guy that I worked with whose girlfriend and future wife, eventually they got married. But on Easter, yes, Sin, that's the best time. Rabbits taste extra delicious. Rabbits taste extra delicious on
I've not
Easter
ever
Sunday.
eaten rabbit thus far. Maybe when
Well,
Trump
I had a
destroys the world, I might have to hunt for a rabbit. I
well,
might.
I had a friend of mine at
When
work
Trump
who's
destroys the world, we might have to hunt for a whole lot of things. Shout
right.
out to Trump, dumbass.
Well, the other part of the Easter tradition was I had a friend at work whose girlfriend had a pet rabbit. So we would always make rabbit jokes.
Oh.
The Monday, that Monday after Easter, I would discuss about, how we fricasseed the rabbit or just exactly what we did, that
Poor
particular
Bugs
Easter
Bunny.
Sunday.
Shout out to Bugs Bunny. You know what? This is the second time that Trump has destroyed Easter. It was once in 2020, and now it's 2026. He's destroyed Easter
I think at
again.
this point we'll be okay.
So saith Stanley versus the world.
Yeah, and by the way, shout out before I go, let me make sure that I say thank you to the sponsors, and everybody will get a chance tomorrow. But Latino for Trump, Black Knight, and Anonymous, who might be Clarice, was that you? I can't remember. It's been so long since I've seen those initials. But whoever Anonymous is, it was very generous of you. Everyone who supported the show, this upcoming Saturday show. And look, as it stands, I definitely appreciate the people who can kind of hang out and just deal with my stupidity. It is actually a privilege. It is a privilege that people can even deal with it. And I want to shout out my friend and obviously a great graphic artist, Speak Radio. This honestly, of all the little,
This is adorable. I love it. The little
yeah,
glow
it actually
smile.
is like
It's so
like
cute.
the innocent world has this smile,
It's
and
so
I'm just
cute.
looking evil with my hand out, like, what the fuck?
It
This
is so
is the best
cute.
one yet.
It is so adorable. I swear.
So shout out to
How
Speak
could you want
Radio.
to hurt the earth when it's so
Well, I'm not hurting it. I'm
wonderful?
just
Not
asking.
you. I'm talking about Trump.
I'm just
I'm talking about
asking. I'm
Trump,
just
dumbass.
asking the world. I'm just asking the world some questions.
Trump wants. Anyway, whatever. I know you got Trump supporters here. Whatever.
You know what? Me and the Trump supporters get along just fine. I've been people see, this is the other wonderful thing. Most of the people in this chat are like MAGA or Republican. And
I'm
they
sure.
see that's the other privilege. They just put up with my leftist shenanigans. So it's very nice of them, very kind of them, and they even support the show. So anyway, folks, oddly enough, I do have to go because it is way after 12, and I need my old man sleep. I don't know who's live. I don't think T is live anymore, but somebody's live out there. And somebody say hey to Nightish since he doesn't want me anymore in his chat. I guess I'll get some extra sleep. But anyway, salute to everyone. Dirty Dude, Cake Dicks, Dawn, my buddy Claris.
You know, it was a mood swing, right? His problem is that he has mood swings.
I don't really care about any of that. He said what he said.
And you're gonna hold that against him?
Absolutely. He's
all right.
wait. All these old YNs are talking about as a man, and I'm a man first. Well, I'm gonna treat him like a man. Bobby
Okay.
Perkins, it's not that important. Like I kept telling him,
Maybe
you're
he was
making
telling a joke.
I don't really care.
All right.
As I said, it's not that big a deal. We'll all survive. So tropes, salute. If probably not here, but tropes, King Picks, Sin, Seven Sin, Dawn, Natasha, Queen Chalk, and I know I'm forgetting all kinds of people here. Zhang, Aries was here, standard timing. So I will see you all tomorrow around 3. I think the show will be kind of a regular news show. Saturday show, I still am kind of open to ideas, but
I'll be there Saturday.
okay. Well, I think Kimmy kind of has crystallized where I want to go. So shout out to Kimmy Cakes. I will see everyone tomorrow.